Subsect Roman 7. A heap of other accidents causing melancholy, death of friends, losses, and c. In this labyrinth of accidental causes, the farther I wander, the more intricate I find the passage, multi-ambages, and new causes as so many bypaths offer themselves to be discussed. To search out all were an Herculean work and fitter for Theseus. I will follow mine intended thread, and point only at some few of the chiefest, death of friends. Amongst which loss and death of friends may challenge a first place, multi-tristanter, as Vives well observes, post delicias convivia dies festos, many are melancholy after a feast, holiday, merry meeting, or some pleasing sport, if they be solitary by chance, left alone to themselves, without employment, sport, or want their ordinary companions. Some at the departure of friends only whom they shall shortly see again, weep and howl, and look after them as a cow lows after her calf. Or a child takes on that goes to school after holidays. Ut me leverat tus adventus, sic decessus afflixit, which Tully writ to Atticus, thy coming was not so welcome to me as thy departure was harsh. Montanus, Consul, 132. Makes mention of a countrywoman that parting with her friends and native place, became grievously melancholy for many years, and Trallianus of another, so caused for the absence of her husband, which is an ordinary passion amongst our good wives. If their husband tarry out a day longer than his appointed time, or break his hour, they take on presently with sighs and tears. He is either robbed or dead, some mischance or other is surely befallen him. They cannot eat, drink, sleep, or be quiet in mind, till they see him again. If parting of friends, absence alone can work such violent effects, what shall death do, when they must eternally be separated, never in this world to meet again? This is so grievous a torment for the time, that it takes away their appetite. Desire of life extinguisheth all delights. It causeth deep sighs and groans, tears, exclamations. O dulce German matris, O sanguis muse ehutepens, and c. O flows tenor. Howling, roaring, many bitter pangs, lamentis gemituc et femineo ululatu tecta fremunt. And by frequent meditation extends so for some times, they think they see their dead friends continually in their eyes, observance imagines. As conciliator confesseth, he saw his mother's ghost presenting herself still before him. Quod nimis misery volunt, hoc facile credunt. Still, that good father, that good son, that good wife, that dear friend runs in their minds. Totus animus hac una cogitation defixus est. All the year long, as Pliny complains to Romanus, methinks I see Virginius, I hear Virginius, I talk with Virginius, and see. T sine vi misero mehi, lilia nigra videnter palentesque rossi, nec dulce rubens hyacinthus, nullos nec mietis, noc loris spiret odors. They that are most staid and patient are so furiously carried headlong by the passion of sorrow in this case, that brave discreet men otherwise, oftentimes forget themselves, and weep like children many months together, as if that they to water would, and will not be comforted. They are gone, they are gone. What shall I do obstulit atra dies et funer mercit acerbo, quis dabit in lacrimas fontem mihi? Quis satis altos exendit gemitus, et acerbo verba dolori. Exorit pietas oculos, et hyantia frangit pectora, nec plenos avido sinit edir questus, magna adio jactura premit, and c. Fountains of tears who gives, who lends me groans, deep sighs sufficient to express my moans. Mine eyes are dry, my breast in pieces torn, my loss so great, I cannot enough mourn. So Strozophilius, that elegant Italian poet, in his Epicedium bewails his father's death. He could moderate his passions in other matters, as he confesseth, but not in this. Lie yields wholly to sorrow, nunc fader deuterga mollis, mens illa faticit indomitus quandam vigor et constantia mentis. How doth Quintilian complain for the loss of his son, to despair almost? Cardan lament his only child in his book De Libris Propriis, and elsewhere in many of his tracts, St. Ambrose his brother's death. In ego possum non cogiter de te, aut sine lacrimis cogiter. O amory dies, O flebals nox, and see can I ever cease to think of thee, and to think with sorrow? O bitter days, O nights of sorrow, and see. Gregory Nazianzen, that noble Pulcheria. O decorum, and see flows Recens, Pullulans, and see Alexander, a man of most invincible courage after Hephaestion's death, as Curtius relates, triduum jacuit ad moriendum obstinatus, lay 3 days together upon the ground, obstinate to die with him, and would neither eat, drink, nor sleep. The woman that communed with Esdras, lib 2 cap. 10. When her son fell down dead. fled into the field and would not return into the city, but there resolved to remain, neither to eat nor drink, but mourn and fast until she died. Rachel wept for her children and would not be comforted because they were not. Matt, Roman 2:18. So did Adrian the emperor bewail his Antinous, Hercules, Hylas, Orpheus, Eurydice, David, Absalom. O my dear son Absalom, Austin his mother Monica, Niobe her children, insomuch that the poets feigned her to be turned into a stone, as being stupefied through the extremity of grief. Aegeas, signo lugubri filiae consternatus in merci prosopidatum dedit, impatient of sorrow for his son's death, drowned himself. Our late physicians are full of such examples. Montanus Consul. 242. Had a patient troubled with this infirmity by reason of her husband's death many years together. Trincavelius, L1, C14. Hath such another, almost in despair, after his mother's departure, ut si firm prosopidatum daret, and ready through distraction to make away himself. And in his 15th counsel, tells a story of one 50 years of age that grew desperate upon his mother's death, and cured by Fallopius, fell many years after into a relapse by the sudden death of a daughter which he had, and could never after be recovered. The fury of this passion is so violent sometimes that it daunts whole kingdoms and cities. Vespasian's death was pitifully lamented all over the Roman Empire. Totus orbis lugebat, Seth Aurelius Victor. Alexander commanded the battlements of houses to be pulled down, mules and horses to have their manes shorn off, and many common soldiers to be slain, to accompany his dear Hephaestion's death, which is now practiced amongst the Tartars. When a great cam dieth, 10 or 12,000 must be slain, men and horses, all they meet. And among those the pagan Indians, their wives and servants voluntarily die with them. Leo Decimus was so much bewailed in Rome after his departure, that as Jovius gives out, communis salis publica hilaritas, the common safety of all good fellowship, peace, mirth, and plenty died with him, tanquem eadem sepulchro cum leone candida lugebanter. For it was a golden age whilst he lived. But after his decease an iron season succeeded, barbara vis et foeda vestidas, et dira malorum omnium incommoda, wars, plagues, vastity, discontent. When Augustus Caesar died, Seth Paterculus, orbis ruinam timuramus, we were all afraid, as if heaven had fallen upon our heads. Beautius records how that at Louis XII his death, tam subita mutatio, ut qui prius digito coelum attinger videbanter, nunc humi derapent serper, sideratos esticers, they that were erst in heaven, upon a sudden, as if they had been planet-strucken, lay groveling on the ground. Concussus cessidir animus, su frondibus ingens silva dolit lapses. They looked like cropped trees. At Nancy in Lorraine, when Claudia Valesia, Henry II French king's sister and the duke's wife deceased, the temples for 40 days were all shut up, no prayers nor masses but in that room where she was. The senators all seen in black, and for a 12-month space throughout the city they were forbid to sing or dance. Non ulli pastos illis eger debus frigida, Daphne, boves ad flumina, nulla nec amnum libavit quadrupes, nec graminis attigit herbem. The swains forgot their sheep, nor near the brink of running waters brought their herds to drink. The thirsty cattle of themselves abstained from water, and their grassy fare disdained. How were we affected here in England for our Titus, Delitii, Humani Generis, Prince Henry's immature death, as if all our dearest friends' lives had exhaled with his. Scanderbeg's death was not so much lamented in Epirus. In a word, as he saith of Edward the First at the news of Edward of Caernarvon his son's birth, immortaliter gavisus, he was immortally glad. May we say on the contrary of friends' deaths, immortaliter gemens, we are diverse of us as so many turtles, eternally dejected with it. There is another sorrow, which arises from the loss of temporal goods and fortunes, which equally afflicts and may go hand in hand with the preceding. Loss of time, loss of honor, office, of good name, of labor, frustrate hopes, will much torment. But in my judgment, there is no torture like unto it, or that sooner procureth this malady and mischief. Ploretur lacrimis emissa pecunia veris. Lost money is bewailed with grief sincere. It wrings true tears from our eyes, many sighs, much sorrow from our hearts, and often causes habitual melancholy itself. Guianerius Tract, 15. 5. Repeats this for an especial cause, loss of friends and loss of goods make many men melancholy, as I have often seen by continual meditation of such things. The same causes Arnoldus Villanovenus inculcates brevier. L1, C18. Ex rerum omission, damno amicorum mort, and see want alone will make a man mad. To be sans argent will cause a deep and grievous melancholy. Many persons are affected like Irishmen in this behalf, who if they have a good scimitar, had rather have a blow on their arm than their weapon hurt. They will sooner lose their life than their goods. And the grief that cometh hence continueth long, saith Plater, and out of many dispositions procureth an habit. Montanus and Frais Melica cured a young man of 22 years of age, that so became melancholy ob emissum pecuniam, for a sum of money which he had unhappily lost. S. Cancius hath such another story of one melancholy, because he overshot himself, and spent his stock in unnecessary building. Roger, that rich bishop of Salisbury, exudis opibus et castris a rege Stephano, spoiled of his goods by King Stephen, Roman 6 dolorus absorptus, ac in amentium verses, indescentia fecit, through grief ran mad, spoke and did he knew not what. Nothing so familiar as for men in such cases, through anguish of mind to make away themselves. A poor fellow went to hang himself, which Ausonius hath elegantly expressed in a neat epigram, but finding by chance a pot of money, flung away the rope, and went merrily home. But he that hid the gold, when he missed it, hanged himself with that rope which the other man had left, in a discontented humor. At qui conditerat, postquem non reparit orum, aptivit calo, quem reparit lacum. Such feral accidents can want and penury produce. Be it by suretyship, shipwreck, fire, spoil and pillage of soldiers, or what loss soever, it boots not, it will work the like effect, the same desolation in provinces and cities as well as private persons. The Romans were miserably dejected after the battle of Cannae, the men amazed for fear, the stupid women tore their hair and cried. The Hungarians, when their king Ladislaus and bravest soldiers were slain by the Turks, Luctus Publicus, and see the Venetians when their forces were overcome by the French King Louis. The French and Spanish kings, Pope, Emperor, all conspired against them. At Cambrai, the French herald denounced open war in the Senate. Loridane venitorum dux and see, and they had lost Padua, Brixia, Verona, Forum Julii, their territories in the continent, and had now nothing left, but the city of Venice itself, et urbi quoque ipsi, saith Bembus, timendum puterant, and the loss of that was likewise to be feared, tantus repent dolor omnes tenuit, ut nunquam alias, and see, they were pitifully plunged, never before in such lamentable distress. Anno 1527, when Rome was sacked by Bourbonius, the common soldiers made such spoil, that fair churches were turned to stables, old monuments and books made horse litter or burned like straw, relics, costly pictures defaced, altars demolished, rich hangings, carpets, and see, trampled in the dirt. Their wives and loveliest daughters constuprated by every base cullion, as Sejanus' daughter was by the hangman in public, before their fathers' and husbands' faces. Noblemen's children and of the wealthiest citizens reserved for princes' beds were prostitute to every common soldier, and kept for concubines. Senators and cardinals themselves dragged along the streets, and put to exquisite torments, to confess where their money was hid. The rest, murdered on heaps, lay stinking in the streets. Infants' brains dashed out before their mothers' eyes. A lamentable sight it was to see so goodly a city so suddenly defaced. Rich citizens sent a begging to Venice, Naples, Ancona, and see, that erst lived in all manner of delights. Those proud palaces that even now vaunted their tops up to heaven were dejected as low as hell in an instant. Whom will not such misery make discontent? Terence the poet drowned himself, some say, for the loss of his comedies, which suffered shipwreck. When a poor man hath made many hungry meals, got together a small sum, which he loseth in an instant. A scholar spent many an hour's study to no purpose, his labors lost, and see, how should it otherwise be? I may conclude with Gregory temporalium amor, quantum efficit, cum haeret possessio, tantum quam subtrahitur, urit dolor, riches do not so much exhilarate us with their possession, as they torment us with their loss. Next to sorrow still I may annex such accidents as procure fear. For besides those terrors which I have before touched, and many other fears, which are infinite, there is a superstitious fear, one of the three great causes of fear in Aristotle, commonly caused by prodigies and dismal accidents, which much trouble many of us. Nescio quid animus mihi praesagit mali. As if a hare cross the way at our going forth, or a mouse gnaw our clothes. If they bleed 3 drops at nose, the salt falls towards them, a black spot appear in their nails, and see with many such which Delrio Tom. 2L3. Sect, 4 Austin Niphus in his book De Auguriis, Polydor Virg, L3, De Prodigas, Sarisperiensis Polycrat, L1, C13, discuss at large. They are so much affected that with the very strength of imagination, fear, and the devil's craft, they pull those misfortunes they suspect upon their own heads, and that which they fear shall come upon them, as Solomon foretelleth, Prov. X24. And Isaiah denounceth LXVI. For which if they could neglect and contemn, would not come to pass, earum vires nostra resident opinioni, ut more by gravitas, grotantium cogitation, they are intended and remitted, as our opinion is fixed more or less. N dat ponas, saith Crotto of such a one, utinam non attraherit. He is punished, and is the cause of it himself. Dum fata fugimus fata stulti incurrimus, the thing that I feared, saith Job, is fallen upon me. As much we may say of them that are troubled with their fortunes, or ill destinies foreseen. Multos angit prescientia malorum, the foreknowledge of what shall come to pass, crucifies many men. Foretold by astrologers or wizards, erratum obselum, be it ill accident or death itself, which often falls out by God's permission. Quia demonum timent, saith Chrysostom, Deus ideo permittit accidere. Severus, Adrian, Domitian can testify as much, of whose fear and suspicion, Sueton, Herodian, and the rest of those writers tell strange stories in this behalf. Montanus Consul. 31. Hath one example of a young man exceeding melancholy upon this occasion. Such fears have still tormented mortal men in all ages, by reason of those lying oracles and juggling priests. There was a fountain in Greece, near Ceres' temple in Achaia, where the event of such diseases was to be known. A glass let down by a thread, and see amongst those Cyanean rocks at the springs of Lycia, was the oracle of Thrixius Apollo, where all fortunes were foretold, sickness, health, or what they would besides. So common people have been always deluded with future events. At this day, metus futurorum maxime torque sinas, this foolish fear, mightily crucifies them in China. As Matthew Rixius the Jesuit informeth us, in his commentaries of those countries, of all nations they are most superstitious, and much tormented in this kind, attributing so much to their divinators, ut ips metus fidem facit, that fear itself and conceit cause it to fall out. If he foretells sickness such a day, that very time they will be sick. Romans 6 metus afflicti in egratudinem cadunt. And many times die as it is foretold. A true saying, timor mortis mort pejor, the fear of death is worse than death itself, and the memory of that sad hour, to some fortunate and rich men, is as bitter as gall, ekel, Roman 41. One inquietam nobis vitam facit mortis metis, a worse plague cannot happen to a man than to be so troubled in his mind. Tis trist divortium, a heavy separation, to leave their goods with so much labor got, pleasures of the world, which they have so deliciously enjoyed, friends and companions whom they so dearly loved all at once. Axicchus the philosopher was bold and courageous all his life, and gave good precepts to contemnenda mort, and against the vanity of the world to others. But being now ready to die himself, he was mightily dejected, hac lus priveber. His orbeber bonus, he lamented like a child, and and though Socrates himself was there to comfort him, ubi pristina virtutum jactatio o axiach. Where is all your boasted virtue now, my friend? Yet he was very timorous and impatient of death, much troubled in his mind, imbellis paver et impatientia, and O Clotho, Megapetus the tyrant in Lucian exclaims, now ready to depart, let me live a while longer. I will give thee 1,000 talents of gold, and 2 bowls besides, which I took from Cleocritus, worth 100 talents apiece. Woe's me, saith another, what goodly manors shall I leave? What fertile fields? What a fine house? What pretty children? How many servants? Who shall gather my grapes, my corn? Must I now die so well settled? Leave all, so richly and well provided. Woe's me, what shall I do? Animula vagula blandula, qua nunc abibis in loca. To these tortures of fear and sorrow may well be annexed curiosity, that irksome, that tyrannizing care, nimia solicitudo, superfluous industry about unprofitable things and their qualities as Thomas defines it. An itching humor or a kind of longing to see that which is not to be seen, to do that which ought not to be done, to know that secret which should not be known, to eat of the forbidden fruit. We commonly molest and tire ourselves about things unfit and unnecessary, as Martha troubled herself to little purpose. Be it in religion, humanity, magic, philosophy, policy, any action or study, 'tis a needless trouble, a mere torment. For what else is school divinity, how many doth it puzzle? What fruitless questions about the Trinity, resurrection, election, predestination, reprobation, hellfire, and see, how many shall be saved, damned? What else is all superstition, but an endless observation of idle ceremonies, traditions? What is most of our philosophy but a labyrinth of opinions, idle questions, propositions, metaphysical terms? Socrates, therefore, held all philosophers, cavillers, and madmen. Circa subtilia cavillators pro insanis habuit, palem ius argens, saith Eusebius, because they commonly sought after such things qui nec percipi a nobis nec comprehendi possit, or put case they did understand, yet they were altogether unprofitable. For what matter is it for us to know how high the Pleiades are, how far distant Perseus and Cassiopeia from us, how deep the sea, and see, we are neither wiser as he follows it, nor modester, nor better, nor richer, nor stronger for the knowledge of it. Quod supra nos nihil ad nos, I may say the same of those genethliacal studies. What is astrology but vain elections predictions? All magic but a troublesome error, a pernicious foppery, physic but intricate rules and prescriptions. Philology but vain criticisms, logic needless sophisms, metaphysics themselves but intricate subtleties and fruitless abstractions, alchemy but a bundle of errors. To what end are such great tomes? Why do we spend so many years in their studies? Much better to know nothing at all, as those barbarous Indians are wholly ignorant, than as some of us to be so sore vexed about unprofitable toys. Stultus labor est ineptiarum, to build a house without pins, make a rope of sand, to what end? Cui bono he studies on, but as the boy told St. Austin, when I have laved the sea dry, thou shalt understand the mystery of the Trinity. He makes observations, keeps times and seasons, and as Conradus the emperor would not touch his new bride, till an astrologer had told him a masculine hour, but with what success? He travels into Europe, Africa, Asia, searcheth every creek, sea, city, mountain, gulf, to what end? See one promontory, said Socrates of old, one mountain, one sea, one river, and see all. An alchemist spends his fortunes to find out the philosopher's stone forsooth, cure all diseases, make men long-lived, victorious, fortunate, invisible, and beggars himself, misled by those seducing impostors, which he shall never attain to make gold. An antiquary consumes his treasure and time to scrape up a company of old coins, statues, rules, edicts, manuscripts, and see, he must know what was done of old in Athens, Rome, what lodging, diet, houses they had, and have all the present news at first. Though never so remote before all others, what projects, counsels, consultations, and see, quid Juno in aurum insuserit Jovi, what's now decreed in France, what in Italy. Who was he, whence comes he, which way, whither goes he, and see. Aristotle must find out the motion of Euripus, Pliny must needs see Vesuvius, but how sped they? One loseth goods, another his life. Pyrrhus will conquer Africa first, and then Asia. He will be a sole monarch, a second immortal, a third rich, a fourth commands. Turbine magno spes soliciti in herbibus errant. We run, ride, take indefatigable pains, all up early, down late, striving to get that which we had better be without. Ardelians busybodies as we are, it were much fitter for us to be quiet, sit still, and take our ease. His sole study is for words, that they be, lepidi lexes composti, ut tesseruli omnes, not a syllable misplaced, to set out a stramina subject. As thine is about apparel, to follow the fashion, to be terse and polite, tease thy sole business, both with like profit. His only delight is building. He spends himself to get curious pictures, intricate models, and plots. Another is wholly ceremonious about titles, degrees, inscriptions. A third is oversolicitous about his diet. He must have such and such exquisite sauces, meat so dressed, so far-fetched, peregrine eris volicers, so cooked, and see, something to provoke thirst, something anon to quench his thirst. Thus he redeems his appetite with extraordinary charge to his purse, is seldom pleased with any meal, whilst a trivial stomach useth all with delight and is never offended. Another must have roses in winter, alieni temporis flores, snow water in summer, fruits before they can be or are usually ripe, artificial gardens and fish ponds on the tops of houses, all things opposite to the vulgar sort, intricate and rare, or else they are nothing worth. So busy, nice, curious wits make that insupportable in all vocations, trades, actions, employments, which to duller apprehensions is not offensive, earnestly seeking that which others so scornfully neglect. Thus through our foolish curiosity do we macerate ourselves, tire our souls, and run headlong, through our indiscretion, perverse will, and want of government, into many needless cares, and troubles, vain expenses, tedious journeys, painful hours. And when all is done, quorsum hic. Cui bono? To what end? Nescer vel qui magister maximus docer non vult, erudita insitia est. Unfortunate marriage. Amongst these passions and irksome accidents, unfortunate marriage may be ranked. A condition of life appointed by God himself in paradise, an honorable and happy estate, and as great a felicity as can befall a man in this world, if the parties can agree as they ought, and live as Seneca lived with his Paulina. But if they be unequally matched or at discord, a greater misery cannot be expected. To have a scold, a slut, a harlot, a fool, a fury, or a fiend, there can be no such plague. Eccles. Roman 26:14 He that hath her is as if he held a scorpion, and see Roman 26:25 A wicked wife makes a sorry countenance, a heavy heart, and he had rather dwell with a lion than keep house with such a wife. Her properties Jovianus Pontanus hath described at large, ant, dial, Tom 2 under the name of Euphorbia, or if they be not equal in years, the like mischief happens, Cecilius in Agellius lib. 2 cap. 23 complains much of an old wife, dum ejus morti in hio, egomit mortus vivo inter vivos, whilst I gape after her death. I live a dead man amongst the living. Or if they dislike upon any occasion, judge who that are unfortunately wed what 'tis to come into a loathed bed. The same inconvenience befalls women. Et vos o duri miseram lugit parents, si ferro aut laqueo leva, hac me ex solver sort sustineo. Hard-hearted parents both lament my fate, if self I kill or hang, to ease my state. A young gentlewoman in Basel was married, Seth Felix Plater, observe at L1, to an ancient man against her will, whom she could not affect. She was continually melancholy, and pined away for grief, and though her husband did all he could possibly to give her content, in a discontented humor at length she hanged herself. Many other stories he relates in this kind. Thus men are plagued with women, they again with men, when they are of divers humors and conditions. He a spendthrift, she sparing, one honest, the other dishonest, and see parents many times disquiet their children, and they their parents. A foolish son is an heaviness to his mother. Injusta noverca. A stepmother often vexeth a whole family, is matter of repentance, exercise of patience, fuel of dissension, which made Cato's son expostulate with his father, why he should offer to marry his client Salinius' daughter, a young wench cujus causa novercam inducerit. What offense had he done, that he should marry again? Unkind, unnatural friends, evil neighbors, bad servants, debts and debates, and see, 'twas Chilon's sentence, comes eris alieni et litis est miseria, misery and usury do commonly together. Suretyship is the bane of many families, spond presto noxa est. He shall be sore vexed that is surety for a stranger, Prov. Xi 15, and he that hateth suretyship is sure. Contention, brawling, lawsuits, falling out of neighbors and friends. Discordia demens virg. 6 are equal to the first, grieve many a man and vex his soul. Nihil sane miserabilius aerum mentibus. As Boter holds, nothing so miserable as such men, full of cares, griefs, anxieties, as if they were stabbed with a sharp sword, fear, suspicion, desperation, sorrow, are their ordinary companions. Our Welshmen are noted by some of their own writers to consume one another in this kind, but whosoever they are that use it, these are their common symptoms, especially if they be convict or overcome, cast in a suit. Arius put out of a bishopric by Eustathius, turned heretic, and lived after discontented all his life. Every repulse is of like nature. Heu quanta despi decidi, disgrace, infamy, detraction will almost effect as much, and that a long time after. Hipponax, a satirical poet, so vilified and lashed 2 painters in his iambics. Ut ambo laqueo si suffocarent, Pliny saith, both hanged themselves. All oppositions, dangers, perplexities, discontents to live in any suspense are of the same rank. Potes hoc sub caju ducere somnos, who can be secure in such cases, ill-bestowed benefits, ingratitude, unthankful friends, much disquiet and molest some. Unkind speeches trouble as many. Uncivil carriage or dogged answers, weak women above the rest, if they proceed from their surly husbands, are as bitter as gall, and not to be digested. A glassman's wife in Basel became melancholy because her husband said he would marry again if she died. No cut to unkindness, as the saying is, a frown and hard speech, ill respect, a browbeating, or bad look, especially to courtiers or such as attend upon great persons, is present death. Ingenium vultu stat caduc suo, they ebb and flow with their master's favors. Some persons are at their wits' ends, if by chance they overshoot themselves in their ordinary speeches or actions, which may after turn to their disadvantage or disgrace, or have any secret disclosed. Roncius Epist. Missel. 2. Reports of a gentlewoman 25 years old, that falling foul with one of her gossips, was upbraided with a secret infirmity. No matter what in public, and so much grieved with it, that she did thereupon solitudines querer omnes obsi abelgare, ac tandem in gravissimum incidens melancholium, contabsir, forsake all company, quite moped, and in a melancholy humor pine away. Others are as much tortured to see themselves rejected, contemned, scorned, disabled, defamed, detracted, undervalued, or left behind their fellows. Lucian brings in Edemicles, a philosopher in his Lapith. Convivio, much discontented that he was not invited amongst the rest, expostulating the matter in a long epistle with Aristonetus their host. Predicstatus, a robed gentleman in Plutarch, would not sit down at a feast, because he might not sit highest, but went his ways all in a chafe. We see the common quarrelings that are ordinary with us, for taking of the wall, precedency, and the like, which though toys in themselves, and things of no moment, yet they cause many distempers, much heart-burning amongst us. Nothing pierceth deeper than a contempt or disgrace, especially if they be generous spirits. Scarce anything affects them more than to be despised or vilified. Crotto, Consul. 16 L2 exemplifies it, and common experience confirms it. Of the same nature is oppression, Eccles. 77 Surely oppression makes a man mad, loss of liberty, which made Brutus venture his life, Cato kill himself, and Tully complain, omnem hilaridatum in perpetuum amici, mine heart's broken, I shall never look up, or be merry again, hic jactura intolerabilis, to some parties 'tis a most intolerable loss. Banishment a great misery, as Tedius describes it in an epigram of his. Nam miserum est patria missa, laribusque vagari mendicum, et timida voce roger cibos. Omnibus invisus, quacunc accessorit exul semper erit, semper spreadus egensque jacet, and c. A miserable thing, 'tis so to wander, and like a beggar for to whine at door. Contemned of all the world, an exile is hated, rejected, needy still and poor. Polynices in his conference with Jocasta in Euripides reckons up 5 miseries of a banished man, the least of which alone were enough to deject some pusillanimous creatures. Oftentimes a too great feeling of our own infirmities or imperfections of body or mind will shrivel us up, as if we be long sick, o beta sanitas, t present, aminum ver florit gratiis, obsc t nemo betis. O blessed health, thou art above all gold and treasure Eccles. XXX. 15 The poor man's riches, the rich man's bliss, without thee there can be no happiness. Or visited with some loathsome disease, offensive to others, or troublesome to ourselves. As a stinking breath, deformity of our limbs, crookedness, loss of an eye, leg, hand, paleness, leanness, redness, baldness, loss or want of hair, and see, hic ubi flura keepit, diros ictus cordi infert, saith Synesius, he himself troubled not a little ob comi defectum. The loss of hair alone strikes a cruel stroke to the heart. Echo, an old woman, seeing by chance her face in a true glass, for she used false flattering glasses belike at other times, as most gentlewomen do, animi dolor in insanium delapsa est, Caelius Rhodogenus L17, C2, ran mad. Brothius, the son of Vulcan, because he was ridiculous for his imperfections, flung himself into the fire. Lies of Corinth, now grown old, gave up her glass to Venus, for she could not abide to look upon it. Qualis sum nolo, qualis iram nequio. Generally to fair nice pieces, old age and foul linen are 2 most odious things, a torment of torments, they may not abide the thought of it. Odiorum quisquis hic audis, utinam inter eram. Nuda leones. Antiquem terpes macies descens occupit malas, tenerique succus defluit preti, speciosa quera. Passir to graze. Hear me, some gracious heavenly power, let lions dire this naked corse devour. My cheeks ere hollow wrinkles seize, ere yet their rosy bloom decays, while youth yet rolls its vital flood, let tigers friendly riot in my blood. To be foul, ugly, and deformed, much better be buried alive. Some are fair but barren, and that galls them. Hannah wept sore, did not eat, and was troubled in spirit, and all for her barrenness, 1 Sam 1, and Gen. 30. Rachel said in the anguish of her soul, "Give me a child, or I shall die. Another hath too many. One was never married, and that's his hell. Another is, and that's his plague." Some are troubled in that they are obscure, others by being traduced, slandered, abused, disgraced, vilified, or any way injured. Minim mirror eus, as he said, qui insanier occipiunt ex injuria, I marvel not at all if offenses make men mad. 17 particular causes of anger and offense. Aristotle reckons them up, which for brevity's sake I must omit. No tidings troubles one, ill reports, rumors, bad tidings or news, hard hap, ill success, cast in a suit, vain hopes or hope deferred another. Expectation, adeo omnibus in rebus molesta semper est expectatio, as Polybius observes. One is too eminent, another too base-born, and that alone tortures him as much as the rest. One is out of action, company, employment. Another overcome and tormented with worldly cares and onerous business. But what tongue can suffice to speak of all? Many men catch this malady by eating certain meats, herbs, roots ad unawares, as henbane, nightshade, cicuta, mandrakes, and see a company of young men at Agrigentum in Sicily, came into a tavern, where after they had freely taken their liquor, whether it were the wine itself, or something mixed with it, 'tis not yet known, but upon a sudden they began to be so troubled in their brains, and their fantasy so crazed, that they thought they were in a ship at sea, and now ready to be cast away by reason of a tempest. Wherefore, to avoid shipwreck and present drowning, they flung all the goods in the house out at the windows into the street, or into the sea, as they supposed. Thus they continued mad a pretty season, and being brought before the magistrate to give an account of this their fact, they told him, not yet recovered of their madness, that what was done they did for fear of death, and to avoid imminent danger. The spectators were all amazed at this their stupidity, and gazed on them still, whilst one of the ancientest of the company, in a grave tone, excused himself to the magistrate upon his knees. O viri tritones, ego in imo jacui, I beseech your deities and see. For I was in the bottom of the ship all the while. Another besought them as so many sea gods to be good unto them, and if ever he and his fellows came to land again, he would build an altar to their service. The magistrate could not sufficiently laugh at this their madness, bid them sleep it out, and so went his ways. Many such accidents frequently happen upon these unknown occasions. Some are so caused by philters, wandering in the sun, biting of a mad dog, a blow on the head, stinging with that kind of spider called tarantula, an ordinary thing if we may believe Scuc. L6. Divenines in Calabria and Apulia in Italy, Cardan subtil. L9. Scaliger exercitat. 185. Their symptoms are merrily described by Jovianus Pontanus and Dial, how they dance all together and are cured by music. Cardan speaks of certain stones, if they be carried about one, which will cause melancholy and madness. He calls them unhappy, as an adamant, selenites, and sea which dry up the body, increase cares, diminish sleep. Ctesias in Persicis makes mention of a well in those parts, of which if any man drink, he is mad for 24 hours. Some lose their wits by terrible objects, as elsewhere I have more copiously dilated, and life itself many times, as Hippolytus affrighted by Neptune's seahorses, Athamas by Juno's furies. But these relations are common in all writers. Hic alias potram, et plures subnectar causas, sed jumenta vocant, et sol inclinat, undum est. Many such causes, much more could I say, but that for provender my cattle stay. The sun declines, and I must needs away. These causes, if they be considered, and come alone, I do easily yield, can do little of themselves, seldom or apart. An old oak is not felled at a blow, though many times they are all sufficient every one. Yet if they concur, as often they do, vis unita fortior. Et qui non absunt singula multa nocent, they may batter a strong constitution. As Austin said, many grains and small sands sink a ship, many small drops make a flood, and see, often reiterated. Many dispositions produce an habit. Mem. V. Subsect. I. Continent, inward, antecedent, next causes, and how the body works on the mind. As a purlieu hunter, I have hitherto beaten about the circuit of the forest of this microcosm, and followed only those outward adventitious causes. I will now break into the inner rooms, and rip up the antecedent immediate causes which are there to be found. For as the distraction of the mind, amongst other outward causes and perturbations, alters the temperature of the body, so the distraction and distemper of the body will cause a distemperature of the soul, and 'tis hard to decide which of these two do more harm to the other. Plato, Cyprian, and some others, as I have formerly said, lay the greatest fault upon the soul, excusing the body. Others again, accusing the body, excuse the soul as a principal agent. Their reasons are because the manners do follow the temperature of the body, as Galen proves in his book of that subject, Prosper Calenius de Atrabile, Jason Pratensis C. Demania, Lemnius L4. C16, and many others, and that which Gualter hath commented, Home 10, in Epist. Johannes is most true. Concupiscence and originals in, inclinations, and bad humors are radical in every one of us, causing these perturbations, affections, and several distempers, offering many times violence unto the soul. Every man is tempted by his own concupiscence. James I 14, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak, and rebelleth against the spirit, as our apostle teacheth us. That methinks the soul hath the better plea against the body, which so forcibly inclines us, that we cannot resist, nec nos obnidi contra, nec tendir tantum sufficissimus. How the body being material, worketh upon the immaterial soul, by mediation of humors and spirits which participate of both and ill-disposed organs, Cornelius Agrippa hath discoursed lib 1 occult. Philos, cap. 63, 64, 65. Levinus Lemnius lib. 1 occult. Nat. Mir. cap. 12, et 16, et 21. Institut. Ad opt. Vit. Perkins lib 1 cases of cons. Cap. 12. T. Bright c. 10, 11, 12. In his treatise of melancholy, for as anger, fear, sorrow, obtruction, emulation, and c mentis intimos recessus occuparent, saith Lemnius, corpori quoque infesta sunt, et eliteti rimos morbos inferunt, cause grievous diseases in the body, so bodily diseases affect the soul by consent. Now the chiefest causes proceed from the heart, humors, spirits. As they are purer or impurer, so is the mind, and equally suffers, as a lute out of tune, if one string or one organ be distempered, all the rest miscarry, corpus honestum hesternes vitiis, animum quoque pregravat una. The body is domicilium animi, her house, abode, and stay. And as a torch gives a better light, a sweeter smell, according to the matter it is made of, so doth our soul perform all her actions, better or worse, as her organs are disposed, or as wine savors of the cask wherein it is kept. The soul receives a tincture from the body, through which it works. We see this in old men, children, Europeans. Asians, hot and cold climes. Sanguine are merry, melancholy sad, phlegmatic dull, by reason of abundance of those humors, and they cannot resist such passions which are inflicted by them. For in this infirmity of human nature, as Melanchthon declares, the understanding is so tied to, and captivated by his inferior senses, that without their help he cannot exercise his functions, and the will being weakened, hath but a small power to restrain those outward parts, but suffers herself to be overruled by them. That I must needs conclude with Lemnius, spiritus et humors maximum nocumentum obtinent, spirits and humors do most harm in troubling the soul. How should a man choose but be choleric and angry, that hath his body so clogged with abundance of gross humors, or melancholy, that is so inwardly disposed? That thence comes then this malady, madness, apoplexies, lethargies, and see it may not be denied. Now this body of ours is most part distempered by some precedent diseases, which molest his inward organs and instruments, and so per consequens cause melancholy, according to the consent of the most approved physicians. This humor, as Avicenna L3, Fen 1 Tract, 4c18, Arnoldus Brevier, L1, c18, Jacanus Comment, in 9 Races c15, Montaltus c10, Nicholas Piso c de Melon, and c. suppose is begotten by the distemperature of some inward part, innate, or left after some inflammation, or else included in the blood after an ague or some other malignant disease. This opinion of theirs concurs with that of Galen L3, c6, de loci's affect. Guianerius gives an instance in one so caused by a quartan ague, and Montanus consul. 32. In a young man of 28 years of age, so distempered after a quartan which had molested him 5 years together, Hildesheim Spissel. 2 de Mania relates of a Dutch baron grievously tormented with melancholy after a long ague. Galen, L. de Atrabile, c4, puts the plague a cause. Boetaldus in his book de Louvener. c2. The French pox for a cause, others, frenzy, epilepsy, apoplexy, because those diseases do often degenerate into this. Of suppression of hemorrhoids, hemorrhagia, or bleeding at the nose, menstruous retentions, although they deserve a larger explication as being the sole cause of a proper kind of melancholy in more ancient maids, nuns, and widows, handled apart by Rodricus a Castro, and Mercatus as I have elsewhere signified, or any other evacuation stopped, I have already spoken. Only this I will add, that this melancholy which shall be caused by such infirmities deserves to be pitied of all men, and to be respected with a more tender compassion, according to Laurentius, as coming from a more inevitable cause. Subsect Roman 2. Distemperature of particular parts causes. There is almost no part of the body which being distempered doth not cause this malady, as the brain and his parts, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, matrix or womb, pylorus, mirach, mesentery, hypochondries, mesaraic veins, and in a word saith Arculanus, there is no part which causeth not melancholy, either because it is a dust or doth not expel the superfluity of the nutriment. Savonarola Pract. Major, Rubric. 11. Tract. 6 Cap. 1 is of the same opinion that melancholy is engendered in each particular part, and Crato in Consul. 17. Lib. 2 Gordonius, who is instar omnium lib. med. Partic. 2 Cap. 19. Confirms as much, putting the matter of melancholy, sometimes in the stomach, liver, heart, brain, spleen, mirach, hypochondries, when as the melancholy humor resides there, or the liver is not well cleansed from melancholy blood. The brain is a familiar and frequent cause, too hot or too cold through a dust blood so caused, as Mercurialis will have it within or without the head, the brain itself being distempered. Those are most apt to this disease that have a hot heart and moist brain, which Montaltus Cap. 11. De Melanch. Approves out of Haliabas, Races, and Avicenna, Mercurialis Consul. 11. Assigns the coldness of the brain a cause, and Salustius Salvianus Med. Lect. L2. C1. Will have it arise from a cold and dry distemperature of the brain. Piso, Benedictus Victorius Faventinus, will have it proceed from a hot distemperature of the brain, and Montaltus Cap. 10. From the brain's heat, scorching the blood. The brain is still distempered by himself or by consent, by himself or his proper affection, as Faventinus calls it, or by vapors which arise from the other parts and fume up into the head, altering the animal facilities. Hildesheim Spissel. 2 Domania thinks it may be caused from a distemperature of the heart, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. A hot liver and a cold stomach are put for usual causes of melancholy. Mercurialis Consul. 11. Et Consul. 6. Consul 86. Assigns a hot liver and cold stomach for ordinary causes. Menavius, in an epistle of his to Crato and Scoltzius, is of opinion that hypochondriacal melancholy may proceed from a cold liver. The question is there discussed. Most agree that a hot liver is in fault. The liver is the shop of humors, and especially causeth melancholy by his hot and dry distemperature. The stomach and mesaraic veins do often concur, by reason of their obstructions, and thence their heat cannot be avoided, and many times the matter is so adust and inflamed in those parts that it degenerates into hypochondriacal melancholy. Guianerius c. 2. Tract. 15. Holds the mesaraic veins to be a sufficient cause alone. The spleen concurs to this malady, by all their consents and suppression of hemorrhoids, dum non expurgit altera causa lien, saith Montaltus, if it be too cold and dry, and do not purge the other parts as it ought. Consul. 23. Montanus puts the spleen stopped for a great cause. Christophorus of Viger reports of his knowledge, that he hath known melancholy caused from putrefied blood in those seed veins and womb. Arculanus, from that menstruous blood turned into melancholy, and seed too long detained, as I have already declared, by putrefaction or adustion. The mesenterium or midriff, diaphragma, is a cause which the Greeks called phi rho letter 1f73 nu alpha sigma, because by his inflammation the mind is much troubled with convulsions and dotage. All these, most part, offend by inflammation, corrupting humors and spirits in this non-natural melancholy, for from these are engendered fuliginous and black spirits, and for that reason Montaltus Cap. 10. De causis melon. Will have the efficient cause of melancholy to be hot and dry, not a cold and dry distemperature, as some hold, from the heat of the brain, roasting the blood, immoderate heat of the liver and bowels, and inflammation of the pylorus. And so much the rather, because that, as Galen holds, all spices inflame the blood, solitariness, waking, agues, study, meditation, all which heat. And therefore he concludes that this distemperature causing adventitious melancholy is not cold and dry, but hot and dry. But of this I have sufficiently treated in the matter of melancholy, and hold that this may be true in non-natural melancholy, which produceth madness, but not in that natural, which is more cold, and being immoderate, produceth a gentle dotage. Which opinion Geraldus de Solo maintains in his comment upon Rhases. Subsect Roman 3, Causes of Head Melancholy. After a tedious discourse of the general causes of melancholy, I am now returned at last to treat in brief of the 3 particular species, and such causes as properly appertain unto them. Although these causes promiscuously concur to each and every particular kind, and commonly produce their effects in that part which is most ill-disposed and least able to resist, and so cause all 3 species, yet many of them are proper to some one kind, and seldom found in the rest. As for example, head melancholy is commonly caused by a cold or hot distemperature of the brain, according to Laurentius Cap. 5 de Melon, but as Hercules de Saxonia contends, from that agitation or distemperature of the animal spirits alone. Sallust, Salvianus before mentioned, lib 2 Cap. 3 de Re Med, will have it proceed from cold, but that I take of natural melancholy, such as are fools and dote, for as Galen writes lib 4 de Pools. 8. And Avicenna, a cold and moist brain is an inseparable companion of folly. But this adventitious melancholy which is here meant, is caused of a hot and dry distemperature, as Damascene the Arabian lib. 3 Cap. 22. Thinks, and most writers, Altomarus and Piso call it an innate burning intemperateness, turning blood and choler into melancholy. Both these opinions may stand good, as Bruhl maintains, and Capivaccius, see Cerebrum sit Calidius, if the brain be hot, the animal spirits will be hot, and thence comes madness, if cold, folly. David Crucius Theat. Morb, Hermit. Lib 2 Cap. 6 de Atrabile grants melancholy to be a disease of an inflamed brain, but cold notwithstanding of itself, callida per accidens, frigida per se, hot by accident only. I am of Capivaccius' mind for my part. Now this humor, according to Salvianus, is sometimes in the substance of the brain, sometimes contained in the membranes and tunicles that cover the brain, sometimes in the passages of the ventricles of the brain, or veins of those ventricles. It follows many times frenzy, long diseases, agues, long abode in hot places or under the sun, a blow on the head, as Rhases informeth us. Piso adds solitariness, waking, inflammations of the head, proceeding most part from much use of spices, hot wines, hot meats, all which Montanus reckons up consul. 22. For a melancholy Jew, and Huenius repeats Cap. 12. Demania, hot baths, garlic, onions, saith Guianerius, bad air, corrupt, much waking and sea, retention of seed or abundance, stopping of hemorrhagia, the midriff misaffected, and according to Trallianus L. 116. Immoderate cares, troubles, griefs, discontent, study, meditation, and in a word, the abuse of all those 6 non-natural things. Hercules de Saxonia Cap. 16. Lib 1, will have it caused from a cautery or boiled dried up or an issue. Amatus Lusitanus sent. 2 Cura. 67. Gives instance in a fellow that had a hole in his arm, after that was healed, ran mad, and when the wound was open, he was cured again. Trincavelius consul. 13. Lib 1 hath an example of a melancholy man so caused by overmuch continuance in the sun, frequent use of venery, and a moderate exercise, and in his cons. 49. Lib 3 from a headpiece overheated, which caused head melancholy. Prosper Calenus brings in Cardinal Cesius for a pattern of such as are so melancholy by long study, but examples are infinite. Subsect Roman 4, Causes of hypochondriacal or windy melancholy. In repeating of these causes, I must crambum bis coctem opponer, say that again which I have formerly said, in applying them to their proper species. Hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy is that which the Arabians call miracial, and is in my judgment the most grievous and frequent, though Bruhl and Laurentius make it least dangerous, and not so hard to be known or cured. His causes are inward or outward. Inward from divers parts or organs, as midriff, spleen, stomach, liver, pylorus, womb, diaphragma, mesaraic veins, stopping of issues, and see Montaltus Cap. 15. Out of Galen recites heat and obstruction of those mesaraic veins as an immediate cause, by which means the passage of the chylus to the liver is detained, stopped or corrupted, and turned into rumbling and wind. Montanus consul. 233 hath an evident demonstration, Trincavelius another, lib 1, Cap. 1 and Plater a third, observe at. Lib 1, for a doctor of the law visited with this infirmity, from the said obstruction and heat of these mesaraic veins and bowels. Quoniam inter ventriculum et jecer veni effervescunt, the veins are inflamed about the liver and stomach. Sometimes those other parts are together misaffected, and concur to the production of this malady. A hot liver and cold stomach, or cold belly. Look for instances in Hilarius, Victor Trincavelius, Consul. 35 L3 Hildesheim Spissel, 2 Fall, 132 Solnander Consul. 9 Pro Sive Lugjunensi Montanus Consul. 229 for the Earl of Montfort in Germany, 1549, and for Simlica in the 233 consultation of the said Montanus. I Caesar Claudinus gives instance of a cold stomach and over-hot liver, almost in every consultation, con 89 for a certain count, and con 106 for a Polonian baron. By reason of heat the blood is inflamed, and gross vapors sent to the heart and brain. Mercurialis subscribes to them, cons. 89 the stomach being misaffected, which he calls the king of the belly, because if he be distempered, all the rest suffer with him, as being deprived of their nutriment, or fed with bad nourishment. By means of which come crudities, obstructions, wind, rumbling, griping, and see Hercules de Saxonia, besides heat, will have the weakness of the liver and his obstruction a cause, facultatum debilum gessinoris, which he calls the mineral of melancholy. Laurentius assigns this reason, because the liver over-hot draws the meat undigested out of the stomach, and burneth the humors. Montanus, cons. 244, proves that sometimes a cold liver may be a cause. Laurentius C12, Trincavelius lib. 12 Consul. And Gualter Bruhl seems to lay the greatest fault upon the spleen, that doth not his duty in purging the liver as he ought, being too great, or too little, in drawing too much blood sometimes to it, and not expelling it, as P. Meandrus in a consultation of his noted Tumorum Lenis, he names it, and the fountain of melancholy. Diocles supposed the ground of this kind of melancholy to proceed from the inflammation of the pylorus, which is the nether mouth of the ventricle. Others assign the mesenterium or midriff distempered by heat, the womb misaffected, stopping of hemorrhoids with many such. All which Laurentius cap. 12 reduceth to 3 mesentery, liver, and spleen, from whence he denominates hepatic, splenetic, and mesaraic melancholy. Outward causes are bad diet, care, griefs, discontents, and in a word all those 6 non-natural things, as Montanus found by his experience, Consul. 244, Solnander Consul. 9 for a citizen of Lyon in France gives his reader to understand that he knew this mischief procured by a medicine of cantharides, which an unskilful physician ministered his patient to drink ad venerem excitandum. But most commonly fear, grief, and some sudden commotion, or perturbation of the mind, begin it, in such bodies especially as are ill-disposed. Melancthon, Tract. 14 cap. 2 de anima will have it as common to men, as the mother to women, upon some grievous trouble, dislike, passion, or discontent. For as Camerius records in his life, Melancthon himself was much troubled with it, and therefore could speak out of experience. Montanus, Consul. 22 pro delirante judio confirms it, grievous symptoms of the mind brought him to it. Randolodius relates of himself, that being one day very intent to write out a physician's notes, molested by an occasion, he fell into a hypochondriacal fit, to avoid which he drank the decoction of wormwood, and was freed. Melancthon, being the disease is so troublesome and frequent, holds it a most necessary and profitable study, for every man to know the accidents of it, and a dangerous thing to be ignorant, and would therefore have all men in some sort to understand the causes, symptoms, and cures of it. Subsect v. Causes of melancholy from the whole body. As before, the cause of this kind of melancholy is inward or outward. Inward, when the liver is apt to engender such a humor, or the spleen weak by nature, and not able to discharge his office. A melancholy temperature, retention of hemorrhoids, monthly issues, bleeding at nose, long diseases, agues, and all those 6 non-natural things increase it. But especially bad diet, as Piso thinks, pulse, salt meat, shellfish, cheese, black wine, and C. Mercurialis out of Averroes and Avicenna condemns all herbs. Galen lib 3 de Locke, effect. Cap. 7 especially cabbage. So likewise fear, sorrow, discontents, and C, but of these before. And thus in brief you have had the general and particular causes of melancholy. Now go and brag of thy present happiness, Whosoever thou art, brag of thy temperature, of thy good parts, insult, triumph, and boast. Thou seest in what a brittle state thou art, how soon thou mayst be dejected, how many several ways, by bad diet, bad air, a small loss, a little sorrow or discontent, an ague, and see. How many sudden accidents may procure thy ruin, what a small tenure of happiness thou hast in this life, how weak and silly a creature thou art. Humble thyself, therefore, under the mighty hand of God. 1 Peter v6. Know thyself, acknowledge thy present misery, and make right use of it. Qui stat videt ne cadet. Thou dost now flourish, and hast bona animi, corporis et fortuni, goods of body, mind, and fortune, nescis quid sera secum vesper ferat. Thou knowest not what storms and tempests the late evening may bring with it. Be not secure then, be sober and watch, fortunam reverenter habe, if fortunate and rich, if sick and poor, moderate thyself. I have said. Sect Roman 3, Mem. I. Subsect I. Symptoms or signs of melancholy in the body. Parrhasius, a painter of Athens, amongst those Olynthian captives Philip of Macedon brought home to sell, bought one very old man, and when he had him at Athens, put him to extreme torture and torment, the better by his example to express the pains and passions of his Prometheus, whom he was then about to paint. I need not be so barbarous, inhuman, curious, or cruel. For this purpose to torture any poor melancholy man, their symptoms are plain, obvious, and familiar. There needs no such accurate observation or far-fetched object. They delineate themselves, they voluntarily betray themselves, they are too frequent in all places. I meet them still as I go, they cannot conceal it, their grievances are too well known. I need not seek far to describe them. Symptoms therefore are either universal or particular. Saith Gordonius, lib. med. Cap. 19 part. 2 to persons, to species, some signs are secret, some manifest, some in the body, some in the mind, and diversely vary according to the inward or outward causes Capivaccius, or from stars according to Jovianus Pontanus de Reb. Calist. Lib. 10 Cap. 13 and celestial influences, or from the humors diversely mixed Ficinus, Lib. 1 Cap. 4 de Sanit. Tuenda, as they are hot, cold, natural, unnatural, intended, or remitted, so will Aetius have melancholica deliria multiformia, diversity of melancholy signs. Laurentius ascribes them to their several temperatures, delights, natures, inclinations, continuance of time, as they are simple or mixed with other diseases, as the causes are divers, so must the signs be almost infinite. Altamaris cap. 7 Art. Med. And as wine produceth divers effects, or that herb torticella in Laurentius, which makes some laugh, some weep, some sleep, some dance, some sing, some howl, some drink, and see so doth this our melancholy humor work several signs in several parties. But to confine them, these general symptoms may be reduced to those of the body or the mind. Those usual signs appearing in the bodies of such as are melancholy, be these cold and dry, or they are hot and dry, as the humor is more or less adust. From these first qualities arise many other second, as that of color, black, swarthy, pale, ruddy, and see, some are impense rubri, as Montaltus cap. 16 observes out of Galen, lib. 3, de locis affectis, very red and high-colored. Hippocrates in his book De Insania et Melan. Reckons up these signs that they are lean, withered, hollow-eyed, look old, wrinkled, harsh, much troubled with wind, and a griping in their bellies or bellyache, belch often, dry bellies and hard, dejected looks, flaggy beards, singing of the ears, vertigo, light-headed, little or no sleep, and that interrupt, terrible and fearful dreams. Anasaur, qui me suspensum insomnia tarent. The same symptoms are repeated by Melanelius in his book of Melancholy collected out of Galen, Ruffus, Aetius, by Rhases, Gordonius, and all the juniors, continual, sharp, and stinking belchings, as if their meat in their stomachs were putrefied, or that they had eaten fish, dry bellies, absurd and interrupt dreams, and many fantastical visions about their eyes, vertiginous, apt to tremble, and prone to venery. Some add palpitation of the heart, cold sweat as usual symptoms, and a leaping in many parts of the body, saltum in multis corporis partibus, a kind of itching, saith Laurentius, on the superficies of the skin like a flea biting sometimes. Montaltus cap. 21. Puts fixed eyes and much twinkling of their eyes for a sign, and so doth Avicenna, oculos habens palpitants, trolli vehementer rubicundi, and c. Lib. 3 fen 1 tract. 4 cap. 18. They stut most part, which he took out of Hippocrates' aphorisms. Rhases makes headache and a binding heaviness for a principal token, much leaping of wind about the skin, as well as stutting or tripping in speech, and C, hollow eyes, gross veins, and broad lips. To some too, if they be far gone, mimical gestures are too familiar. Laughing, grinning, fleering, murmuring, talking to themselves, with strange mouths and faces, inarticulate voices, exclamations, and C, and although they be commonly lean, hirsute, uncheerful in countenance, withered, and not so pleasant to behold, by reason of those continual fears, griefs, and vexations, dull, heavy, lazy, restless, unapt to go about any business. Yet their memories are most part good, they have happy wits, and excellent apprehensions. Their hot and dry brains make them they cannot sleep, ingens habent et crebras vigilias ardius, mighty and often watchings, sometimes waking for a month, a year together. Hercules de Saxonia faithfully averreth that he hath heard his mother swear, she slept not for 7 months together. Trincavius, Tom 2 Cons. 16. Speaks of one that waked 50 days, and Skenkius hath examples of 2 years, and all without offense. In natural actions their appetite is greater than their concoction. Multu appetunt pauca digrunt as Rhases hath it, they covet to eat, but cannot digest. And although they do eat much, yet they are lean, ill-liking, saith Aretius, withered and hard, much troubled with costiveness, crudities, oppilations, spitting, belching, and C. Their pulse is rare and slow, except it be of the carotids, which is very strong. But that varies according to their intended passions or perturbations, as Struthius hath proved at large sphygmatici. Ardes L4. C13. To say truth, in such chronic diseases the pulse is not much to be respected, there being so much superstition in it, as Crotto notes, and so many differences in Galen, that he dares say they may not be observed or understood of any man. Their urine is most part pale, and low-colored urina pauca acris, biliosa aretius, not much in quantity. But this, in my judgment, is all out as uncertain as the other, varying so often according to several persons, habits, and other occasions not to be respected in chronic diseases. Their melancholy excrements in some very much, in others little, as the spleen plays his part, and thence proceeds wind, palpitation of the heart, short breath, plenty of humidity in the stomach, heaviness of heart and heartache, and intolerable stupidity and dullness of spirits. Their excrements or stool hard, black to some and little. If the heart, brain, liver, spleen be misaffected, as usually they are, many inconveniences proceed from them, many diseases accompany, as incubus, apoplexy, epilepsy, vertigo, those frequent wakings and terrible dreams, intempestive laughing, weeping, sighing, sobbing, bashfulness, blushing, trembling, sweating, swooning, and see all their senses are troubled. They think they see, hear, smell, and touch that which they do not, as shall be proved in the following discourse. Subsect Roman 2. Symptoms or signs in the mind. Fear, Arculanus in 9, Rhases ad Almancer. Cap. 16. Will have these symptoms to be infinite, as indeed they are, varying according to the parties, for scarce is there one of 1,000 that dotes alike, Laurentius c. 16. Some few of greater note I will point at, and amongst the rest, fear and sorrow, which as they are frequent causes, so if they persevere long, according to Hippocrates and Galen's aphorisms, they are most assured signs, inseparable companions and characters of melancholy. Of present melancholy and habituated, saith Montaltus cap. 11. And common to them all, as the said Hippocrates, Galen, Avicenna, and all Neoterics hold. But as hounds many times run away with a false cry, never perceiving themselves to be at a fault, so do they. For Diocles of old, whom Galen confutes, and amongst the juniors Hercules de Saxonia with laud. Mercatus cap. 17. L1 de Melan. Takes just exceptions at this aphorism of Hippocrates. 'Tis not always true, or so generally to be understood, fear and sorrow are no common symptoms to all melancholy. Upon more serious consideration I find some, saith he, that are not so at all. Some indeed are sad, and not fearful, some fearful and not sad, some neither fearful nor sad, some both. 4 kinds he accepts, fanatical persons, such as were Cassandra, Nanto, Nicostrata, Mopsus, Proteus, the Sibyls, whom Aristotle confesseth to have been deeply melancholy. Baptista Porta seconds him, Physiog. Lib 1 cap. 8. They were atrabile persidi, demoniacal persons, and such as speak strange languages are of this rank. Some poets, such as laugh always and think themselves kings, cardinals, and see, sanguine they are, pleasantly disposed most part, and so continue. Baptista Portia confines fear and sorrow to them that are cold, but lovers, sibyls, enthusiasts he wholly excludes. So that I think I may truly conclude, they are not always sad and fearful, but usually so, and that without a cause, timent de non timendes, Gordonius, quic momenti non sunt, although not all alike, saith Altimaris, yet all likely fear, some with an extraordinary and a mighty fear Aretius. Many fear death, and yet in a contrary humor make away themselves, Galen, lib 3, de loc, effect. Cap. 7. Some are afraid that heaven will fall on their heads, some they are damned or shall be. They are troubled with scruples of consciences, distrusting God's mercies, think they shall go certainly to hell, the devil will have them, and make great lamentation, Jason Pratensis. Fear of devils, death, that they shall be so sick, of some such or such disease, ready to tremble at every object, they shall die themselves forthwith, or that some of their dear friends or near allies are certainly dead. Imminent danger, loss, disgrace still torment others, and see, that they are all glass and therefore will suffer no man to come near them. That they are all cork, as light as feathers, others as heavy as lead. Some are afraid their heads will fall off their shoulders, that they have frogs in their bellies, and see Montanus Consul. 23 speaks of one that durst not walk alone from home, for fear he should swoon or die. A second fears every man he meets will rob him, quarrel with him, or kill him. A third dares not venture to walk alone, for fear he should meet the devil, a thief, be sick. Fears all old women as witches, and every black dog or cat he sees he suspecteth to be a devil. Every person comes near him is maleficiated, every creature, all intend to hurt him, seek his ruin. Another dares not go over a bridge, come near a pool, rock, steep hill, lie in a chamber where cross beams are, for fear he be tempted to hang, drown, or precipitate himself. If he be in a silent auditory, as at a sermon, he is afraid he shall speak aloud at unawares, something indecent, unfit to be said. If he be locked in a close room, he is afraid of being stifled for want of air, and still carries biscuit, aquavity, or some strong waters about him, for fear of deliquiums or being sick. Or if he be in a throng, middle of a church, multitude, where he may not well get out, though he sit at ease, he is so misaffected. He will freely promise, undertake any business beforehand, but when it comes to be performed, he dare not adventure, but fears an infinite number of dangers, disasters, and see some are afraid to be burned, or that the ground will sink under them, or swallow them quick, or that the king will call them in question for some fact they never did Rasses caunt, and that they shall surely be executed. The terror of such a death troubles them, and they fear as much and are equally tormented in mind as they that have committed a murder and are pensive without a cause, as if they were now presently to be put to death. Plater, cap. 3 Dementes alienat. They are afraid of some loss, danger, that they shall surely lose their lives, goods, and all they have, but why they know not. Trincavius Consul. 13. Lib 1. Had a patient that would needs make away himself, for fear of being hanged, and could not be persuaded for 3 years together, but that he had killed a man. Plater, observat. Lib 1 hath 2 other examples of such as feared to be executed without a cause. If they come in a place where a robbery, theft, or any such offense hath been done, they presently fear they are suspected, and many times betray themselves without a cause. Louis Xi, the French king, suspected every man a traitor that came about him, durst trust no officer. Alii formidalosi omnium, alii quarundum, fracatorius lib. 2 de intellect. Some fear all alike, some certain men and cannot endure their companies, are sick in them, or if they be from home. Some suspect treason still, others are afraid of their dearest and nearest friends. Melanius e Galeno ruffo ideo, and dare not be alone in the dark for fear of hobgoblins and devils. He suspects everything he hears or sees to be a devil or enchanted, and imagineth 1,000 chimeras and visions, which to his thinking he certainly sees, bugbears, talks with black men, ghosts, goblins, and omnes terrent ori, sonus excitat omnes. Another through bashfulness, suspicion, and timorousness will not be seen abroad, loves darkness as life, and cannot endure the light, or to sit in lightsome places, his hat still in his eyes, he will neither see nor be seen by his good will. Hippocrates lib. Do insania et melancholia. He dare not come in company for fear he should be misused, disgraced, overshoot himself in gesture or speeches, or be sick. He thinks every man observes him, aims at him, derides him, owes him malice. Most part they are afraid they are bewitched, possessed, or poisoned by their enemies, and sometimes they suspect their nearest friends. He thinks something speaks or talks within him, and he belcheth of the poison. Christophorus of Vega, lib 2 cap. 1. Had a patient so troubled that by no persuasion or physic he could be reclaimed. Some are afraid that they shall have every fearful disease they see others have, hear of, or read, and dare not therefore hear or read of any such subject, no not of melancholy itself, lest by applying to themselves that which they hear or read, they should aggravate and increase it. If they see one possessed, bewitched, an epileptic paroxysm, a man shaking with the palsy or giddy-headed, reeling or standing in a dangerous place, and see, for many days after it runs in their minds, they are afraid they shall be so too, they are in like danger, as Perkins C12. SC 12 well observes in his cases of conscience, and many times by violence of imagination they produce it. They cannot endure to see any terrible object as a monster, a man executed, a carcase, hear the devil named, or any tragical relation scene, but they quake for fear, Hecate's somnior sibi videnter Lucian, they dream of hobgoblins and may not get it out of their minds a long time after. They apply, as I have said, all they hear, see, read to themselves. As Felix Plater notes of some young physicians, that study to cure diseases, catch them themselves, will be sick, and appropriate all symptoms they find related of others to their own persons. And therefore, quod iterum monio, licet nauseam perit lectori, malo decem podius verba, decis repetita licet abundare, quam unum desiderari. I would advise him that is actually melancholy not to read this tract of symptoms, lest he disquiet or make himself for a time worse, and more melancholy than he was before. Generally of them all take this, do inanibus semper concurrenter et timent, saith Aretius. They complain of toys and fear without a cause, and still think their melancholy to be most grievous. None so bad as they are, though it be nothing in respect, yet never any man sure was so troubled, or in this sort. As really tormented and perplexed, in as great an agony for toys and trifles, such things as they will after laugh at themselves, as if they were most material and essential matters indeed, worthy to be feared, and will not be satisfied. Pacify them for one, they are instantly troubled with some other fear, always afraid of something which they foolishly imagine or conceive to themselves, which never peradventure was, never can be, never likely will be, troubled in mind upon every small occasion, unquiet, still complaining, grieving, vexing, suspecting, grudging, discontent, and cannot be freed so long as melancholy continues. Or if their minds be more quiet for the present, and they free from foreign fears, outward accidents, yet their bodies are out of tune, they suspect some part or other to be amiss, now their head aches, heart, stomach, spleen, and sea is misaffected, they shall surely have this or that disease. Still troubled in body, mind, or both, and through wind, corrupt fantasy, some accidental distemper, continually molested. Yet for all this, as Jacchinus notes, in all other things they are wise, staid, discreet, and do nothing unbeseeming their dignity, person, or place, this foolish, ridiculous, and childish fear excepted, which so continually tortures and crucifies their souls, like a barking dog that always bawls, but seldom bites, this fear ever molesteth, and so long as melancholy lasteth, cannot be avoided. Sorrow is that other character, and inseparable companion, as individual as Saint Cosmas and Damian, Fidus as all writers witness, a common symptom, a continual and still without any evident cause, moerent omnes, et si roges ius redir causam, non possunt. Grieving still, but why they cannot tell. Age lesty, mosti cogitabundi, they look as if they had newly come forth of Trophonius' den. And though they laugh many times, and seem to be extraordinary merry, as they will by fits, yet extreme lumpish again in an instant, dull and heavy, semel et simul, merry and sad, but most part sad, si qua placent abunt. Inimica tenacious herent. Sorrow sticks by them still continually, gnawing as the vulture did Titius' bowels, and they cannot avoid it. No sooner are their eyes open, but after terrible and troublesome dreams their heavy hearts begin to sigh. They are still fretting, chafing, sighing, grieving, complaining, finding faults, repining, grudging, weeping, hutontimorumενoi, vexing themselves, disquieted in mind, with restless, unquiet thoughts discontent, either for their own, other men's, or public affairs, such as concern them not. Things past, present, or to come, the remembrance of some disgrace, loss, injury, abuses, and sea troubles them now being idle afresh, as if it were new done. They are afflicted otherwise for some danger, loss, want, shame, misery, that will certainly come as they suspect and mistrust. Lugubris 8 frowns upon them, insomuch that Arretius well calls it angorum animi, a vexation of the mind, a perpetual agony. They can hardly be pleased, or eased, though in other men's opinion most happy, go, tari, run, ride, post equitem sedet atracura. They cannot avoid this feral plague, let them come in what company they will, haeret leteri lethalis arundo. As to a deer that is struck, whether he run, go, rest with the herd, or alone, this grief remains. Irresolution, inconstancy, vanity of mind, their fear, torture, care, jealousy, suspicion, and continues, and they cannot be relieved. So he complained in the poet, domum reverter mostis, atque animo fear perturbato, atque incerto pre egritudine acido occurrent servi. Succos detrahunt, video alios festinare, lectos sterner, coenam apparare, pro si quisque sedulo facebant, quo elam mihi lenirant miseriam. He came home sorrowful and troubled in his mind. His servants did all they possibly could to please him. One pulled off his socks, another made ready his bed, a third his supper. All did their utmost endeavors to ease his grief and exhilarate his person. He was profoundly melancholy. He had lost his son, Elud Angebat, that was his cordolium. His pain, his agony which could not be removed, tedium vitae. Hence it proceeds many times that they are weary of their lives, and feral thoughts to offer violence to their own persons come into their minds. Tedium vitae is a common symptom, tardiflunt. In gradac tempora they are soon tired with all things. They will now tarry, now be gone. Now in bed they will rise, now up then go to bed, now pleased, then again displeased. Now they like, by and by dislike all, weary of all, sequitur nunc vivendi, nunc moriendi cupido, saith Aurelianus, lib 1 cap. 6. But most part vitam damnant, discontent, disquieted, perplexed upon every light or no occasion object. Often tempted, I say, to make away themselves. Viver nolunt, mori nesciunt, they cannot die, they will not live. They complain, weep, lament, and think they lead a most miserable life. Never was any man so bad or so before. Every poor man they see is most fortunate in respect of them. Every beggar that comes to the door is happier than they are. They could be contented to change lives with them, especially if they be alone, idle, and parted from their ordinary company, molested, displeased, or provoked. Grief, fear, agony, discontent, wearisomeness, laziness, suspicion, or some such passion forcibly seizeth on them. Yet by and by when they come in company again, which they like, or be pleased, suam sententiam rursus damnant, et vidi salatia delectanter, as Octavius Horatianus observes, lib 2. Cap. 5. They condemn their former mislike and are well pleased to live. And so they continue, till with some fresh discontent they be molested again, and then they are weary of their lives, weary of all, they will die, and show rather a necessity to live than a desire. Claudius the emperor, as Sueton describes him, had a spice of this disease, for when he was tormented with the pain of his stomach, he had a conceit to make away himself. Julius Caesar Claudinus, consul, 84, had a Polonian to his patient, so affected that through fear and sorrow, with which he was still disquieted, hated his own life, wished for death every moment, and to be freed of his misery. Mercurialis another, and another that was often minded to dispatch himself, and so continued for many years. Suspicion, jealousy. Suspicion and jealousy are general symptoms. They are commonly distrustful, apt to mistake and amplify, facile irascibiles, testy, pettish, peevish, and ready to snarl upon every small occasion, cum amicissimis, and without a cause, datum vel non datum, it will be scandalum acceptum. If they speak in jest, he takes it in good earnest. If they be not saluted, invited, consulted with, called to counsel, and see, or that any respect, small compliment, or ceremony be omitted, they think themselves neglected and contemned for a time that tortures them. If two talk together, discourse, whisper, jest, or tell a tale in general, he thinks presently they mean him, applies all to himself, disi pudet omnia disi. Or if they talk with him, he is ready to misconstrue every word they speak, and interpret it to the worst. He cannot endure any man to look steadily on him, speak to him almost, laugh, jest, or be familiar, or hem, or point, cough, or spit, or make a noise sometimes, and see he thinks they laugh or point at him, or do it in disgrace of him, circumvent him, contemn him. Every man looks at him, he is pale, red, sweats for fear and anger, lest somebody should observe him. He works upon it, and long after this false conceit of an abuse troubles him. Montanus consul. 22. Gives instance in a melancholy Jew, that was iracundior adria, so waspish and suspicious, tam facile iratus, that no man could tell how to carry himself in his company, inconstancy. Inconstant they are in all their actions, vertiginous, restless, unapt to resolve of any business. They will and will not, persuaded to and fro upon every small occasion or word spoken. And yet if once they be resolved, obstinate, hard to be reconciled. If they abhor, dislike, or distaste, once settled, though to the better by odds, by no counsel or persuasion to be removed. Yet in most things wavering, irresolute, unable to deliberate, through fear, faciunt et mox facti ponitent arretius avari et paulo post prodigi. Now prodigal and then covetous they do, and by repent them of that which they have done. So that both ways they are troubled, whether they do or do not, want or have, hit or miss, disquieted of all hands, soon weary, and still seeking change, restless, I say, fickle, fugitive. They may not abide to tarry in one place long. Rami rus optans, absentem rusticus urbum tollit ad astra. No company long, or to persevere in any action or business. Et similes regum puris, paper minutum possit, et eratus mammi lalir recuset. Eftsoons pleased, and anon displeased, as a man that's bitten with fleas, or that cannot sleep turns to and fro in his bed, their restless minds are tossed and vary. They have no patience to read out a book, to play out a game or two, walk a mile, sit an hour, and see, erected and dejected in an instant, animated to undertake, and upon a word spoken again discouraged. Passionate. Extreme passionate, quicquid volunt valda volunt, and what they desire, they do most furiously seek. Anxious ever, and very solicitous, distrustful and timorous, envious, malicious, profuse one while, sparing another. But most part covetous, muttering, repining, discontent, and still complaining, grudging, peevish, injuriarum tenences, prone to revenge, soon troubled, and most violent in all their imaginations, not affable in speech or apt to vulgar compliment, but surly, dull, sad, austere. Cogitabundi still, very intent, and as Albertus Durer paints melancholy, like a sad woman leaning on her arm with fixed looks, neglected habit, and held therefore by some proud, soft, sottish, or half-mad, as the Abderites esteemed of Democritus, and yet of a deep reach, excellent apprehension, judicious, wise, and witty. For I am of that nobleman's mind, melancholy advanceth men's conceits, more than any humor whatsoever, improves their meditations more than any strong drink or sack. They are of profound judgment in some things, although in others non-rect judicant inquiety, saith Fracastorius, lib 2 do intel. And as Arculanus c. 16, in 9. Rhases terms it, judicium plerumque perversum, corrupti, cum judicant honesto inhonesta, et amicitium habent pro inimicia. They count honesty dishonesty, friends as enemies, they will abuse their best friends, and dare not offend their enemies. Cowards most part et ad inferendum injuriam timidissimi, saith Cardan, lib 8. Cap. 4 de rerum varietate. Loath to offend, and if they chance to overshoot themselves in word or deed, or any small business or circumstance be omitted, forgotten, they are miserably tormented, and frame 1,000 dangers and inconveniences to themselves, ex musca elephantum, if once they concede it. Overjoyed with every good rumor, tale, or prosperous event, transported beyond themselves. With every small cross again, bad news, misconceived injury, loss, danger, afflicted beyond measure, in great agony, perplexed, dejected, astonished, impatient, utterly undone, fearful, suspicious of all. Yet again, many of them desperate harebrains, rash, careless, fit to be assassinates, as being void of all fear and sorrow, according to Hercules de Saxonia, most audacious, and such as dare walk alone in the night, through deserts and dangerous places, fearing none, amorous. They are prone to love, and easy to be taken, propensi ad amorem et excandescentiam, Montaltus cap. 21. Quickly enamored and dote upon all, love one dearly till they see another, and then dote on her, et hanc, et a lamb, et omnes, the present moves most, and the last commonly they love best. Yet some again anterotes, cannot endure the sight of a woman, abhor the sex, as that same melancholy Duke of Muscovy, that was instantly sick if he came but in sight of them. And that anchorite, that fell into a cold palsy, when a woman was brought before him. Humorous. Humorous they are beyond all measure, sometimes profusely laughing, extraordinarily merry, and then again weeping without a cause, which is familiar with many gentlewomen, groaning, sighing, pensive, sad, almost distracted, multa absurda fingunt, et a ration aliena, saith Frambeserius, they feign many absurdities, vain, void of reason. One supposeth himself to be a dog, cock, bear, horse, glass, butter, and see he is a giant, a dwarf, as strong as 100 men, a lord, duke, prince, and see, and if he be told he hath a stinking breath, a great nose, that he is sick, or inclined to such or such a disease, he believes it eftsoons, and peradventure by force of imagination will work it out. Many of them are immovable and fixed in their conceits, others vary upon every object, heard or seen. If they see a stage play, they run upon that a week after. If they hear music or see dancing, they have naught but bagpipes in their brain. If they see a combat, they are all for arms. If abused, an abuse troubles them long after. If crossed, that cross, and see restless in their thoughts and actions, continually meditating, velat egri somnia, vani finguntur species. More like dreams than men awake, they feign a company of antic, fantastical conceits. They have most frivolous thoughts, impossible to be affected, and sometimes think verily they hear and see present before their eyes such phantasms or goblins they fear, suspect, or conceive, they still talk with and follow them. In fine cogitations somniantibus similes, id vigilant, quod alii somniant cogitabundi, still, saith Avicenna, they wake as others dream, and such for the most part are their imaginations and conceits absurd, vain, foolish toys, yet they are most curious and solicitous, continual et supra modum, Rassi's cont. Lib 1 cap. 9. Premeditanter de aliqua re as serious and a toy, as if it were a most necessary business, of great moment, importance, and still thinking of it. Seviant in si, macerating themselves. Though they do talk with you, and seem to be otherwise employed, and to your thinking very intent and busy, still that toy runs in their mind, that fear, that suspicion, that abuse, that jealousy, that agony, that vexation, that cross, that castle in the air, that crotchet, that whimsy, that fiction, that pleasant waking dream, whatsoever it is. Nec interrogant, saith Fracastorius, nec interrogatis rect respondent. They do not much heed what you say, their mind is on another matter. Ask what you will, they do not attend, or much intend that business they are about, but forget themselves what they are saying, doing, or should otherwise say or do, whither they are going, distracted with their own melancholy thoughts. One laughs upon a sudden, another smiles to himself, a third frowns, calls, his lips go still, he acts with his hand as he walks, and see 'tis proper to all melancholy men, saith Mercurialis, con 11. What conceit they have once entertained, to be most intent, violent, and continually about it. In vitas occurrit, do what they may, they cannot be rid of it. Against their wills they must think of it 1,000 times over, perpetuo molestanter nec obliviscae passant, they are continually troubled with it, in company, out of company. At meat, at exercise, at all times and places, non desinant e qui minim volunt. Cogitare, if it be offensive especially, they cannot forget it, they may not rest or sleep for it, but still tormenting themselves. Sisyphi saxum volvunt sibi ipsis, as Brunner observes, perpetua calamitas et miserabile flagellum, bashfulness. Crato, Laurentius, and Fernelius put bashfulness for an ordinary symptom, sabrusticus pudor or vidiosus pudor, is a thing which much haunts and torments them. If they have been misused, derided, disgraced, chidden, and see, or by any perturbation of mind, misaffected, it so far troubles them, that they become quite moped many times, and so disheartened, dejected, they dare not come abroad, into strange companies especially, or manage their ordinary affairs, so childish, timorous, and bashful, they can look no man in the face. Some are more disquieted in this kind, some less, longer some, others shorter, by fits, and see, though some on the other side, according to Fracastorius, be in vericundi et pertinices impudent and peevish. But most part they are very shamefaced, and that makes them with pet. Blesensis, Christopher Urswick, and many such, to refuse honors, offices, and preferments, which sometimes fall into their mouths, they cannot speak, or put forth themselves as others can timor hose, pudor impedit allos, timorousness and bashfulness hinder their proceedings, they are contented with their present estate, unwilling to undertake any office, and therefore never likely to rise. For that cause they seldom visit their friends except some familiars, posiliqui of few words and oftentimes wholly silent. Frambeserius, a Frenchman, had 2 such patients, omnino taciturnos, their friends could not get them to speak. Rodricus of Fonseca consult. Tom, 285. Consul. Gives instance in a young man, of 27 years of age, that was frequently silent, bashful, moped, solitary, that would not eat his meat or sleep, and yet again by fits apt to be angry and c. Solitariness. Most part they are, as Plater notes, decides, taciturni, eager impulsi, nec nisi cocti precedent, and see they will scarce be compelled to do that which concerns them, though it be for their good, so diffident, so dull, of small or no compliment, unsociable, hard to be acquainted with, especially of strangers. They had rather write their minds than speak, and above all things love solitariness. Ob voluptatem and ob timorem soli sunt? Are they so solitary for pleasure, one asks, or pain? For both, yet I rather think for fear and sorrow, and see. Hinc metuunt cupiunt, dolent fugiunt, nec auras respiciunt, clausi tenebris, et carcere cico. Hence 'tis they grieve and fear, avoiding light, and shut themselves in prison dark from sight. As Bellerophon in Homer, qui miser in silvis moerens erabat oppicis ip suum cor edens, hominum vestigia vitens. That wandered in the woods sad all alone, forsaking men's society, making great moan. They delight in floods and waters, desert places, to walk alone in orchards, gardens, private walks, back lanes, averse from company as Diogenes in his tub, or Timon Misanthropus. They abhor all companions at last, even their nearest acquaintances and most familiar friends. For they have a conceit, I say. Every man observes them, will deride, laugh to scorn, or misuse them, confining themselves therefore wholly to their private houses or chambers. Fugiunt homines sine causa, Seth Races, et odio habent cont, L1, C9. They will diet themselves, feed and live alone. It was one of the chiefest reasons why the citizens of Abdera suspected Democritus to be melancholy and mad, because that, as Hippocrates related in his epistle to Philippimenes, he forsook the city, lived in groves and hollow trees, upon a green bank by a brookside, or confluence of waters all day long and all night. Qui quidem, saith he, plurimum atra bile vexatis et melancholicis eveniunt, deserta frequentant, hominum congressum aversienter, which is an ordinary thing with melancholy men. The Egyptians therefore in their hieroglyphics expressed a melancholy man by a hare sitting in her form, as being a most timorous and solitary creature, Pyrrhius hieroglyph. L12. But this and all precedent symptoms are more or less apparent, as the humor is intended or remitted, hardly perceived in some, or not all, most manifest in others. Childish in some, terrible in others, to be derided in one, pitied or admired in another. To him by fits to a second continuate, and howsoever these symptoms be common and incident to all persons, yet they are the more remarkable, frequent, furious, and violent in melancholy men. To speak in a word, there is nothing so vain, absurd, ridiculous, extravagant, impossible, incredible, so monstrous a chimera, so prodigious and strange, such as painters and poets durst not attempt, which they will not really fear, feign, suspect, and imagine unto themselves, and that which laud. Vives said in a jest of a silly country fellow, that killed his ass for drinking up the moon, ut luna mundo rederit, you may truly say of them in earnest, they will act, conceive all extremes, contrarieties, and contradictions, and that in infinite varieties. Melancholici plain incredibilia sibi persuadent, ut vix omnibus seculis duo reperti sint, qui idem imaginati sint, erastus de lamiis, scarce 2 of 2,000 that concur in the same symptoms. The Tower of Babel never yielded such confusion of tongues, as the chaos of melancholy doth variety of symptoms. There is in all melancholy similitudo dissimiles, like men's faces, a disagreeing likeness still. And as in a river we swim in the same place, though not in the same numerical water. As the same instrument affords several lessons, so the same disease yields diversity of symptoms. Which howsoever they be diverse, intricate, and hard to be confined, I will adventure yet in such a vast confusion and generality to bring them into some order, and so descend to particulars. Subsect, Roman 3. Particular symptoms from the influence of stars, parts of the body, and humors. Some men have peculiar symptoms, according to their temperament and crisis, which they had from the stars and those celestial influences, variety of wits and dispositions, as Anthony Zara contends Anat in Gen. Sect. 1 Mem. 11, 12, 13, 14. Plurimum irritant influentiae caelestes undescentur animi egritudines et morbi corporum. One saith, diverse diseases of the body and mind proceed from their influences, as I have already proved out of Ptolemy, Pontanus, Lemnius, Cardan, and others, as they are principal significators of manners, diseases, mutually irradiated or lords of the geniture, and c. Ptolemaeus in his Centiloquy, Hermes, or whosoever else the author of that tract, attributes all these symptoms, which are in melancholy men, to celestial influences, which opinion Mercurialis de affect lib. Cap 10. Rejects, but as I say, Jovianus Pontanus and others stiffly defend. That some are solitary, dull, heavy, churlish, some again blithe, buxom, light, and merry, they ascribe wholly to the stars. As if Saturn be predominant in his nativity and cause melancholy in his temperature, then he shall be very austere, sullen, churlish, black of color, profound in his cogitations, full of cares, miseries, and discontents, sad and fearful, always silent, solitary, still delighting in husbandry, in woods, orchards, gardens, rivers, ponds, pools, dark walks, and close cogitations sunt vel edificer, vel arbors planter, agros coler, and see to catch birds, fishes, and see still contriving and musing of such matters. If Jupiter domineers, they are more ambitious, still meditating of kingdoms, magistracies, offices, honors, or that they are princes, potentates, and how they would carry themselves, and see if Mars, they are all for wars, brave combats, monomachs, testy, choleric, harebrain, rash, furious, and violent in their actions. They will feign themselves victors, commanders, are passionate and satirical in their speeches, great braggers, ruddy of color. And though they be poor in show, vile and base, yet like Telephus and Peleus in the poet, ampullas jactant et sesquipedalia verba, forget their swelling and gigantic words, their mouths are full of myriads, and tetrarchs at their tongue's end. If the sun, they will be lords, emperors in conceit at least, and monarchs, give offices, honors, and see if Venus, they are still courting of their mistresses, and most apt to love, amorously given, they seem to hear music, plays, see fine pictures, dancers, merriments, and the like, ever in love, and dote on all they see. Mercurialists are solitary, much in contemplation, subtle, poets, philosophers, and musing most part about such matters. If the moon have a hand, they are all for peregrinations, sea voyages, much affected with travels, to discourse, read, meditate of such things. Wandering in their thoughts, diverse, much delighting in waters, to fish, fowl, and sea. But the most immediate symptoms proceed from the temperature itself, and the organical parts, as head, liver, spleen, mesaraic veins, heart, womb, stomach, and sea, and most especially from distemperature of spirits, which, as Hercules de Saxonia contends, are wholly immaterial, or from the four humors in those seats, whether they be hot or cold, natural, unnatural, innate, or adventitious, intended or remitted. Simple or mixed, their diverse mixtures and several adustions, combinations, which may be as diversely varied as those four first qualities in Clavius, and produce as many several symptoms and monstrous fictions as wine doth affect, which, as Andreas Bacchius observes, lib 3 Divino cap. 20, are infinite. Of greater note be these, if it be natural melancholy as laud, Mercatus lib 1 cap. 17, de Melan, T. Bright, c. 16, hath largely described, either of the spleen or of the veins faulty by excess of quantity or thickness of substance, it is a cold and dry humor, as Montanus affirms consul. 26. The parties are sad, timorous, and fearful. Prosper Calenus in his book De Atra Bile will have them to be more stupid than ordinary, cold, heavy, solitary, sluggish. See multem atram bilum et frigidum habent, Hercules de Saxonia, c. 19. L. 7. Holds these that are naturally melancholy to be of a leaden color or black, and so doth Guianerius c. 3, tract. 15, and such as think themselves dead many times, or that they see, talk with black men, dead men, spirits, and goblins frequently, if it be in excess. These symptoms vary according to the mixture of those four humors adust, which is unnatural melancholy. For as Trallianus hath written cap. 16, L. 7. There is not one cause of this melancholy, nor one humor which begets, but divers diversely intermixed, from whence proceeds this variety of symptoms, and those varying again as they are hot or cold. Cold melancholy, saith Benedict, Vittorius Faventinus pract. Mag. Is a cause of dotage and more mild symptoms, if hot or more adust of more violent passions and furies. Fracastorius L2. De Intellect. Will have us to consider well of it, with what kind of melancholy everyone is troubled, for it much avails to know it. One is enraged by fervent heat, another is possessed by sad and cold. One is fearful, shamefaced, the other impudent and bold. As Ajax, arma rapit superasque furens in praelia possit, quite mad or tending to madness. Nunc hos, nunc impetit illos. Bellerophon on the other side, solis erat male sanus in agris, wanders alone in the woods. One despairs, weeps, and is weary of his life, another laughs, and see all which variety is produced from the several degrees of heat and cold, which Hercules de Saxonia will have wholly proceed from the distemperature of spirits alone, animal especially, and those immaterial, the next and immediate causes of melancholy, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, and from their agitation proceeds that diversity of symptoms, which he reckons up in the 13th chapter of his Tract of Melancholy, and that largely through every part. Others will have them come from the diverse adustion of the four humours, which in this unnatural melancholy, by corruption of blood, adust choler, or melancholy natural, by excessive distemper of heat turned, in comparison of the natural, into a sharp lie by force of adustion, cause, according to the diversity of their matter, diverse and strange symptoms, which T. Bright reckons up in his following chapter. So doth Arculanus, according to the four principal humours adust, and many others. For example, if it proceed from phlegm, which is seldom and not so frequently as the rest, it stirs up dull symptoms and a kind of stupidity or impassionate hurt. They are sleepy, saith Savonarola, dull, slow, cold, blockish, ass-like, asinum melancholium. Melancthon calls it, they are much given to weeping, and delight in waters, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, and sea. Arnoldus Brevier. 1 cap. 18. They are pale of color, slothful, apt to sleep, heavy, much troubled with headache, continual meditation, and muttering to themselves. They dream of waters that they are in danger of drowning, and fear such things, racies. They are fatter than others that are melancholy, of a muddy complexion, apter to spit, sleep, more troubled with rheum than the rest, and have their eyes still fixed on the ground. Such a patient had Hercules de Saxonia, a widow in Venice that was fat and very sleepy still. Christophorus of Vega another affected in the same sort. If it be inveterate or violent, the symptoms are more evident. They plainly denote and are ridiculous to others in all their gestures, actions, speeches, imagining impossibilities, as he in Christophorus of Vega, that thought he was a tun of wine, and that Siennois that resolved within himself not to piss, for fear he should drown all the town. If it proceed from blood adust, or that there be a mixture of blood in it, such are commonly ruddy of complexion and high-colored according to Sallust, Salvianus, and Hercules de Saxonia, and as Savonarola, Vittorius Faventinus Emper. Farther adds, the veins of their eyes be red as well as their faces. They are much inclined to laughter, witty and merry, conceited in discourse, pleasant if they be not far gone, much given to music, dancing, and to be in women's company. They meditate wholly on such things, and think they see or hear plays, dancing, and such like sports, free from all fear and sorrow, as Hercules de Saxonia supposeth. If they be more strongly possessed with this kind of melancholy, Arnoldus adds Brevier. Lib 1 cap. 18. Like him of Argus in the poet, that sate laughing all day long, as if he had been at a theatre. Such another is mentioned by Aristotle, living at Abydos, a town of Asia Minor, that would sit after the same fashion, as if he had been upon a stage, and sometimes act himself. Now clap his hands, and laugh, as if he had been well pleased with the sight. Wolfius relates of a country fellow called Bruncellius, subject to this humor, that being by chance at a sermon, saw a woman fall off from a form half asleep, at which object most of the company laughed, but he for his part was so much moved, that for 3 whole days after he did nothing but laugh, by which means he was much weakened, and worse a long time following. Such a one was old Sophocles, and Democritus himself had hilare delirium, much in this vein. Laurentius cap. 3 de Melan. Thinks this kind of melancholy, which is a little adust with some mixture of blood, to be that which Aristotle meant, when he said melancholy men of all others are most witty, which causeth many times a divine ravishment, and a kind of enthusiasmus, which stirreth them up to be excellent philosophers, poets, prophets, and see Mercurialis consul. 110. Gives instance in a young man his patient, sanguine melancholy, of a great wit, and excellently learned. If it arise from cholera dust, they are bold and impudent, and of a more harebrained disposition, apt to quarrel, and think of such things battles, combats, and their manhood furious, impatient in discourse, stiff, irrefragable, and prodigious in their tenets. And if they be moved, most violent, outrageous, ready to disgrace, provoke any to kill themselves and others. Arnoldus adds, stark mad by fits, they sleep little, their urine is subtle and fiery. Guianerius. In their fits you shall hear them speak all manner of languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, that never were taught or knew them before. Aponensis in com. In pro sec 30. speaks of a mad woman that spake excellent good Latin, and Rhases knew another that could prophesy in her fit and foretell things truly to come. Guianerius had a patient could make Latin verses when the moon was combust, otherwise illiterate. Avicenna and some of his adherents will have these symptoms when they happen to proceed from the devil, and that they are rather demoniaci, possessed, than mad or melancholy or both together, as Jason Pratensis thinks, emissent si mali genii, and si but most ascribe it to the humor, which opinion Montaltus cap. 21. Stiffly maintains, confuting Avicenna and the rest, referring it wholly to the quality and disposition of the humor and subject. Cardan de rerum var lib. 8. Cap. 10. Holds these men of all others fit to be assassins, bold, hardy, fierce, and adventurous, to undertake anything by reason of their choler adust. This humor, saith he, prepares them to endure death itself, and all manner of torments with invincible courage, and 'tis a wonder to see with what alacrity they will undergo such tortures, ut supra naturam res videtur. He ascribes this generosity, fury, or rather stupidity, to this adustion of choler and melancholy. But I take these rather to be mad or desperate than properly melancholy, for commonly this humor so adust and hot degenerates into madness. If it come from melancholy itself adust, those men, saith Avicenna, are usually sad and solitary, and that continually and in excess, more than ordinarily suspicious, more fearful, and have long, sore, and most corrupt imaginations. Cold and black, bashful, and so solitary, that as Arnoldus writes, they will endure no company. They dream of graves still and dead men, and think themselves bewitched or dead. If it be extreme, they think they hear hideous noises, see and talk with black men, and converse familiarly with devils, and such strange chimeras and visions, Gordonius, or that they are possessed by them, that somebody talks to them or within them, tales melancholici plerumque demoniaci, Montaltus consul. 26. Ex Avicenna. Valescus de Taranta had such a woman in cure, that thought she had to do with the devil, and Gentilis fulgasus quist. 55. Writes that he had a melancholy friend, that had a black man in the likeness of a soldier, still following him wheresoever he was. Laurentius cap. 7 hath many stories of such as have thought themselves bewitched by their enemies, and some that would eat no meat as being dead. Anno 1550 an advocate of Paris fell into such a melancholy fit that he believed verily he was dead. He could not be persuaded otherwise, or to eat or drink, till a kinsman of his, a scholar of Bourges, did eat before him dressed like a corse. The story, saith Serres, was acted in a comedy before Charles IX. Some think they're beasts, wolves, hogs, and cry like dogs, foxes, bray like asses, and low like kine, as King Pretus' daughters. Hildesheim Spissel. 2 Domania hath an example of a Dutch baron so affected, and Trincavius lib. 1 Consul. 11. Another of a nobleman in his country, that thought he was certainly a beast, and would imitate most of their voices, with many such symptoms, which may properly be reduced to this kind, if it proceed from the several combinations of these 4 humors or spirits. Herc. De Saxon. Adds hot, cold, dry, moist, dark, confused, settled, constringed, as it participates of matter, or is without matter, the symptoms are likewise mixed. One thinks himself a giant, another a dwarf. One is heavy as lead, another is as light as a feather. Marcellus Donatus L2. Cap. 41. Makes mention out of Seneca, of one Senexio, a rich man that thought himself and everything else he had great. Great wife, great horses, could not abide little things, but would have great pots to drink in, great hose, and great shoes bigger than his feet. Like her in Trallianus, that supposed she could shake all the world with her finger, and was afraid to clinch her hand together, lest she should crush the world like an apple in pieces. Or him in Galen, that thought he was Atlas and sustained heaven with his shoulders. Another thinks himself so little that he can creep into a mouse hole. One fears heaven will fall on his head. A second is a cock, and such a one Guianerius saith he saw at Padua, that would clap his hands together and crow. Another thinks he is a nightingale, and therefore sings all the night long. Another he is all glass, a pitcher, and will therefore let nobody come near him, and such a one Laurentius gives out upon his credit that he knew in France. Christophorus of Vega cap. 3 lib 14. Scankius and Marcellus Donatus L2. Cap. 1. Have many such examples, and one amongst the rest of a baker in Ferrara that thought he was composed of butter, and durst not sit in the sun, or come near the fire for fear of being melted. Of another that thought he was a case of leather, stuffed with wind. Some laugh, weep, Some are mad, some dejected, moped in much agony, some by fits, others continuate, and see some have a corrupt ear, they think they hear music or some hideous noise as their fantasy conceives, corrupt eyes, some smelling, some one sense, some another. Louis XI had a conceit everything did stink about him. All the odoriferous perfumes they could get would not ease him, but still he smelled a filthy stink. A melancholy French poet in Laurentius, being sick of a fever and troubled with waking, by his physicians was appointed to use unguentum populeum to anoint his temples. But he so distasted the smell of it, that for many years after, all that came near him he imagined a scent of it, and would let no man talk with him but aloof off, or wear any new clothes, because he thought still they smelled of it. In all other things wise and discreet, he would talk sensibly, save only in this. A gentleman in Limousin, Seth Anthony Verdure, was persuaded he had but one leg affrighted by a wild boar, that by chance struck him on the leg. He could not be satisfied his leg was sound, in all other things well, until 2 Franciscans by chance coming that way, fully removed him from the conceit. Sedibund fabularum audivimus, enough of storytelling. Subsect Roman 4. Symptoms from education, custom, continuance of time, are condition, mixed with other diseases, by fits, inclination, and c. Another great occasion of the variety of these symptoms proceeds from custom, discipline, education, and several inclinations. This humor will imprint in melancholy men the objects most answerable to their condition of life and ordinary actions, and dispose men according to their several studies and callings. If an ambitious man become melancholy, he forthwith thinks he is a king, an emperor, a monarch, and walks alone, pleasing himself with a vain hope of some future preferment or present as he supposeth, and withal acts a lord's part, takes upon him to be some statesman or magnifico, makes conges, gives entertainment, looks big, and see Francisco Sansovino records of a melancholy man in Cremona, that would not be induced to believe but that he was pope, gave pardons, made cardinals. And see Christophorus A. Vega makes mention of another of his acquaintance, that thought he was a king, driven from his kingdom, and was very anxious to recover his estate. A covetous person is still conversant about purchasing of lands and tenements, plotting in his mind how to compass such and such manners, as if he were already lord of, and able to go through with it. All he sees is his, ray or spee, he hath devoured it in hope, or else in conceit esteems it his own. Like him in Athenaeus, that thought all the ships in the haven to be his own. A lascivious inamorado plots all the day long to please his mistress, acts and struts, and carries himself as if she were in presence, still dreaming of her, as Pamphilus of his Glycerium, or as some do in their morning sleep. Marcellus Donatus knew such a gentlewoman in Mantua, called Eleonora Mellerina, that constantly believed she was married to a king, and would kneel down and talk with him, as if he had been there present with his associates. And if she had found by chance a piece of glass in a muck hill, or in the street, she would say that it was a jewel sent from her lord and husband. If devout and religious, he is all for fasting, prayer, ceremonies, alms, interpretations, visions, prophecies, revelations. He is inspired by the Holy Ghost, full of the Spirit. One while he is saved, another while damned, or still troubled in mind for his sins, the devil will surely have him, and see more of these in the 3rd partition of Love Melancholy. A scholar's mind is busied about his studies. He applauds himself for that he hath done, or hopes to do, one while fearing to be out in his next exercise, another while contemning all censures. Envies one, emulates another, or else with indefatigable pains and meditation, consumes himself. So of the rest, all which vary according to the more remiss and violent impression of the object, or as the humor itself is intended or remitted. For some are so gently melancholy, that in all their carriage, and to the outward apprehension of others it can hardly be discerned, yet to them an intolerable burden and not to be endured. Quidem occulta quidem manifesta, some signs are manifest and obvious to all at all times, some to few, or seldom, or hardly perceived. Let them keep their own counsel, none will take notice or suspect them. They do not express in outward show their depraved imaginations, as Hercules de Saxonia observes, but conceal them wholly to themselves, and are very wise men, as I have often seen. Some fear, some do not fear at all, as such as think themselves kings or dead. Some have more signs, some fewer, some great, some less, some vex, fret, still fear, grieve, lament, suspect, laugh, sing, weep, chafe, and see by fits, as I have said, or more during and permanent. Some dote in one thing are most childish and ridiculous, and to be wondered at in that, and yet for all other matters most discreet and wise. To some it is in disposition, to another in habit, and as they write of heat and cold, we may say of this humor, one is melancholicus ad octo, a second 2 degrees less, a third halfway. 'Tis superparticular, sesquialtera, sesquitertia, and superbipartians tertias, quintas melancholiae, and see all those geometrical proportions are too little to express it. It comes to many by fits and goes, to others it is continuate. Many saith Faventinus in spring and fall only are molested, some once a year, as that Roman Galen speaks of. One, at the conjunction of the moon alone, or some unfortunate aspects, at such and such set hours and times like the sea tides, to some women when they be with child, as Plater notes, never otherwise. To others 'tis settled and fixed. To one led about and variable still by that ignes fadus of fantasy, like an arthritis or running gout, tease here and there, and in every joint, always molesting some part or other, or if the body be free, in a myriad of forms exercising the mind. A second once peradventure in his life hath a most grievous fit, once in 7 years, once in 5 years, even to the extremity of madness, death, or dotage, and that upon some feral accident or perturbation, terrible object, and for a time never perhaps so before, never after. A third is moved upon all such troublesome objects, cross fortune, disaster, and violent passions, otherwise free, once troubled in 3 or 4 years. A fourth, if things be to his mind, or he in action, well pleased in good company, is most jocund and of a good complexion. If idle or alone, a la mort, or carried away wholly with pleasant dreams and fantasies, but if once crossed and displeased, pector concipiet nil nisi trist suo. He will imagine naught save sadness in his heart. His countenance is altered on a sudden, his heart heavy, irksome thoughts crucify his soul, and in an instant he is moped or weary of his life, he will kill himself. A fifth complains in his youth, a sixth in his middle age, the last in his old age. Generally thus much we may conclude of melancholy, that it is most pleasant at first, I say, mentis gratissimus error, a most delightsome humor, to be alone, dwell alone, walk alone, meditate, lie in bed whole days, dreaming awake as it were, and frame 1,000 fantastical imaginations unto themselves. They are never better pleased than when they are so doing, they are in paradise for the time, and cannot well endure to be interrupt. With him and the poet, palmi occidistes amici, non servastes 8. You have undone him, he complains if you trouble him. Tell him what inconvenience will follow, what will be the event, all is one, canes ad vomitum, 'tis so pleasant he cannot refrain. He may thus continue peradventure many years by reason of a strong temperature, or some mixture of business, which may divert his cogitations. But at the last lisa imaginatio, his fantasy is crazed, and now habituated to such toys, cannot but work still like a fate. The scene alters upon a sudden, fear and sorrow supplant those pleasing thoughts, suspicion, discontent, and perpetual anxiety succeed in their places. So by little and little, by that shoeing horn of idleness and voluntary solitariness, melancholy this feral fiend is drawn on, et quantum verdis ad auras aetherias, tantum radis in tartara tendit, extending up by its branches so far towards heaven, as by its roots it does down towards Tartarus. It was not so delicious at first, as now it is bitter and harsh. A cankered soul macerated with cares and discontents tedium vitae, impatience, agony, inconstancy, irresolution precipitate them unto unspeakable miseries. They cannot endure company light or life itself, some unfit for action and the like. Their bodies are lean and dried up, withered, ugly, their looks harsh, very dull, and their souls tormented, as they are more or less entangled, as the humor hath been intended, or according to the continuance of time they have been troubled. To discern all which symptoms the better, Rhases the Arabian makes 3 degrees of them. The first is falsa cogitatio, false conceits and idle thoughts, to misconstrue and amplify, aggravating everything they conceive or fear. The second is falso cogitata loqui, to talk to themselves, or to use inarticulate incondite voices, speeches, obsolete gestures, and plainly to utter their minds and conceits of their hearts, by their words and actions, as to laugh, weep, to be silent, not to sleep, eat their meat, and see. The third is to put in practice that which they think or speak. Savonarola, Rub. 11. Tract. 8. Cap. 1 de egratudine confirms as much when he begins to express that in words which he conceives in his heart, or talks idly, or goes from one thing to another, which Gordonius calls nec caput habentia nec caudam, having neither head nor tail, he is in the middle way. But when he begins to act it likewise, and to put his fopperies in execution, he is then in the extent of melancholy, or madness itself. This progress of melancholy you shall easily observe in them that have been so affected. They go smiling to themselves at first, at length they laugh out. At first solitary, at last they can endure no company. Or if they do, they are now dizzards past sense and shame, quite moped, they care not what they say or do, all their actions, words, gestures, are furious or ridiculous. At first his mind is troubled, he doth not attend what is said, if you tell him a tale, he cries at last, what said you? But in the end he mutters to himself, as old women do many times, or old men when they sit alone. Upon a sudden they laugh, whoop, halloo, or run away, and swear they see or hear players, devils, hobgoblins, ghosts, strike or strut and see, grow humorous in the end. Like him in the poet, Seep ducentos, seep decem servos, at one time followed by 200 servants, at another only by 10 he will dress himself, and undress, careless at last, grows insensible, stupid, or mad. He howls like a wolf, barks like a dog, and raves like Ajax and Orestes, hears music and outcries which no man else hears, as he did whom Amatus Lusitanus mentioneth sent. 3. Cura. 55. Or that woman in Springer that spake many languages and said she was possessed, that farmer in Prosper Calenius that disputed and discoursed learnedly in philosophy and astronomy, with Alexander Achilles his master at Bologna in Italy. But of these I have already spoken. Who can sufficiently speak of these symptoms, or prescribe rules to comprehend them? As echo to the painter in Ausonius, vain quid affectas, and see, foolish fellow, what wilt? If you must needs paint me, paint a voice, et similim si vis pinger pinge sonum. If you will describe melancholy, describe a fantastical conceit, a corrupt imagination, vain thoughts and different, which who can do? The 24 letters make no more variety of words in diverse languages than melancholy conceits produce diversity of symptoms in several persons. They are irregular, obscure, various, so infinite Proteus himself is not so diverse, you may as well make the moon a new coat, as a true character of a melancholy man. As soon find the motion of a bird in the air, as the heart of man, a melancholy man. They are so confused, I say, diverse, intermixed with other diseases. As the species be confounded, which I have showed, so are the symptoms, sometimes with headache, cachexia, dropsy, stone, as you may perceive by those several examples and illustrations collected by Hildesheim Spissel. 2 Mercurialis Consul, 118, Cap, 6 and 11, with headache, epilepsy, priapismus, Trincavelius Consul, 12, Lib 1 Consul, 49, with gout, caninus appetitus, Montanus Consul, 26 and C23, 234, 249 with falling sickness, headache, vertigo, lycanthropia, and C.J. Caesar Claudinus Consult. 4 Consult. 89 and 116. With gout, agues, hemorrhoids, stone, and C, who can distinguish these melancholy symptoms so intermixed with others, or apply them to their several kinds, confine them into method. 'Tis hard I confess, yet I have disposed of them as I could, and will descend to particularize them according to their species. For hitherto I have expatiated in more general lists or terms, speaking promiscuously of such ordinary signs which occur amongst writers. Not that they are all to be found in one man, for that were to paint a monster or chimera, not a man, but some in one, some in another, and that successively or at several times. Which I have been the more curious to express and report, not to upbraid any miserable man, or by way of derision, I rather pity them, but the better to discern, to apply remedies unto them, and to show that the best and soundest of us all is in great danger. How much we ought to fear our own fickle estates, remember our miseries and vanities, examine and humiliate ourselves, seek to God, and call to him for mercy, that needs not look for any rods to scourge ourselves, since we carry them in our bowels, and that our souls are in a miserable captivity, if the light of grace and heavenly truth doth not shine continually upon us, and by our discretion to moderate ourselves, to be more circumspect and wary in the midst of these dangers. Mem. Roman 2. Subsect. I. Symptoms of head melancholy. If no symptoms appear about the stomach, nor the blood be misaffected, and fear and sorrow continue, it is to be thought the brain itself is troubled, by reason of a melancholy juice bred in it, or otherwise conveyed into it, and that evil juice is from the distemperature of the part, or left after some inflammation, thus far piezo. But this is not always true, for blood and hypochondries both are often affected even in head melancholy. Hercules de Saxonia differs here from the common current of writers, putting peculiar signs of head melancholy, from the sole distemperature of spirits in the brain, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, all without matter from the motion alone, and tenebrosity of spirits. Of melancholy which proceeds from humors by adustion, he treats apart, with their several symptoms and cures. The common signs, if it be by essence in the head, are ruddiness of face, high sanguine complexion, most part rubor saturato, one calls it, a bluish and sometimes full of pimples with red eyes. Avicenna L3, Fen 2 Tract, 4, C18. Duretus and others out of Galen de Affect. L3, C6. Hercules de Saxonia to this of redness of face, adds heaviness of the head, fixed and hollow eyes. If it proceed from dryness of the brain, then their heads will be light, vertiginous, and they most apt to wake, and to continue whole months together without sleep. Few excrements in their eyes and nostrils, and often bald by reason of excessive dryness, Montaltus adds, C17. If it proceed from moisture, dullness, drowsiness, headache follows, and as Sallust. Salvianus, C1, L2, out of his own experience found, epileptical with a multitude of humors in the head. They are very bashful, if ruddy, apt to blush, and to be read upon all occasions, praesertim si metus accessorit. But the chiefest symptom to discern this species, as I have said, is this, that there be no notable signs in the stomach, hypochondries, or elsewhere, digna, as Montaltus terms them, or of greater note, because oftentimes the passions of the stomach concur with them. Wind is common to all three species, and is not excluded, only that of the hypochondries is more windy than the rest, saith Hilarius. Aetius Tetrab. L2 SC. 2 C9 and 10 maintains the same, if there be more signs and more evident in the head than elsewhere. The brain is primarily affected, and prescribes head melancholy to be cured by meats amongst the rest, void of wind and good juice, not excluding wind or corrupt blood, even in head melancholy itself. But these species are often confounded, and so are their symptoms, as I have already proved. The symptoms of the mind are superfluous and continual cogitations, for when the head is heated, it scorcheth the blood, and from thence proceed melancholy fumes, which trouble the mind, Avicenna. They are very choleric, and soon hot, solitary, sad, often silent, watchful discontent, Montaltus cap. 24. If anything trouble them, they cannot sleep, but fret themselves still, till another object mitigate, or time wear it out. They have grievous passions, and immoderate perturbations of the mind, fear, sorrow, and see, yet not so continuate, but that they are sometimes merry, apt to profuse laughter, which is more to be wondered at, and that by the authority of Galen himself, by reason of mixture of blood, prarabri jocosis delectanter, et irrisors plerumque sunt, if they be ruddy, they are delighted in jests, and oftentimes scoffers themselves, conceited. And as Rodricus of Viga comments on that place of Galen, merry, witty, of a pleasant disposition, and yet grievously melancholy anon after. Omnia discunt sine doctor, saith Aratus, they learn without a teacher. And as Laurentius supposeth, those feral passions and symptoms of such as think themselves glass, pitchers, feathers, and sea, speak strange languages, a color cerebri, if it be an excess from the brain's distempered heat. Subsect, Roman 2. Symptoms of windy hypochondriacal melancholy. In this hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy, the symptoms are so ambiguous, saith Crotto in a counsel of his for a noblewoman, that the most exquisite physicians cannot determine of the part affected. Matthew Flacius, consulted about a noble matron, confessed as much, that in this malady he with Hilarius, Fracastorius, Fallopius, and others, being to give their sentence of a party laboring of hypochondriacal melancholy, could not find out by the symptoms which part was most especially affected. Some said the womb, some heart, some stomach, and see, and therefore Crotto consul. 24. Lib 1. Boldly avers that in this diversity of symptoms which commonly accompany this disease, no physician can truly say what part is affected. Galen Lib. 3 de Locke. Effect, reckons up these ordinary symptoms which all the neoterics repeat of Diocles, only this fault he finds with him, that he puts not fear and sorrow amongst the other signs. Trincavius excuseth Diocles, Lib 3. Consul. 35. Because that oftentimes in a strong head and constitution, a generous spirit, and a valiant, these symptoms appear not, by reason of his valor and courage. Hercules de Saxonia, to whom I subscribe, is of the same mind, which I have before touched, that fear and sorrow are not general symptoms. Some fear and are not sad. Some be sad and fear not. Some neither fear nor grieve. The rest are these, beside fear and sorrow, sharp belchings, fulsome crudities, heat in the bowels, wind and rumbling in the guts, vehement gripings, pain in the belly and stomach sometimes, after meat that is hard of concoction, much watering of the stomach, and moist spittle, cold sweat, importunus sudor, unseasonable sweat all over the body, as Octavius Horatianus lib. 2 cap. 5. calls it, cold joints, indigestion, they cannot endure their own fulsome belchings, continual wind about their hypochondries, heat and griping in their bowels, precordia sursum convelentur, midriff and bowels are pulled up, the veins about their eyes look red and swell from vapors and wind. Their ears sing now and then, vertigo and giddiness come by fits, turbulent dreams, dryness, leanness, apt they are to sweat upon all occasions, of all colors and complexions. Many of them are high-colored, especially after meals, which symptom Cardinal Caesius was much troubled with, and of which he complained to Prosper Calenus his physician. He could not eat or drink a cup of wine, but he was as red in the face as if he had been at a mayor's feast. That symptom alone vexeth many. Some again are black, pale, ruddy, sometimes their shoulders and shoulder blades ache. There is a leaping all over their bodies, sudden trembling, a palpitation of the heart, and that cardiaca passio, grief in the mouth of the stomach, which maketh the patient think his heart itself acheth, and sometimes suffocation, difficultas anhelitis, short breath, hard wind, strong pulse, swooning. Montanus Consul. 55. Trincavelius lib 3. Consul. 36 et 37. Fernelius Cons. 43. Frambesarius Consult. Lib 1 Consul. 17. Hildesheim, Claudinus, and C. give instance of every particular. The peculiar symptoms which properly belong to each part be these. If it proceed from the stomach, saith Savonarola, teas full of pain wind. Guianerius adds, vertigo, nausea, much spitting, and see if from the mirach, a swelling and wind in the hypochondries, a loathing and appetite to vomit, pulling upward. If from the heart, aching and trembling of it, much heaviness. If from the liver, there is usually a pain in the right hypochondry. If from the spleen, hardness and grief in the left hypochondry, a rumbling, much appetite and small digestion avicina. If from the mesaraic veins and liver on the other side, little or no appetite herc. De Saxonia. If from the hypochondries, a rumbling inflation, concoction is hindered, often belching, and C, and from these crudities, windy vapors ascend up to the brain which trouble the imagination, and cause fear, sorrow, dullness, heaviness, many terrible conceits and chimeras, as Lemnius well observes, L1. C. 16. As a black and thick cloud covers the sun, and intercepts his beams and light, so doth this melancholy vapor obnubilate the mind, and force it to many absurd thoughts and imaginations, and compel good, wise, honest, discreet men, arising to the brain from the lower parts, as smoke out of a chimney, to dote, speak, and do that which becomes them not, their persons, callings, wisdoms. One, by reason of those ascending vapors and gripings, rumbling beneath, will not be persuaded but that he hath a serpent in his guts, a viper, another frogs. Trallianus relates a story of a woman that imagined she had swallowed an eel or a serpent, and Felix Platerus observat. Lib 1. Hath a most memorable example of a countryman of his, that by chance, falling into a pit where frogs and frogs' spawn was, and a little of that water swallowed, began to suspect that he had likewise swallowed frogs' spawn. And with that conceit and fear, his fantasy wrought so far, that he verily thought he had young live frogs in his belly, qui vivebant ex alimento suo, that lived by his nourishment, and was so certainly persuaded of it, that for many years afterwards he could not be rectified in his conceit. He studied physic 7 years together to cure himself, traveled into Italy, France, and Germany to confer with the best physicians about it, and A.D. 1609 asked his counsel amongst the rest. He told him it was wind, his conceit, and C, but mordicus contradicer, et or, et scriptes prober nightbetter. No saying would serve, it was no wind but real frogs, and do you not hear them croak? Platerus would have deceived him by putting live frogs into his excrements, but he, being a physician himself, would not be deceived, ver prudens alias, et doctus, a wise and learned man otherwise, a doctor of physic, and after 7 years' dotage in this kind, a fantasia liberatus est, he was cured. Laurentius and Goulart have many such examples, if you be desirous to read them. One commodity above the rest which are melancholy, these windy flatuous have, lucidia intervalla. Their symptoms and pains are not usually so continuate as the rest, but come by fits, fear and sorrow, and the rest. Yet in another they exceed all others, and that is, they are luxurious, incontinent, and prone to venery, by reason of wind, et facile ament, et quamlibet fear ament. Jason Pratensis, Rhases is of opinion, that Venus doth many of them much good. The other symptoms of the mind be common with the rest. Subsect, Roman 3, symptoms of melancholy abounding in the whole body. Their bodies that are affected with this universal melancholy are most part black. The melancholy juice is redundant all over. Hirsute they are, and lean, they have broad veins, their blood is gross and thick, their spleen is weak, and a liver apt to engender the humor. They have kept bad diet, or have had some evacuation stopped, as hemorrhoids or months in women, which Trallianus in the Cure would have carefully to be inquired, and withal to observe of what complexion the party is of, black or red. For as Forestus and Hilarius contend, if they be black, it proceeds from abundance of natural melancholy. If it proceed from cares, agony, discontents, diet, exercise, and sea, they may be as well of any other color, red, yellow, pale as black, and yet their whole blood corrupt. Prarubri color seep sunt tails, seep flavi, seth montaltus cap. 22. The best way to discern this species is to let them bleed, if the blood be corrupt, thick and black, and they withal free from those hypochondriacal symptoms, and not so grievously troubled with them or those of the head, it argues they are melancholy, a toto corpore. The fumes which arise from this corrupt blood disturb the mind, and make them fearful and sorrowful, heavy-hearted, as the rest, dejected, discontented, solitary, silent, weary of their lives, dull and heavy, or merry and see, and if far gone, that which Apuleius wished to his enemy by way of imprecation is true in them. Dead men's bones, hobgoblins, ghosts are ever in their minds, and meet them still in every turn. All the bugbears of the night, and terrors, fairy babes of tombs and graves are before their eyes, and in their thoughts, as to women and children, if they be in the dark alone. If they hear, or read, or see any tragical object, it sticks by them, they are afraid of death, and yet weary of their lives. In their discontented humors they quarrel with all the world, bitterly inveigh, tax satirically, and because they cannot otherwise vent their passions or redress what is amiss, as they mean, they will by violent death at last be revenged on themselves. Subsect, Roman 4, symptoms of maids, nuns, and widows' melancholy. Because Lodovicus Mercatus in his second book de Mulier, Effect, cap 4, and Rodricus a Castro de Morb, Mulier, cap 3 lib 2 famous physicians in Spain, Daniel Senardus of Wittenberg lib 1 part 2, cap 13. With others, have vouchsafed in their works not long since published, to write 2 just treatises de melancholia virginum, monialium et viduarum, as a particular species of melancholy, which I have already specified, distinct from the rest. For it much differs from that which commonly befalls men and other women, as having one only cause proper to women alone. I may not omit in this general survey of melancholy symptoms to set down the particular signs of such parties so misaffected. The causes are assigned out of Hippocrates, Cleopatra, Moschin, and those old Gynoecerum scripters. Of this feral malady, in more ancient maids, widows, and barren women, ob septum transversum violatum, saith Mercatus, by reason of the midriff or diaphragma, heart and brain offended with those vicious vapors which come from menstruous blood, inflammationum arteriae circa dorsum, Rodricus adds, and inflammation of the back, which with the rest is offended by that fuliginous exhalation of corrupt seed. Troubling the brain, heart, and mind. The brain, I say, not in essence, but by consent, universa enim hugis affectus causa ob utero pendit, et a sanguinis menstrui malicia. For in a word, the whole malady proceeds from that inflammation, putridity, black smoky vapors, and c, from thence comes care, sorrow, and anxiety, obfuscation of spirits, agony, desperation, and the like, which are intended or remitted. See amatorius accessorit ardor, or any other violent object or perturbation of mind. This melancholy may happen to widows, with much care and sorrow, as frequently it doth, by reason of a sudden alteration of their accustomed course of life, and see to such as lie in childbed ob suppressum purgationum. But to nuns and more ancient maids, and some barren women for the causes above said, 'tis more familiar, crebrius his quam reliquis accidit, inquit Rodricus. The rest are not altogether excluded. Out of these causes Rodricus defines it with Arrhetius to be angorum animi, a vexation of the mind, a sudden sorrow from a small, light, or no occasion, with a kind of still dotage and grief of some part or other. Head, heart, breasts, sides, back, belly, and sea, with much solitariness, weeping, distraction, and sea, from which they are sometimes suddenly delivered, because it comes and goes by fits, and is not so permanent as other melancholy. But to leave this brief description, the most ordinary symptoms be these: pulsatio juxta dorsum, a beating about the back, which is almost perpetual. The skin is many times rough, squalid, especially, as Arrhetius observes, about the arms, knees, and knuckles. The midriff and heartstrings do burn and beat very fearfully, and when this vapor or fume is stirred, flieth upward, the heart itself beats, is sore grieved, and faints, foces sixitate precludentur, ut difficulter possit ob uteri strangulation discerni, like fits of the mother, alvis plarisque nil reddit, aliis exiguum, acre, biliosum, lodium flavum. They complain many times, saith Mercatus, of a great pain in their heads about their hearts and hypochondries, and so likewise in their breasts, which are often sore, sometimes ready to swoon, their faces are inflamed, and red they are dry, thirsty, suddenly hot, much troubled with wind, cannot sleep, and see, and from hence proceed farina deliramenta. A brutish kind of dotage, troublesome sleep, terrible dreams in the night, sub rusticus pudor et vericundia ignava, a foolish kind of bashfulness to some. Perverse conceits and opinions, dejection of mind, much discontent, preposterous judgment. They are apt to loathe, dislike, disdain, to be weary of every object, and see each thing almost is tedious to them. They pine away, void of counsel, apt to weep and tremble, timorous, fearful, sad, and out of all hope of better fortunes. They take delight in nothing for the time, but love to be alone and solitary, though that do them more harm, and thus they are affected so long as this vapor lasteth. But by and by, as pleasant and merry as ever they were in their lives, they sing, discourse, and laugh in any good company, upon all occasions, and so by fits it takes them now and then, except the malady be inveterate, and then 'tis more frequent, vehement, and continuate. Many of them cannot tell how to express themselves in words, or how it holds them, what ails them, you cannot understand them, or well tell what to make of their sayings. So forgone sometimes, so stupefied and distracted, they think themselves bewitched, they are in despair, apti ad fletum, desperationum, doloris mammis et hypochondres. Mercatus therefore adds, now their breasts, now their hypochondries, belly and sides, then their heart and head aches, now heat, then wind, now this, now that offends, they are weary of all. And yet will not, cannot again tell how, where or what offends them, though they be in great pain, agony, and frequently complain, grieving, sighing, weeping, and discontented still, sine causa manifesta, most part. Yet I say they will complain, grudge, lament, and not be persuaded, but that they are troubled with an evil spirit, which is frequent in Germany, saith Rodricus, amongst the common sort. And to such as are most grievously affected, for he makes 3 degrees of this disease in women, they are in despair, surely forspoken or bewitched, and in extremity of their dotage, weary of their lives, some of them will attempt to make away themselves. Some think they see visions, confer with spirits and devils, they shall surely be damned, are afraid of some treachery, imminent danger, and the like. They will not speak, make answer to any question, but are almost distracted, mad, or stupid for the time and by fits. And thus it holds them, as they are more or less affected, and as the inner humor is intended or remitted, or by outward objects and perturbations aggravated, solitariness, idleness, and see. Many other maladies there are incident to young women, out of that one and only cause above specified, many feral diseases. I will not so much as mention their names. Melancholy alone is the subject of my present discourse, from which I will not swerve. The several cures of this infirmity concerning diet, which must be very sparing, phlebotomy, physic, internal, external remedies are at large in great variety in Rodricus a Castro, Senertus, and Mercatus, which whoso will, as occasion serves, may make use of. But the best and surest remedy of all is to see them well placed, and married to good husbands in due time, hinc ali, lacrimi, that is the primary cause, and this the ready cure, to give them content to their desires. I write not this to patronize any wanton, idle flirt, lascivious or light housewives, which are too forward many times unruly, and apt to cast away themselves on him that comes next, without all care, counsel, circumspection, and judgment. If religion, good discipline, honest education, wholesome exhortation, fair promises, fame, and loss of good name cannot inhibit and deter such, which to chaste and sober maids cannot choose but avail much, labor and exercise, strict diet, rigor and threats may more opportunely be used, and are able of themselves to qualify and divert an ill-disposed temperament. For seldom should you see an hired servant, a poor handmaid though ancient that is kept hard to her work and bodily labor, a coarse country wench troubled in this kind, but noble virgins, nice gentlewomen such as are solitary and idle, live at ease, lead a life out of action and employment, that fare well. In great houses and jovial companies, ill-disposed peradventure of themselves, and not willing to make any resistance, discontented otherwise of weak judgment, able bodies. And subject to passions, grandeurs virgins, saith Mercatus, steriles et vidui plerumque melancholici. Such for the most part are misaffected, and prone to this disease. I do not so much pity them that may otherwise be eased, but those alone that out of a strong temperament, innate constitution, are violently carried away with this torrent of inward humors, and though very modest of themselves, sober, religious, virtuous, and well given, as many so distressed maids are, yet cannot make resistance, these grievances will appear, this malady will take place, and now manifestly show itself, and may not otherwise be helped. But where am I? Into what subject have I rushed? What have I to do with nuns, maids, virgins, widows? I am a bachelor myself, and lead a monastic life in a college, ne ego sane ineptus qui hic dixerim. I confess, tease and indecorum, and as Pallas a virgin blushed, when Jupiter by chance spake of love matters in her presence, and turned away her face. Me reprimand though my subject necessarily require it, I will say no more. And yet I must, and will say something more, add a word or two in gratiam virginum et viduarum, in favor of all such distressed parties, in commiseration of their present estate. And as I cannot choose but condole their mishap that labor of this infirmity, and are destitute of help in this case, so must I needs inveigh against them that are in fault, more than manifest causes, and as bitterly tax those tyrannizing pseudo-politicians, superstitious orders, rash vows, hard-hearted parents, guardians, unnatural friends, allies. Call them how you will, those careless and stupid overseers that out of worldly respects, covetousness, supine negligence, their own private ends, cum sibi sit intram bene, can so severely reject, stubbornly neglect, and impious-like contemn, without all remorse and pity, the tears, sighs, groans, and grievous miseries of such poor souls committed to their charge. How odious and abominable are those superstitious and rash vows of popish monasteries, so to bind and enforce men and women to vow virginity, to lead a single life against the laws of nature, opposite to religion, policy, and humanity. So to starve, to offer violence, to suppress the vigor of youth by rigorous statutes, severe laws, vain persuasions, to debar them of that to which by their innate temperature they are so furiously inclined, urgently carried, and sometimes precipitated, even irresistibly led to the prejudice of their soul's health and good estate of body and mind, and all for base and private respects to maintain their gross superstition, to enrich themselves and their territories as they falsely suppose, by hindering some marriages that the world be not full of beggars and their parishes pestered with orphans. Stupid politicians. Hecine feri flagellia, ought these things so to be carried. Better marry than burn, saith the apostle, but they are otherwise persuaded. They will by all means quench their neighbor's house if it be on fire, but that fire of lust which breaks out into such lamentable flames, they will not take notice of, their own bowels oftentimes, flesh and blood shall so rage and burn, and they will not see it. Miserum est, saith Austin, sapsum non misericere, and they are miserable in the meantime that cannot pity themselves, the common good of all, and per consequens their own estates. For let them but consider what fearful maladies, feral diseases, gross inconveniences, come to both sexes by this enforced temperance. It troubles me to think of, much more to relate those frequent abortions and murdering of infants in their nunneries, read Chemnitius and others, and notorious fornications, those spintrias, tribatas, ambubaeas, and c. those rapes, incests, adulteries, mastuprations, sodomies, buggeries of monks and friars. See Bale's Visitation of Abbeys, Mercurialis, Rodricus a Castro, Peter Forestus, and divers physicians. I know their ordinary apologies and excuses for these things, said vidrant politici, medici, theologi. I shall more opportunely meet with them elsewhere. Elias vidui, aut patronum virginis hugis, nimi forte puts, verbum non amplius adam. Mem. Roman 3. Immediate cause of these precedent symptoms. To give some satisfaction to melancholy men that are troubled with these symptoms, a better means in my judgment cannot be taken than to show them the causes whence they proceed. Not from devils as they suppose, or that they are bewitched or forsaken of God, hear or see and see. As many of them think, but from natural and inward causes, that so knowing them, they may better avoid the effects, or at least endure them with more patience. The most grievous and common symptoms are fear and sorrow, and that without a cause to the wisest and discreetest men in this malady not to be avoided. The reason why they are so, Aetius discusseth at large tetrabib. 2 in his first problem out of Galen lib. 2 de causis simpt. 1 for Galen imputeth all to the cold that is black, and thinks that the spirits being darkened, and the substance of the brain cloudy and dark, all the objects thereof appear terrible, and the mind itself, by those dark, obscure, gross fumes, ascending from black humors, is in continual darkness, fear, and sorrow. Divers terrible monstrous fictions in 1,000 shapes and apparitions occur, with violent passions, by which the brain and fantasy are troubled and eclipsed. Fracastorius, lib 2 de intellect, will have cold to be the cause of fear and sorrow. For such as are cold are ill-disposed to mirth, dull and heavy, by nature solitary, silent, and not for any inward darkness, as physicians think, for many melancholy men dare boldly be, continue, and walk in the dark, and delight in it. Solum frigidi timidi. If they be hot, they are merry, and the more hot, the more furious and void of fear, as we see in madmen. But this reason holds not, for then no melancholy, proceeding from cholera dust, should fear. Averroes scoffs at Galen for his reasons, and brings 5 arguments to repel them, so doth Herc. De Saxonia Tract, de Melanch cap. 3 assigning other causes which are copiously censured and confuted by Alienus Montaltus, cap 5 and 6. Laud, Mercatus de Inter Morb, Cur, lib 1 cap. 17. Altimaris cap 7 de Mel, Guianerius Tract, 15. C1 Bright cap. 37. Laurentius cap. 5 Valsius med. Cont. Lib 5 con 1 distemperature they conclude makes black juice, blackness obscures the spirits obscured cause fear and sorrow. Laurentius cap. 13. Supposeth these black fumes offend specially the diaphragma or midriff, and so per consequens the mind, which is obscured as the sun by a cloud. To this opinion of Galen, almost all the Greeks and Arabians subscribe, the Latins new and old, interni, tenebri offuscant animum, ut externi nocent puris. As children are affrighted in the dark, so are melancholy men at all times, as having the inward cause with them, and still carrying it about. Which black vapors, whether they proceed from the black blood about the heart, as T.W. Jess thinks in his treatise of the passions of the mind, or stomach, spleen, midriff, or all the misaffected parts together, it boots not, they keep the mind in a perpetual dungeon, and oppress it with continual fears, anxieties, sorrows, and see it is an ordinary thing for such as are sound to laugh at this dejected pusillanimity, and those other symptoms of melancholy, to make themselves merry with them. And to wonder at such as toys and trifles, which may be resisted and withstood if they will themselves. But let him that so wonders consider with himself, that if a man should tell him on a sudden some of his especial friends were dead, could he choose but grieve? Or set him upon a steep rock, where he should be in danger to be precipitated, could he be secure? His heart would tremble for fear, and his head be giddy. P. Byara's Tract, de Pest. Gives instance, as I have said, and put case, saith he, in one that walks upon a plank, if it lie on the ground, he can safely do it. But if the same plank be laid over some deep water instead of a bridge, he is vehemently moved, and tease nothing but his imagination, forma cadendi impressa, to which his other members and faculties obey. Yea, but you infer that such men have a just cause to fear, a true object of fear. So have melancholy men an inward cause, a perpetual fume and darkness, causing fear, grief, suspicion, which they carry with them, an object which cannot be removed. But sticks as close, and is as inseparable as a shadow to a body, and who can expel or overrun his shadow? Remove heat of the liver, a cold stomach, weak spleen, remove those adust humors and vapors arising from them, black blood from the heart, all outward perturbations, take away the cause, and then bid them not grieve nor fear, or be heavy, dull, lumpish. Otherwise counsel can do little good. You may as well bid him that is sick of an ague not to be a dry, or him that is wounded not to feel pain. Suspicion follows fear and sorrow at heels, arising out of the same fountain, so thinks Fracastorius, that fear is the cause of suspicion, and still they suspect some treachery or some secret machination to be framed against them, still they distrust. Restlessness proceeds from the same spring, variety of fumes make them like and dislike. Solitariness, avoiding of light that they are weary of their lives, hate the world, arise from the same causes. For their spirits and humors are opposite to light, fear makes them avoid company and absent themselves, lest they should be misused, hissed at, or overshoot themselves, which still they suspect. They are prone to venery by reason of wind. Angry, waspish, and fretting still, out of abundance of choler, which causeth fearful dreams and violent perturbations to them, both sleeping and waking. That they suppose they have no heads, fly, sink, they are pots, glasses, and sea is wind in their heads. Herc. De Saxonia doth ascribe this to the several motions in the animal spirits, their dilation, contraction, confusion, alteration, tenebrosity, hot or cold distemperature, excluding all material humors. Fracastorius accounts it a thing worthy of inquisition, why they should entertain such false conceits, as that they have horns, great noses, that they are birds, beasts, and sea, why they should think themselves kings, lords, cardinals. For the first, Fracastorius gives two reasons. One is the disposition of the body. The other, the occasion of the fantasy, as if their eyes be purblind, their ears sing, by reason of some cold in room, and see to the second, Laurentius answers, the imagination inwardly or outwardly moved, represents to the understanding, not enticements only, to favor the passion or dislike, but a very intensive pleasure follows the passion or displeasure, and the will and reason are captivated by delighting in it. Why students and lovers are so often melancholy and mad, the philosopher of Conimbra assigns this reason, because by a vehement and continual meditation of that wherewith they are affected, they fetch up the spirits into the brain, and with the heat brought with them, they incend it beyond measure. And the cells of the inner senses dissolve their temperature, which being dissolved, they cannot perform their offices as they ought. Why melancholy men are witty, which Aristotle hath long since maintained in his Problems, and that all learned men, famous philosophers and lawgivers, ad unum fear omnes melancholici, have still been melancholy, is a problem much controverted. Jason Pratensis will have it understood of natural melancholy, which opinion Melanchthon inclines to in his book De Anima, and Marsilius Ficinus de Santuend. Lib. 1 cap. 5 but not simple, for that makes men stupid, heavy, dull, being cold and dry, fearful, fools, and solitary, but mixed with the other humors, phlegm only excepted. And they not adust, but so mixed as that blood he hath, with little or no adustion, that they be neither too hot nor too cold. Aponensis, cited by Melanchthon, thinks it proceeds from melancholy adust, excluding all natural melancholy as too cold. Laurentius condemns his tenet, because adustion of humors makes men mad, as lime burns when water is cast on it. It must be mixed with blood, and somewhat adust, and so that old aphorism of Aristotle may be verified, nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementiae, no excellent wit without a mixture of madness. Fracastorius shall decide the controversy. Phlegmatic are dull, sanguine lively, pleasant, acceptable, and merry, but not witty. Choleric are too swift in motion, and furious, impatient of contemplation, deceitful wits. Melancholy men have the most excellent wits, but not all. This humor may be hot or cold, thick or thin. If too hot, they are furious and mad. If too cold, dull, stupid, timorous, and sad. If temperate, excellent, rather inclining to that extreme of heat than cold. This sentence of his will agree with that of Heraclitus. A dry light makes a wise mind, temperate heat and dryness are the chief causes of a good wit. Therefore, saith Aelian, an elephant is the wisest of all brute beasts, because his brain is driest, et ob atri bilis capium. This reason Cardan approves subtil. L12. Joe. Baptistus Sylvaticus, a physician of Milan in his first controversy, hath copiously handled this question, Rulandus in his Problems, Caelius Rhodiginus, lib 17. Valeriolus 6 to Nerat. Med. Herc de Saxonia tract, post, de Mel, cap. 3 Ludovicus Mercatus de Intermorb, cur, lib. cap. 17. Baptista Porta, Physiog lib. 1, c13, and many others. Weeping, sighing, laughing, itching, trembling, sweating, blushing, hearing and seeing strange noises, visions, wind, crudity are motions of the body, depending upon these precedent motions of the mind, Neither are tears affections but actions, as Scaliger holds. The voice of such as are afraid trembles because the heart is shaken. Canim. Prob. 6. Sec 3 de Somme. Why they stutter or falter in their speech. Mercurialis and Montaltus. Cap. 17. Give like reasons out of Hippocrates, dryness, which makes the nerves of the tongue torpid. Fast speaking, which is a symptom of some few Aetius will have caused from abundance of wind, and swiftness of imagination. Baldness comes from excessive dryness, hirsuteness from a dry temperature. The cause of much waking in a dry brain, continual meditation, discontent, fears and cares that suffer not the mind to be at rest. Incontinency is from wind, and a hot liver. Montanus, Cons. 26. Rumbling in the guts is caused from wind, and wind from ill concoction, weakness of natural heat, or a distempered heat and cold. Palpitation of the heart from vapors, heaviness and aching from the same cause. That the belly is hard, wind is a cause, and of that leaping in many parts. Redness of the face and itching as if they were flea-bitten or stung with pismires from a sharp subtle wind. Cold sweat from vapors arising from the hypochondries, which pitch upon the skin, leanness for want of good nourishment. Why their appetite is so great, Aetius answers. Os ventris frigit, cold in those inner parts, cold belly and hot liver, causeth crudity, and intention proceeds from perturbations. Our souls for want of spirits cannot attend exactly to so many intentive operations, being exhaust and overswayed by passion. She cannot consider the reasons which may dissuade her from such affections. Bashfulness and blushing is a passion proper to men alone, and is not only caused for some shame and ignominy, or that they are guilty unto themselves of some foul fact committed, but as Fracastorius well determines, ob defectum proprium, et timorum from fear and a conceit of our defects. The face labors and is troubled at his presence that sees our defects, and nature willing to help, sends thither heat, heat draws the subtlest blood, and so we blush. They that are bold, arrogant, and careless, seldom or never blush, but such as are fearful. Anthonius Lodovicus in his book De Pudor will have this subtle blood to arise in the face, not so much for the reverence of our betters in presence, but for joy and pleasure, or if anything at unawares shall pass from us, a sudden accident, a curse or meeting. Which Disarius in Macrobius confirms, any object heard or seen, for blind men never blush, as Dandinus observes, the night and darkness make men impudent. Or that we be stayed before our betters, or in company we like not, or if anything molest and offend us, irrubescentia turns to rubor, blushing to a continuate redness. Sometimes the extremity of the ears tingle, and are red, sometimes the whole face, etsi nihil vitiosum commissaris, as Lodovicus holds. Though Aristotle is of opinion, omnis pudor ex vitio commisso, all shame for some offense. But we find otherwise, it may as well proceed from fear, from force and inexperience, so Dandinus holds as vice. A hot liver, saith Duretus notis in Hilarium. From a hot brain, from wind, the lungs heated, or after drinking of wine, strong drink, perturbations, and see, laughter what it is, saith Tully how caused, where and so suddenly breaks out that desirous to stay it we cannot, how it comes to possess and stir our face, veins, eyes, countenance, mouth, sides let Democritus determine. The cause that it often affects melancholy men so much is given by Gomesius, lib 3 de sale genial. Cap. 18. Abundance of pleasant vapors, which in sanguine melancholy especially break from the heart and tickle the midriff because it is transverse and full of nerves. By which titillation the sense being moved and arteries distended or pulled, the spirits from thence move and possess the sides, veins, countenance, eyes. See more in Josius de Risuet Fledu, Vives 3 de Anima. Tears, as Scaliger defines, proceed from grief and pity, or from the heating of a moist brain, for a dry cannot weep. That they see and hear so many phantasms, chimeras, noises, visions, and see. As Venus hath discoursed at large in his book of imagination, and Lavater de Spectris part 1 cap. 234. Their corrupt fantasy makes them see and hear that which indeed is neither heard nor seen. Qui multum jejunant, out nox ducunt insomnes, they that much fast, or want sleep, as melancholy or sick men commonly do, see visions, or such as are weak-sighted, very timorous by nature, mad distracted, or earnestly seek. Sabini quod volunt somnient, as the saying is, they dream of that they desire. Like Sarmiento the Spaniard, who, when he was sent to discover the Straits of Magellan, and confined places by the prorex of Peru standing on the top of a hill, aminissimam planitim dispicere sibi vicis fuit, edificia magnifica, Quamplorimos pagos, alias ters, splendida templa, and brave cities, built like ours in Europe, not, saith mine author, that there was any such thing, but that he was vanissimus et nimis credulous, and would fain have had it so. Or as laud. Mercatus proves, by reason of inward vapors, and humours from blood, choler, and sea diversely mixed, they apprehend and see outwardly, as they suppose, divers images, which indeed are not. As they that drink wine think all runs round, when it is in their own brain. So is it with these men, the fault and cause is inward, as Galen affirms, madmen and such as are near death, quas extra si viter putent imagines, intra oculos habent, tease in their brain, which seems to be before them. The brain as a concave glass reflects solid bodies. Senes etiam decrepiti cerebrum habent concavum et aridum, ut imaginenter si viter, saith Boissardus. Qui non sunt, old men are too frequently mistaken and dote in like case. Or, as he that looketh through a piece of red glass, judgeth everything he sees to be red. Corrupt vapors mounting from the body to the head, and distilling again from thence to the eyes, when they have mingled themselves with the watery crystal which receiveth the shadows of things to be seen, make all things appear of the same color, which remains in the humor that overspreads our sight, as to melancholy men all is black, to phlegmatic all white, and see or else as before the organs corrupt by a corrupt fantasy, as Lemnius, lib 1 cap. 16. Well quotes cause a great agitation of spirits, and humours, which wander to and fro in all the creeks of the brain, and cause such apparitions before their eyes. One thinks he reads something written in the moon, as Pythagoras is said to have done of old, another smells brimstone, hears Cerberus bark. Orestes now mad supposed he saw the Furies tormenting him, and his mother still ready to run upon him. O mater obsecro noli me persequi his furiaes, aspectu anguinis, horribilibus, ex me invadant, in me jamrunt. But Electra told him thus raving in his mad fit, he saw no such sights at all, it was but his crazed imagination. Quies miser in lintes tuis, non cernis etenim qui viter te putas. So Pentheus in Bacchae's Euripides saw 2 sons, 2 Thebes, his brain alone was troubled. Sickness is an ordinary cause of such sights, Cardan subtil. 8. Mens igra laboribus et jejuneos fracta, facit eos viter, audier and see, and Osiander beheld strange visions, and Alexander ab Alexandro both, in their sickness, which he relates de rerum veritat. Lib 8. Cap. 44. Albaicneus, that noble Arabian, on his deathbed, saw a ship ascending and descending, which Fracastorius records of his friend Baptista Turianus. Weak sight and a vain persuasion withal may effect as much, and second causes concurring, as an oar in water makes a refraction, and seems bigger bended double, and see. The thickness of the air may cause such effects, or any object not well discerned in the dark, fear and fantasy will suspect to be a ghost, a devil, and see quod nimis misery timent, hoc facile credunt, we are apt to believe and mistake in such cases. Marcellus Donatus lib. 2 cap. One brings in a story out of Aristotle, of one Antipharon which likely saw, wheresoever he was, his own image in the air, as in a glass. Vitalio lib 10. Perspect. Hath such another instance of a familiar acquaintance of his, that after the want of 3 or 4 nights' sleep, as he was riding by a river side, saw another riding with him, and using all such gestures as he did, but when more light appeared, it vanished. Eremites and anchorites have frequently such absurd visions, revelations by reason of much fasting, and bad diet. Many are deceived by legerdemain, as Scott hath well showed in his book of the discovery of witchcraft, and Cardan, subtil. 18. Sulfites, perfumes, suffumigations, mixed candles, perspective glasses, and such natural causes, make men look as if they were dead, or with horse heads, bull's horns, and such like brutish shapes, the room full of snakes, adders, dark, light, green, red, of all colors, as you may perceive in Baptista Porta, Alexis, Albertus, and others, glowworms, fire drakes, meteors, ignes fatus, which Plinius, lib 2 cap. 37. Calls Castor and Pollux, with many such that appear in moorish grounds, about churchyards, moist valleys, or where battles have been fought, the causes of which read in Gaclenius, Velurus, Ficius, and see such fears are often done, to frighten children with squibs, rotten wood, and sea. To make folks look as if they were dead, Salido majors bigger, lesser, fairer, fouler, ut astant sign capitibus vidanter aut todi igniti, aut forma demonum, acite pylos canis nigri and see, saith Albertus. And so 'tis ordinary to see strange, uncouth sights by catoptrics. Who knows not that if in a dark room the light be admitted at one only little hole, and a paper or glass put upon it, the sun shining, will represent on the opposite wall all such objects as are illuminated by his rays. With concave and cylinder glasses, we may reflect any shape of men, devils, antics, as magicians most part do, to gull a silly spectator in a dark room. We will ourselves, and that hanging in the air, when 'tis nothing but such an horrible image as Agrippa demonstrates, placed in another room. Roger Bacon of old is said to have represented his own image walking in the air by this art, though no such thing appear in his perspectives. But most part it is in the brain that deceives them, although I may not deny, but that oftentimes the devil deludes them, takes his opportunity to suggest, and represent vain objects to melancholy men, and such as are ill affected. To these you may add the knavish impostures of jugglers, exorcists, mass priests, and mountebanks, of whom Roger Bacon speaks, and see. De miraculis naturae et artis. Cap. 1. They can counterfeit the voices of all birds and brute beasts almost, all tones and tunes of men, and speak within their throats, as if they spoke afar off, that they make their auditors believe they hear spirits, and are thence much astonished and affrighted with it. Besides, those artificial devices to overhear their confessions, like that whispering place of Gloucester with us, or like the Duke's place at Mantua in Italy, where the sound is reverberated by a concave wall, a reason of which Blancanus in his Acontria gives and mathematically demonstrates, so that the hearing is as frequently diluted as the sight, from the same causes almost, as he that hears bells will make them sound what he list. As the fool thinketh, so the bell clinketh. Theophilus in Galen thought he heard music, from vapors which made his ears sound and see. Some are deceived by echoes, some by roaring of waters, or concaves and reverberation of air in the ground, hollow places and walls. At Catercum in Aquitaine, words and sentences are repeated by a strange echo to the full, or whatsoever you shall play upon a musical instrument, more distinctly and louder than they are spoken at first. Some echoes repeat a thing spoken 7 times, as at Olympus in Macedonia, as Pliny relates, lib 36. Cap. 15. Some 12 times, as at Charenton, a village near Paris in France. At Delphos in Greece, heretofore was a miraculous echo, and so in many other places. Cardan subtil, L18 hath wonderful stories of such as have been deluded by these echoes. Blancanus the Jesuit in his Acontria hath variety of examples, and gives his reader full satisfaction of all such sounds by way of demonstration. At Bari, an isle in the Severn mouth, they seem to hear a smith's forge, so at Lipari, and those sulphurious isles, and many such like, which Aulus speaks of in the continent of Scandia, and those northern countries. Cardan de Rerum var. L15 c. 84 mentioneth a woman that still supposed she heard the devil call her, and speaking to her she was a painter's wife in Milan, and many such illusions and voices, which proceed most part from a corrupt imagination. Whence it comes to pass that they prophesy, speak several languages, talk of astronomy and other unknown sciences to them, of which they have been ever ignorant. I have in brief touched, only this I will here add, that Arculanus Bodin. Lib 3, cap. 6. Demon, and some others, hold as a manifest token that such persons are possessed with the devil. So doth Hercules de Saxonia and Aponensis, and fit only to be cured by a priest. But Guianerius, Montaltus, Pomporiadius of Padua, and Lemnius lib. 2 cap. 2. Refer it wholly to the ill disposition of the humor, and that out of the authority of Aristotle Prob. 31. Because such symptoms are cured by purging. And as by the striking of a flint fire is enforced, so by the vehement motion of spirits, they do elicere voces inauditas, compel strange speeches to be spoken. Another argument he hath from Plato's Reminiscentia, which all out as likely as that which Marsilius Ficinus speaks of his friend Pyrleonis. By a divine kind of infusion he understood the secrets of nature, and tenets of Grecian and barbarian philosophers, before ever he heard of, saw, or read their works. But in this I should rather hold with Avicenna and his associates, that such symptoms proceed from evil spirits, which take all opportunities of humors decayed, or otherwise to pervert the soul of man. And besides, the humor itself is balneum diaboli, the devil's bath, and as Agrippa proves, doth entice him to seize upon them. Sect Roman 4, Mem. I. Prognostics of Melancholy. Prognostics or signs of things to come are either good or bad. If this malady be not hereditary and taken at the beginning, there is good hope of cure. Recens curationum non habet difficilum, saith Avicenna, L3, Fen 1, Tract 4, C18. That which is with laughter, of all others is most secure, gentle, and remiss, Hercules de Saxonia. If that evacuation of hemorrhoids or varices, which they call the water between the skin, shall happen to a melancholy man, his misery is ended, Hippocrates Affer. 6:11. Galen L6 de Morbis Vulgar. Com 8 confirms the same, and to this aphorism of Hippocrates all the Arabians, New and Old Latins subscribe, Montaltus C25, Hercules de Saxonia, Mercurialis, Vittorius Faventinus, and C. Skenkius, L. 1, observat. Med. C. de Mania illustrates this aphorism with an example of one Daniel Federer, a coppersmith that was long melancholy, and in the end mad about the 27th year of his age. These varices or water began to arise in his thighs, and he was freed from his madness. Marius the Roman was so cured, some say, though with great pain. Skenkius hath some other instances of women that have been helped by flowing of their mouths, which before were stopped. That the opening of the hemorrhoids will do as much for men, all physicians jointly signify, so they be voluntary, some say, and not by compulsion. All melancholy are better after a quartan, Jobertus saith, scarce any man hath that ague twice, but whether it free him from this malady 'tis a question, for many physicians ascribe all long agues for especial causes, and a quartan ague amongst the rest. Rassi's Cont. Lib 1, Tract 9. When melancholy gets out at the superficies of the skin, or settles breaking out in scabs, leprosy, morphew, or is purged by stools, or by the urine, or that the spleen is enlarged, and those varices appear, the disease is dissolved. Guianerius Cap. 5 Tract 15 adds dropsy, jaundice, dysentery, leprosy as good signs to these scabs, morphews, and breaking out, and proves it out of the 6th of Hippocrates' aphorisms. Evil prognostics on the other part. Inveterata melancholia incurabilis. If it be inveterate, it is incurable, a common axiom, out difficulter curabilis as they say that make the best, hardly cured. This Galen witnesseth L3 de Locke. Effect. Cap. 6. Be it in whom it will, or from what cause soever, it is ever long, wayward, tedious, and hard to be cured, if once it be habituated. As Lucian said of the gout, she was the queen of diseases, and inexorable, may we say, of melancholy. Yet Paracelsus will have all diseases whatsoever curable, and laughs at them which think otherwise, as T. Erastus Par. 3 objects to him, although in another place hereditary diseases he accounts incurable, and by no art to be removed. Hildesheim Spissel. 2 de Mel. Holds it less dangerous if only imagination be hurt, and not reason, the gentlest is from blood. Worse from choler adust, but the worst of all from melancholy putrefied. Bruel esteems hypochondriacal least dangerous, and the other 2 species, opposite to Galen, hardest to be cured. The cure is hard in man, but much more difficult in women. And both men and women must take notice of that saying of Montanus Consul. 230 Proabate Italo, this malady doth commonly accompany them to their grave. Physicians may ease, and it may lie hid for a time, but they cannot quite cure it, but it will return again more violent and sharp than at first, and that upon every small occasion or error. As in Mercury's weather-beaten statue, that was once all over gilt, the open parts were clean, yet there was in fimbriae aurum, in the chinks a remnant of gold. There will be some relics of melancholy left in the purest bodies, if once tainted, not so easily to be rooted out. Oftentimes it degenerates into epilepsy, apoplexy, convulsions, and blindness. By the authority of Hippocrates and Galen, all aver, if once it possessed the ventricles of the brain, Frambeserius, and Sallust. Salvianus adds, if it get into the optic nerves, blindness. Mercurialis Consul. 20. Had a woman to his patient, that from melancholy became epileptic and blind. If it come from a cold cause, or so continue cold or increase epilepsy, convulsions follow and blindness, or else in the end they are moped, sottish, and in all their actions, speeches, and gestures ridiculous. If it come from a hot cause, they are more furious and boisterous, and in conclusion mad. Calicentum melancholium sepius sequitur mania. If it heat and increase, that is the common event, per circuitus aut semper insanit, he is mad by fits or altogether. For as Sennertus contends out of Crotto, there is seminarius ignes in this humor, the very seeds of fire. If it come from melancholy natural adust, and in excess, they are often demoniacal, Montanus. Seldom this malady procures death, except which is the greatest, most grievous calamity and the misery of all miseries, they make away themselves, which is a frequent thing and familiar amongst them. 'Tis Hippocrates' observation, Galen's sentence, etsi mortem timent, tamen plerumque sibi ipsis mortem consiscunt, L3, de locis effect, cap. 7. The doom of all physicians. 'Tis Rabbi Moses' aphorism, the prognosticon of Avicenna, Rhases, Aetius, Gordonius, Valescus, Altimaris, Sallust. Salvianus, Capivaccius, Mercatus, Hercules de Saxonia, Piso, Bruel, Fuccius, all and C. Et seep usque idio mortis formidine vidi percipit in felix odium lucisque videndi, ut sibi consiscat merenti pector lethem. And so far forth death's terror doth affright, he makes away himself, and hates the light to make an end of fear and grief of heart, he voluntary dies to ease his smart. In such sort doth the torture and extremity of his misery torment him, that he can take no pleasure in his life, but is in a manner enforced to offer violence unto himself, to be freed from his present insufferable pains. So some, saith Fracastorius, in fury, but most in despair, sorrow, fear, and out of the anguish and vexation of their souls, offer violence to themselves. For their life is unhappy and miserable. They can take no rest in the night, nor sleep, or if they do slumber, fearful dreams astonish them. In the daytime they are affrighted still by some terrible object, and torn in pieces with suspicion, fear, sorrow, discontents, cares, shame, anguish, and see as so many wild horses, that they cannot be quiet an hour, a minute of time, but even against their wills they are intent, and still thinking of it they cannot forget it, it grinds their souls day and night, they are perpetually tormented, a burden to themselves, as Job was, they can neither eat, drink, or sleep. Sal. Sivi. 18. Their soul abhorreth all meat, and they are brought to death's door, being bound in misery and iron. They curse their stars with Job and day of their birth and wish for death. For as Pinda and most interpreters hold, Job was even melancholy to despair and almost madness itself. They murmur many times against the world, friends, allies, all mankind, even against God himself in the bitterness of their passion, viver nolunt, mori nesciunt, live they will not, die they cannot. And in the midst of these squalid, ugly, and such irksome days, they seek at last, finding no comfort, no remedy in this wretched life, to be eased of all by death. Omnia appetunt bonum, all creatures seek the best, and for their good as they hope, subspecie, in show at least, vel quia mori pulchrum putant, saith Hippocrates, vel quia putant into si majoribus malis liberari, to be freed as they wish. Though many times, as Aesop's fishes, they leap from the frying pan into the fire itself, yet they hope to be eased by this means, and therefore saith Felix Platerus, after many tedious days at last, either by drowning, hanging, or some such fearful end, they precipitate or make away themselves. Many lamentable examples are daily seen amongst us. Alias ante, for si laqueo suspendit, as Seneca notes. Alias si precipitavid attecto, ni dominum stomacantum audert, alias ni reduceretur affugiferum redigit in viscera, one hangs himself before his own door, another throws himself from the housetop, to avoid his master's anger, a third, to escape expulsion, plunges a dagger into his heart. So many causes there are his amor exitio est furor his, love, grief, anger, madness, and shame. And see 'tis a common calamity, a fatal end to this disease, they are condemned to a violent death, by a jury of physicians, furiously disposed, carried headlong by their tyrannizing wills, enforced by miseries, and there remains no more to such persons, if that heavenly physician, by his assisting grace and mercy alone do not prevent. For no human persuasion or art can help, but to be their own butchers and execute themselves. Socrates his cicuta, Lucretia's dagger, Timon's halter are yet to be had. Cato's knife and Nero's sword are left behind them, as so many fatal engines bequeathed to posterity and will be used to the world's end by such distressed souls. So intolerable, insufferable, grievous and violent is their pain, so unspeakable and continuate. One day of grief is 100 years, as Cardan observes, 'tis carnificina hominum, anger animi, as well saith Arrhetius, a plague of the soul, the cramp and convulsion of the soul, an epitome of hell. And if there be a hell upon earth, it is to be found in a melancholy man's heart. For that deep torture may be called in hell, when more is felt than one hath power to tell. Yea, that which scoffing Lucian said of the gout in jest, I may truly affirm of melancholy in earnest. O trist nomen. O dies odebile melancholia lacrimosa, causati filia, tu tartari specubus oppicis edita erinis, utero quam megara sutulit, et ob uberibus alluit, cuique parvidi amarulentum in os lac electo dedit, omnes abominabilum t demons produxer in lucem, exidio mortalium. Et paulo post non Jupiter ferit tail telum fulminis, non ulla sic procella sivit equoris, non impetuosi tanta vis est turbinis. And asperos sustineo morsus cerberi, num virus echidni membra me depacitor aut tunica sani tincta nesi, sanguinis, illacrimabile et immedicable malum hoc. O sad and odious name! A name so fell is this of melancholy, brat of hell. There born in hellish darkness doth it dwell. The Furies brought it up, Megara's teat, Electo gave it bitter milk to eat, and all conspired a bane to mortal men to bring this devil out of that black den. Jupiter's thunderbolt, not storm at sea, nor whirlwind doth our hearts so much dismay. What? Am I bit by that fierce Cerberus, or stung by serpent so pestiferous, or put on shirt that's dipped in Nessus blood? My pains past cure, physic can do no good. No torture of body like unto it, siculi non invenor tyranny magis tormentum. No strapados, hot irons, phalaris bulls, nec ira diem tantum, nec tella, nec hostes, quantum sola nosis animus elapsa. Jove's wrath, nor devils can do so much harm to soul of man. All fears, griefs, suspicions, discontents, imbonites, in suavities are swallowed up, and drowned in this Euripus, this Irish sea, this ocean of misery, as so many small brooks. Tis coagulum omnium aramnarum, which Ammianus applied to his distressed paladins. I say of our melancholy man, he is the cream of human adversity, the quintessence and upshot. All other diseases whatsoever are but flea-bitings to melancholy in extent. Tis the pith of them all, hispitium est calamitatis, quid verbis opus est, quamcunc malem rem queris, illic repuris. What need more words? Tis calamities in where seek for any mischief, tis within. And a melancholy man is that true Prometheus, which is bound to Caucasus, the true Titius, whose bowels are still by a vulture devoured, as poets feign, for so doth Lilius Geraldus interpret it, of anxieties and those griping cares, and so ought it to be understood. In all other maladies, we seek for help, if a leg or an arm ache through any distemperature or wound, or that we have an ordinary disease above all things whatsoever, we desire help and health, a present recovery, if by any means possible it may be procured. We will freely part with all our other fortunes, substance, endure any misery, drink bitter potions, swallow those distasteful pills, suffer our joints to be seared, to be cut off, anything for future health. So sweet, so dear, so precious above all other things in this world is life. 'Tis that we chiefly desire, long life and happy days, multos de Jupiter annos, increase of years all men wish. But to a melancholy man, nothing so tedious, nothing so odious. That which they so carefully seek to preserve he abhors, he alone. So intolerable are his pains. Some make a question, gravures more by corporis and animi, whether the diseases of the body or mind be more grievous, but there is no comparison, no doubt to be made of it. Multo enim severe longec est atrocior animi, quam corporis cruciatus, lem. L1, C12. The diseases of the mind are far more grievous. Tatum hic pro vulner corpus, body and soul is misaffected here, but the soul especially. So Cardan testifies de rerum var. Lib 840. Maximus Tyrius, a Platonist, and Plutarch have made just volumes to prove it. Dies adamit egratudinem hominibus. In other diseases there is some hope likely, but these unhappy men are born to misery, past all hope of recovery, incurably sick, the longer they live the worse they are, and death alone must ease them. Another doubt is made by some philosophers, whether it be lawful for a man in such extremity of pain and grief to make away himself, and how these men that so do are to be censured. The Platonists approve of it that it is lawful in such cases, and upon a necessity, Plotinus L. de Beatitude. C7. And Socrates himself defends it, in Plato's Phaedon, if any man labor of an incurable disease, he may dispatch himself, if it be to his good. Epicurus and his followers, the Cynics and Stoics in general affirm it, Epictetus and Seneca amongst the rest, quamcunc verum esse viam ad libertatem, any way is allowable that leads to liberty. Let us give God thanks that no man is compelled to live against his will. Quid ad hominem claustra, career, custodia? Liberum ostium habet, death is always ready and at hand. Vides illum praecipitum locum, illud flumen, dost thou see that steep place, that river, that pit, that tree, there's liberty at hand. Effuga servitudes et dolorous sunt, as that Laconian lad cast himself headlong, non serviam eabat pure, to be freed of his misery. Every vein in thy body, if these be nimis operosi exitus, will set thee free, quid tua refert finum facies and accipias. There's no necessity for a man to live in misery. Malum est necessitati viver, sed in necessitate viver, necessitas nulla est. Ignavis qui sine causa moritur, et stultus qui cum dolor vivit. Idem epi. 58. Wherefore hath our mother the earth brought out poisons, saith Pliny, in so great a quantity, but that men in distress might make away themselves. Which kings of old had ever in a readiness, ad insert a fortuni venenum sub custod promptum, livy writes, and executioners always at hand. Speusippus being sick was met by Diogenes, and carried on his slave's shoulders, he made his moan to the philosopher. But I pity thee not, quoth Diogenes, qui cum tales viver sustines, thou mayst be freed when thou wilt, meaning by death. Seneca therefore commends Cato, Dido, and Lucretia for their generous courage in so doing, and others that voluntarily die to avoid a greater mischief, to free themselves from misery, to save their honor or vindicate their good name, as Cleopatra did, as Sophonisba, Syphax's wife did, Hannibal did, as Junius Brutus, as Vibius Virus, and those Campanian senators in Livy Dec. 3. Lib 6, to escape the Roman tyranny, that poisoned themselves. Themistocles drank bull's blood, rather than he would fight against his country, and Demosthenes chose rather to drink poison, Publius Crassi Filius, Censorius, and Plancus, those heroical Romans to make away themselves, than to fall into their enemies' hands. How many myriads besides in all ages might I remember, qui sibi lethem in sans pepperer manu, and see Rhases and the Maccabees is magnified for it, Samson's death approved. So did Saul and Jonah's sin, and many worthy men and women, quorum memoria celebrator in Ecclesia, saith Lementius, for killing themselves to save their chastity and honor when Rome was taken, as Austin instances L1. De Civit, De Cap. 16. Jerome vindicateth the same in Ionom and Ambrose L3. De Virginitate commendeth Pelagia for so doing. Eusebius, lib 8. Cap. 15. Admires a Roman matron for the same fact to save herself from the lust of Maxentius the tyrant. Adelhelmus, abbot of Malmesbury, calls them betas virgins qui sic, and see Titus Pomponius Atticus, that wise discreet, renowned Roman senator, Tully's dear friend, when he had been long sick. As he supposed of an incurable disease, Vidhamque producerit ad augendos dolors, sine spi salutis, was resolved voluntarily by famine to dispatch himself to be rid of his pain. And when as Agrippa and the rest of his weeping friends earnestly besought him, Osculantes obsequerent ni id quad natura cogerit, ips accelerarit, not to offer violence to himself. With a settled resolution he desired again they would approve of his good intent, and not seek to dehort him from it, and so constantly died, procesque aerum taciturna sua obstination depressit. Even so did Corellius Rufus, another grave senator, by the relation of Plinius Secundus, Epist. Lib 1. Epist. 12. Famish himself to death, pedibus corruptus cum incredibiles cruciatus et indignissima tormenta pateretur, a cibis omnino abstinuit. Neither he nor Hispilla his wife could divert him, but destinatus mori obstinate magis, and see die he would, and die he did. So did Lycurgus, Aristotle, Zeno, Chrysippus, Empedocles with myriads, and see in wars for a man to run rashly upon imminent danger, and present death, is accounted valor and magnanimity to be the cause of his own, and many a thousand's ruin besides, to commit wilful murder in a manner of himself and others, is a glorious thing, and he shall be crowned for it. The Massageti in former times, Barbixians, and I know not what nations besides, did stifle their old men after 70 years to free them from those grievances incident to that age. So did the inhabitants of the island of Choa, because their air was pure and good, and the people generally long-lived, antivertebant fatum suum, priusquam mansi fornt, out imbecilitas exceterit, papaver vel sicuta, with poppy or hemlock they prevented death. Sir Thomas More in his Utopia commends voluntary death, if he be sibi out aliis molestus, troublesome to himself or others. Especially if to live be a torment to him, let him free himself with his own hands from this tedious life, as from a prison, or suffer himself to be freed by others. And 'tis the same tenet which Laertius relates of Zeno of old, just sapiens sibi mortem consistit, see in acerbis doloribus verseter, membrorum mutilation aut morbis eager curandis, and which Plato 9. De legibus approves, if old age, poverty, ignominy, and oppress, and which Fabius expresseth in effect. Prefat. 7 Institut. Nemo nisi sua culpa diu dalit. It is an ordinary thing in China, saith Matt. Rixius the Jesuit, if they be in despair of better fortunes, or tired and tortured with misery, to bereave themselves of life, and many times, to spite their enemies the more, to hang at their door. Tacitus the historian, Plutarch the philosopher, much approve of voluntary departure and ost. De Civ. Day L1. C29. Defends a violent death, so that it be undertaken in a good cause, nemo sic mortus, qui non furet aliquando morituris. Quid autem interest, quo mortis gener vita ista finiatur, quando alequi finiter, aetrum mori non cogiter. And see no man so voluntarily dies, but volens nolens, he must die at last, and our life is subject to innumerable casualties. Who knows when they may happen? Utrum satius est unum perpeti moriendo, and omnes timer vivendo, rather suffer one than fear all. Death is better than a bitter life, Eccle. XXX. 17. And a harder choice to live in fear than by once dying to be freed from all. Theombratus Ambraciotes persuaded I know not how many hundreds of his auditors. By a luculent oration he made of the miseries of this, and happiness of that other life, to precipitate themselves. And having read Plato's divine tract De Anima, for example's sake led the way first. That neat epigram of Callimachus will tell you as much. Jamque vale soli, cum dicerit Ambraciotes in stygios furter desiluus lacus. Mort nihil dignum passus. Sed forte Platonus divini, eximum de nis legit opus. Calenus and his Indians hated of old to die a natural death. The Circumcellions and Donatists, loathing life, compelled others to make them away, with many such. But these are false and pagan positions, profane stoical paradoxes, wicked examples. It boots not what heathen philosophers determine in this kind. They are impious, abominable, and upon a wrong ground. No evil is to be done that good may come of it. Reclamet Christus, reclamet Scriptura, God, and all good men are against it. He that stabs another can kill his body, but he that stabs himself kills his own soul. Male meriter qui dat mendico quod edet, nam et alud quod dat paret, et illi producit videm ad miseriam. He that gives a beggar an alms, as that comical poet said, doth ill, because he doth but prolong his miseries. But Lactantius L6. C7. De viro cultu calls it a detestable opinion and fully confutes it, lib 3 de sap cap. 18 and s. Austin Epist. 52. Ad Macedonium cap. 61 ad Dulcidium tribunum. So doth Hierom to Marcella of Blasilla's death, non recipio tales animas and c. He calls such men martyrs stulti philosophy. So doth Cyprian de duplici martyrio. Si qui sic morienter, aut infirmitas, aut ambitio aut dementia cogit ius. Tis mere madness so to do, furori est ni morir mori. To this effect writes Arist. 3 Ethic. Lipsius Manuduc, ad Stoicam philosopheme lib 3 dissertat. 23. But it needs no confutation. This only let me add, that in some cases those hard censures of such as offer violence to their own persons, or in some desperate fit to others, which sometimes they do, by stabbing, slashing, and are to be mitigated, as in such as are mad, beside themselves for the time, or found to have been long melancholy. And that in extremity they know not what they do, deprived of reason, judgment, all as a ship that is void of a pilot, must needs impinge upon the next rock or sands, and suffer shipwreck. P. Forestus hath a story of 2 melancholy brethren that made away themselves, and for so foul a fact were accordingly censured to be infamously buried, as in such cases they use, to terrify others as it did the Milesian virgins of old. But upon farther examination of their misery and madness, the censure was revoked, and they were solemnly interred, as Saul was by David to Sam. Roman 2. 4. And Seneca well adviseth, irascire interfectori, sed miserere interfecti, be justly offended with him as he was a murderer, but pity him now as a dead man. Thus of their goods and bodies we can dispose. But what shall become of their souls, God alone can tell. His mercy may come inter pontum et fontum, inter gladium et jugulum, betwixt the bridge and the brook, the knife and the throat. Quod cuquam contigit, quivis potest, who knows how he may be tempted? It is his case, it may be thine. Qui sua sors hodie est, eras for vestra potest. We ought not to be so rash and rigorous in our censures, as some are. Charity will judge and hope the best. God be merciful unto us all. The second partition. The cure of melancholy. The first section, member subsection. Unlawful cures rejected. Inveterate melancholy, howsoever it may seem to be a continuate inexorable disease, hard to be cured, accompanying them to their graves, most part, as Montanus observes, yet many times it may be helped, even that which is most violent, or at least, according to the same author, it may be mitigated and much eased. Nil disperandum. It may be hard to cure, but not impossible for him that is most grievously affected, if he but willing to be helped. Upon this good hope I will proceed, using the same method in the cure, which I have formerly used in the rehearsing of the causes, first general, then particular. And those according to their several species, of these cures some be lawful, some again unlawful, which though frequent, familiar, and often used, yet justly censured, and to be controverted. As first, whether by these diabolical means, which are commonly practiced by the devil and his ministers, sorcerers, witches, magicians, and by spells, cabalistical words, charms, characters, images, amulets, ligatures, philters, incantations, and this disease and the like may be cured. And if they may, whether it be lawful to make use of them, those magnetical cures, or for our good to seek after such means in any case. The first, whether they can do any such cures, is questioned amongst many writers, some affirming, some denying. Valesius Cont. Med. Lib 5 Cap. 6 Malleus Maleficar Huenius Lib 3, Pract. Med. Cap 28, Caelius Lib. 16, C16, Delrio Tom 3 Wierus Lib. 2 de Priestig, Diem. Libanius Lavator de Spect, Part. 2 Cap. 7 Halbrenner the Lutheran in Pistorium Polydor Verg. L1, de Prodig. Tandalrus, Lemnius, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, amongst the rest, deny that spirits or devils have any power over us, and refer all with Pomponadius of Padua to natural causes and humors. Of the other opinion are Bodinus Demonomantii, Lib 3, Cap. 2 Arnoldus, Marcellus Empiricus I Pistorius Paracelsus Apotics. Magic, Agrippa Lib 2 de Occult. Philos, Cap. 36, 69, 71, 72. Et L 3, C 23, et 10. Marsilius Ficinus de Vit. Sealit, Compar. Cap. 13, 15, 18, 21, and C. Galatus de Promiscua Doct. Cap. 24. Jovianus Pontanus Tom. 2. Plin. Lib 28 C2, Strabo Lib 15. Geoglio Suavius, Gaclenius de Ung, Armor, Oswaldus Crolius, Ernestus Burgravius, Dr. Flude, and C. Cardan de Subt. Brings many proofs out of Ars Notoria, and Solomon's decayed works, Old Hermes, Artephius, Costabe and Luca, Picatrix, and see that such cures may be done. They can make fire it shall not burn, fetch back thieves or stolen goods, show their absent faces in a glass, make serpents lie still, staunch blood, salve gouts, epilepsies, biting of mad dogs, toothache, melancholy, et omnia mundi mala, make men immortal, young again, as the Spanish marquis is said to have done by one of his slaves. And some, which jugglers in China maintain still, as Trajaltius writes, that they can do by their extraordinary skill in physic. And some of our modern chemists by their strange limbecs, by their spells, philosophers' stones and charms. Many doubt, saith Nicholas Torellus, whether the devil can cure such diseases he hath not made, and some flatly deny it, howsoever common experience confirms to our astonishment that magicians can work such feats, and that the devil without impediment can penetrate through all the parts of our bodies and cure such maladies by means to us unknown. Danius in his tract De Sorceria subscribes to this of Torellus. Erastus de Lamiis maintaineth as much, and so do most divines. Out of their excellent knowledge and long experience they can commit agents cum patientibus, colliger semina rerum, ec materii applicare, as Austin infers de Civ. De et de Trinit. Lib 3 Cap. 7 et 8. They can work stupendous and admirable conclusions. We see the effects only, but not the causes of them. Nothing so familiar as to hear of such cures. Sorcerers are too common. Cunning men, wizards, and white witches, as they call them, in every village, which if they be sought unto, will help almost all infirmities of body and mind, servators in Latin, and they have commonly St. Catherine's wheel printed in the roof of their mouth, or in some other part about them, resistant incantatorum prestiges. Boissardus writes, morbos asagas modos propulsant and c. that to doubt of it any longer or not to believe were to run into that other skeptical extreme of incredulity. Saith Taurillus, Leo Suavius in his comment upon Paracelsus seems to make it an art which ought to be approved. Pistorius and others stiffly maintain the use of charms, words, characters, and si ars vera est, sed possae artifices reperiuntur. The art is true, but there be but a few that have skill in it. Marcellius Donatus lib 2 de hist mir, cap. 1. Proves out of Josephus' 8 books of antiquities, that Solomon so cured all the diseases of the mind by spells, charms, and drove away devils, and that Eleazar did as much before Vespasian. Langius in his Med. Epist. Holds Jupiter Menecrates that did so many stupendous cures in his time to have used this art, and that he was no other than a magician. Many famous cures are daily done in this kind. The devil is an expert physician, as Goldelmann calls him, lib 1 cap. 18. And God permits oftentimes these witches and magicians to produce such effects as Lavater cap. 3 lib 8, part. 3 cap. 1 pollid. Virg, lib 1. De prodigiis Delrio and others admit. Such cures may be done and as parasols. Tom 4 de Morb, ament. Stiffly maintains they cannot otherwise be cured but by spells, seals, and spiritual physic. Arnoldus lib. De Sigillis sets down the making of them, so doth Rulandus and many others. Hoc posito, they can effect such cures. The main question is, whether it be lawful in a desperate case to crave their help, or ask a wizard's advice. 'Tis a common practice of some men to go first to a witch, and then to a physician, if one cannot the other shall, flector si nequint superos acronta movebunt. It matters not, saith Paracelsus, whether it be God or the devil, angels, or unclean spirits cure him, so that he be eased. If a man fall into a ditch as he prosecutes it, what matter is it whether a friend or an enemy help him out? And if I be troubled with such a malady, what care I whether the devil himself, or any of his ministers by God's permission, redeem me? He calls a magician, God's minister and his vicar, applying that of vos estis de profanely to them, for which he is lashed by T. Erastus part. 1 Fall. 45. And elsewhere he encourageth his patients to have a good faith, a strong imagination, and they shall find the effects. Let divines say to the contrary what they will. He proves and contends that many diseases cannot otherwise be cured. Incantation ordi incantation curari debent. If they be caused by incantation, they must be cured by incantation. Constantinus lib. 4 approves of such remedies. Bartolus the lawyer, Peter Erodius rerum judic. Lib. 3, tit 7 Salaestus Godfridus with others of that sect allow of them, modo sint ad sanitatem qui a magis fiant, secus non, so they be for the party's good or not at all. But these men are confuted by remigius bodinus diem. Lib 3 cap 2, Goldelmannus lib 1 cap. 8 Wierus Delrio lib 6, Quist, 2, Tom 3, mag, ins. Erastus de Lamiis, all our divines, schoolmen, and such as right cases of conscience are against it. The scripture itself absolutely forbids it as a mortal sin, Levitt. Cap, Roman 18, Roman 19, Roman 20. Dute, Roman 18, and C. Rom, Roman 8, 19. Evil is not to be done, that good may come of it. Much better it were for such patients that are so troubled, to endure a little misery in this life, than to hazard their soul's health forever, and as Delrio counselleth, much better die than be so cured. Some take upon them to expel devils by natural remedies and magical exorcisms, which they seem to approve out of the practice of the primitive church, as that above cited of Josephus, Eleazar, Irenaeus, Tertullian, Austin. Eusebius makes mention of such, and magic itself hath been publicly professed in some universities, as of old in Salamanca in Spain and Krakow in Poland, but condemned anno 1318 by the Chancellor and University of Paris. Our pontifical writers retain many of these adjurations and forms of exorcisms still in the Church. Besides those in baptism used, they exorcise meats, and such as are possessed as they hold in Christ's name. Read Hieron. Mengus cap. 3. Pet. Tyrius part. 3 cap. 8. What exorcisms they prescribe, besides those ordinary means of fire suffumigations, lights, cutting the air with swords, cap. 57. Herbs, odors, of which Tostatus treats 2 reg, cap. 16. Quist. 43. You shall find many vain and frivolous superstitious forms of exorcisms among them, not to be tolerated or endured. Mem. Roman 2. Lawful cures, first from God. Being so clearly evinced, as it is, all unlawful cures are to be refused, it remains to treat of such as are to be admitted. And those are commonly such which God hath appointed, by virtue of stones, herbs, plants, meats, and the like, which are prepared and applied to our use, by art and industry of physicians, who are the dispensers of such treasures for our good, and to be honored for necessity's sake, God's intermediate ministers, to whom in our infirmities we are to seek for help. Yet not so that we rely too much or wholly upon them. A Jove principium, we must first begin with prayer, and then use physic, not one without the other but both together. To pray alone and reject ordinary means is to do like him in Aesop, that when his cart was stalled, lay flat on his back and cried aloud, "Help Hercules," but that was to little purpose. Except as his friend advised him, Rhodes tut ips anataris, he whipped his horses withal and put his shoulder to the wheel. God works by means, as Christ cured the blind man with clay and spittle. Orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano. As we must pray for health of body and mind, so we must use our utmost endeavors to preserve and continue it. Some kind of devils are not cast out but by fasting and prayer, and both necessarily required, not one without the other. For all the physic we can use, art, excellent industry, is to no purpose without calling upon God, nil juvet immensos cratero prometer montes. It is in vain to seek for help, run, ride, except God bless us. Non siculi dapes dulcem elaborabunt saporum, non animum cithereve cantus. Non domus et fundus, non eris a service, et ori grotto possunt domino deducere febers. With house, with land, with money, and with gold, the master's fever will not be controlled. We must use our prayer and physic both together, and so no doubt but our prayers will be available and our physic take effect. 'Tis that Hezekiah practiced, 2 King, Roman 20, Luke the Evangelist, and which we are enjoined, Coloss, Roman 4, not the patient only but the physician himself. Hippocrates, a heathen, required this in a good practitioner, and so did Galen, lib. de Plat et hip. Dog, lib. 9, cap. 15, and in that tract of his, and mores sequenter temp. Corca, 11, 'tis a rule which he doth inculcate, and many others. Hyperius in his first book de Sacer. Script. Lect. Speaking of that happiness and good success which all physicians desire and hope for in their cures, tells them that it is not to be expected, except with a true faith they call upon God, and teach their patients to do the like. The Council of Lateran, Canon 22. Decreed they should do so. The fathers of the Church have still advised as much. Whatsoever thou takest in hand, saith Gregory, let God be of thy counsel, consult with him, that healeth those that are broken in heart, Sal. CXLVI. 3, and bindeth up their sores. Otherwise, as the prophet Jeremiah cap. Roman 46. 11, denounced to Egypt, in vain shalt thou use many medicines, for thou shalt have no health. It is the same counsel which Comenius, that politic historiographer, gives to all Christian princes, upon occasion of that unhappy overthrow of Charles Duke of Burgundy, by means of which he was extremely melancholy and sick to death, insomuch that neither physic nor persuasion could do him any good. Perceiving his preposterous error belike, adviseth all great men in such cases to pray first to God with all submission and penitency, to confess their sins, and then to use physic. The very same fault it was, which the prophet reprehends in Asa king of Judah, that he relied more on physic than on God, and by all means would have him to amend it. And 'tis a fit caution to be observed of all other sorts of men. The prophet David was so observant of this precept, that in his greatest misery and vexation of mind, he put this rule first in practice. Sal, LXXVI. 3, when I am in heaviness, I will think on God. Sal, LXXXVI. 4. Comfort the soul of thy servant, for unto thee I lift up my soul, and verse 7. In the day of trouble will I call upon thee, for thou hearest me. Sal, live. 1 Save me, O God, by thy name, and see Sal, LXXI. Sal, Roman 20. And 'tis the common practice of all good men, Sal. Cvi. 13. When their heart was humbled with heaviness, they cried to the Lord in their troubles, and he delivered them from their distress. And they have found good success in so doing, as David confesseth Sal. XXX. 12. Thou hast turned my mourning into joy, thou hast loosed my sackcloth, and girded me with gladness. Therefore he adviseth all others to do the like, Sal. Roman 31, 24. All ye that trust in the Lord, be strong, and he shall establish your heart. It is reported by Suidas, speaking of Hezekiah, that there was a great book of old of King Solomon's writing, which contained medicines for all manner of diseases, and lay open still as they came into the temple. But Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, caused it to be taken away because it made the people secure, to neglect their duty in calling and relying upon God, out of a confidence on those remedies. Minutius, that worthy consul of Rome, in an oration he made to his soldiers, was much offended with them, and taxed their ignorance, that in their misery called more on him than upon God. A general fault it is all over the world, and Minutius's speech concerns us all. We rely more on physic, and seek oftener to physicians, than to God himself. As much faulty are they that prescribe as they that ask, respecting wholly their gain, and trusting more to their ordinary receipts and medicines many times, than to him that made them. I would wish all patients in this behalf, in the midst of their melancholy, to remember that of Suricides, I 11 and 12. The fear of the Lord is glory and gladness and rejoicing. The fear of the Lord maketh a merry heart, and giveth gladness and joy and long life. And all such as prescribe physic, to begin in nomen Dei, as Messu did, to imitate Laelius Afont Eugubinus, that in all his consultations still concludes with a prayer for the good success of his business. And to remember that of Crito, one of their predecessors, Fuge Avaritium, et sign oration et invocations de nihil facies, avoid covetousness, and do nothing without invocation upon God. Mem. Roman 3. Whether it be lawful to seek to saints for aid in this disease. That we must pray to God, no man doubts, but whether we should pray to saints in such cases, or whether they can do us any good, it may be lawfully controverted. Whether their images, shrines, relics, consecrated things, holy water, medals, benedictions, those divine amulets, holy exorcisms, and the sign of the cross be available in this disease. The papists on the one side stiffly maintain how many melancholy, mad, demoniacal persons are daily cured at St. Anthony's Church in Padua, at St. Vitus in Germany, by Our Lady of Loreto in Italy, Our Lady of Sikkim in the Low Countries. Qui et quisus lumen, egris salutum, mortuis vitam, Claudis gressum reddit, omnes morbos corporis, animi, curet, et in ipsos demons imperium exercit. She cures halt, lame, blind, all diseases of body and mind, and commands the devil himself, saith Lipsius. 25,000 in a day come thither, quis nisi numen in alum locum sic induxit. Who brought them? In oribus in oculis omnium gesta, novi novitia. New news lately done, our eyes and ears are full of her cures, and who can relate them all? They have a proper saint almost for every peculiar infirmity. For poison, gouts, agues, petronella. Saint Romanus for such as are possessed. Valentine for the falling sickness. Saint Vitus for madmen, and as of old Pliny reckons up gods for all diseases. Febri fanum diculum est, Lilius Geraldus repeats many of her ceremonies. All affections of the mind were heretofore accounted gods. Love, and sorrow, virtue, honor, liberty, contumely, impudency, had their temples, tempests, seasons, crepitus ventris, di vacuna, di closina. There was a goddess of idleness, a goddess of the draught, or jakes, prema, premunda, priapus, body gods, and gods for all offices. Varro reckons up 30,000 gods. Lucian makes Podagra the gout a goddess, and assigns her priests and ministers, and melancholy comes not behind, for as Austin mentioneth, lib 4, de civit, de cap. 9, there was of old Angerona D, and she had her chapel and feasts, to whom, saith Macrobius, they did offer sacrifice yearly, that she might be pacified as well as the rest. 'Tis no new thing, you see this of papists. And in my judgment, that old doting Lipsius might have fitter dedicated his pen after all his labors, to this our goddess of melancholy, than to his Virgo Halensis, and been her chaplain, it would have become him better. But he, poor man, thought no harm in that which he did, and will not be persuaded but that he doth well. He hath so many patrons, and honorable precedents in the like kind, that justify as much, as eagerly, and more than he there saith of his lady and mistress. Read but superstitious Coster and Gretzer's tract de Cruz, lore, Arcturus Fantius de Invoc. Sanct. Bellarmine Delriodis, Mag. Tom 3L6, Quist. 2 Sect. 3 Greg. Tolisanus Tom 2. Lib 8. Cap. 24. Syntax. Strosius Sicogna lib 4. Cap. 9 Tyrius Hieronymus Mengus, and you shall find infinite examples of cures done in this kind, by holy waters, relics, crosses, exorcisms, amulets, images, consecrated beads, and see Barradius the Jesuit boldly gives it out, that Christ's countenance and the Virgin Mary's would cure melancholy, if one had looked steadfastly on them. P. Morales the Spaniard in his book De Pulch. Jess. Etmar confirms the same out of Carthusianus, and I know not whom, that it was a common proverb in those days, for such as were troubled in mind to say, Emis ad videndum filium Mariae, let us see the son of Mary, as they now do post to St. Anthony's in Padua, or to St. Hilary's at Poitiers in France. In a closet of that church, there is at this day St. Hilary's bed to be seen, to which they bring all the madmen in the country, and after some prayers and other ceremonies, they lay them down there to sleep, and so they recover. It is an ordinary thing in those parts to send all their madmen to St. Hilary's cradle. They say the like of St. Tubery in another place. Geraldus Cambrensis Itten. Cam. C1. Tells strange stories of St. Siricius' staff that would cure this and all other diseases. Others say as much, as Hispinian observes of the 3 kings of Cologne, their names written in parchment and hung about a patient's neck, with the sign of the cross, will produce like effects. Read Lippomanus, or that golden legend of Jacobus de Voragine, you shall have infinite stories, or those new relations of our Jesuits in Japan and China, of Matt Rixius, Acosta, Loyola Xaverius's life, and C. Jasper Belga, a Jesuit, cured a mad woman by hanging St. John's Gospel about her neck, and many such. Holy Water did as much in Japan, and see nothing so familiar in their works as such examples. But we on the other side seek to God alone. We say with David Sal. Roman 46. One God is our hope and strength, and help in trouble ready to be found. For their catalogue of examples we make no other answer, but that they are false fictions, or diabolical illusions, counterfeit miracles. We cannot deny, but that it is an ordinary thing on St. Anthony's Day in Padua, to bring diverse madmen and demoniacal persons to be cured. Yet we make a doubt whether such parties be so affected indeed, but prepared by their priests, by certain ointments and drams, to cozen the commonalty, as Hildesheim well saith. The like is commonly practiced in Bohemia, as Matthiolus gives us to understand in his preface to his comment upon Dioscorides. But we need not run so far for examples in this kind. We have a just volume published at home to this purpose. A declaration of egregious popish impostures, to withdraw the hearts of religious men under the pretense of casting out of devils, practiced by Father Edmonds, alias Weston, a Jesuit, and divers Romish priests, his wicked associates, with the several parties' names, confessions, examinations, and see which were pretended to be possessed. But these are ordinary tricks only to get opinion and money, mere impostures. Aesculapius of old, that counterfeit god, did as many famous cures. His temple, as Strabo relates, was daily full of patients, and as many several tables, inscriptions, pendants, donaries, and c. to be seen in his church, as at this day Our Lady of Loretto's in Italy. It was a custom long since, suspendus patenti vestimenta maris Dio, hor, odd 1, lib 5, odd. To do the like, in former times they were seduced and deluded as they are now. 'Tis the same devil still, called heretofore Apollo, Mars, Neptune, Venus, Aesculapius, and C as Lactantius lib. 2 de Orig Erroris, C17, observes, the same Jupiter and those bad angels are now worshipped and adored by the name of Saint Sebastian, Barbara, and C. Christopher and George are come in their places. Our Lady succeeds Venus, as they use her in many offices. The rest are otherwise supplied, as Lavater writes, and so they are deluded. And God often winks at these impostures, because they forsake his word, and betake themselves to the devil, as they do that seek after holy water, crosses, and see Wierus, lib 4 cap. 3. What can these men plead for themselves more than those heathen gods? The same cures done by both, the same spirit that seduceth. But read more of the pagan gods' effects in Austin de Civitate Dei, L10. Cap. 6, and of Aesculapius especially in Cicogna L3. Cap. 8. Or put case they could help, why should we rather seek to them than to Christ himself, since that he so kindly invites us unto him, come unto me all ye that are heavy laden, and I will ease you, Matt. And we know that there is one God, one mediator between God and man, Jesus Christ. 1 Tim Roman 2. 5, who gave himself a ransom for all men. We know that we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ, 1 Jo. Roman 2. 1. That there is no other name under heaven, by which we can be saved, but by his who is always ready to hear us and sits at the right hand of God, and from whom we can have no repulse, solus vult, solus potest, curat universos tanquem singulos, et unumquem nostrum et solium. We are all as one to him, he cares for us all as one, and why should we then seek to any other but to him? Roman 4. Subsect I, physician, patient, physic. Of those diverse gifts which our Apostle Paul saith God hath bestowed on man, this of physic is not the least, but most necessary, and especially conducing to the good of mankind. Next therefore to God in all our extremities, for of the Most High cometh healing, Eccles, Roman 38. 2. We must seek to and rely upon the physician, who is Manus Dei, saith Hierophilus, and to whom he hath given knowledge, that he might be glorified in his wondrous works. With such doth he heal men, and take away their pains, Eccles, Roman 38. 6, 7. When thou hast need of him, let him not go from thee. The hour may come that their enterprises may have good success, ver. 13. It is not therefore to be doubted, that if we seek a physician as we ought, we may be eased of our infirmities, such a one I mean as is sufficient, and worthily so called. For there be many mountebanks, quacksalvers, empirics, in every street almost, and in every village that take upon them this name, make this noble and profitable art to be evil spoken of and contemned, by reason of these base and illiterate artificers. But such a physician I speak of, as is approved, learned, skillful, honest, and of whose duty wecker antide, cap, 2 and syntax, med, Crotto, Julius Alexandrinus medic, Huenius prax, med, lib 3 cap, 1 and treat at large. For this particular disease, him that shall take upon him to cure it, Paracelsus will have to be a magician, a chemist, a philosopher, an astrologer. Thurnesserus, Severinus the Dane, and some other of his followers require as much. Many of them cannot be cured but by magic. Paracelsus is so stiff for those chemical medicines that in his cures he will admit almost of no other physic, deriding in the meantime Hippocrates, Galen, and all their followers. But magic, and all such remedies I have already censured, and shall speak of chemistry elsewhere. Astrology is required by many famous physicians, by Ficinus, Crotto, Fernelius, doubted of and exploded by others. I will not take upon me to decide the controversy myself. Johannes Hoschertus, Thomas Boderius, and Maginus in the preface to his Mathematical Physic shall determine for me. Many physicians explode astrology in physic, saith he. There is no use of it, unum artem ac quaes temerarium insectanter, ac gloriam sibi ob ejus imperitia, occupari. But I will reprove physicians by physicians that defend and profess it, Hippocrates, Galen, Avicen. And see, that count them butchers without it, homicidas medicos astrologi ignaros, and see Paracelsus goes farther, and will have his physician predestinated to this man's cure, this malady. And time of cure, the scheme of each geniture inspected, gathering of herbs, of administering astrologically observed, in which Thurnesserus and some iatromathematical professors are too superstitious in my judgment. Hellebore will help, but not alway, not given by every physician, and see, but these men are too peremptory and self-conceited as I think. But what do I do, interposing in that which is beyond my reach? A blind man cannot judge of colors, nor I peradventure of these things. Only thus much I would require, honesty in every physician, that he be not over-careless or covetous, harpy-like to make a prey of his patient. Carnificus namque est, as Wecker notes, inter ipsos cruciatus ingens precium expicere, as a hungry chirurgeon often produces and wire draws his cure, so long as there is any hope of pay, non misura acutum, nisi plena cruris herudo. Many of them, to get a fee, will give physic to every one that comes, when there is no cause, and they do so irritare silentem morbum, as Huenius complains, stir up a silent disease, as it often falleth out, which by good counsel, good advice alone, might have been happily composed, or by rectification of those 6 non-natural things otherwise cured. This is naturi bellum in fair, to oppugn nature, and to make a strong body weak. Arnoldus in his 8 and 11 aphorisms gives cautions against, and expressly forbiddeth it. A wise physician will not give physic, but upon necessity, and first try medicinal diet, before he proceed to medicinal cure. In another place he laughs those men to scorn, that think longis sirupis expugnere demons et animi phantasmata, they can purge fantastical imaginations and the devil by physic. Another caution is that they proceed upon good grounds, if so be there be need of physic and not mistake the disease, they are often deceived by the similitude of symptoms, saith Huenius, and I could give instance in many consultations, wherein they have prescribed opposite physic. Sometimes they go too perfunctorily to work, in not prescribing a just course of physic. To stir up the humor, and not to purge it, doth often more harm than good. Montanus Consul. 30. Inveighs against such perturbations, that purge to the halves, tire nature, and molest the body to no purpose. Tease a crabbed humor to purge, and as Laurentius calls this disease the reproach of physicians, Bessardus flagellum medicorum their lash, and for that cause more carefully to be respected. Though the patient be averse, saith Laurentius, desire help, and refuse it again, though he neglect his own health, it behoves a good physician not to leave him helpless. But most part they offend in that other extreme, they prescribe too much physic, and tire out their bodies with continual potions to no purpose. Aetius Tetrabib. 2-2. Sir Cap. 90. Will have them by all means therefore to give some respite to nature, to leave off now and then, and Laelius Affont Eugubinus in his consultations found it, as he there witnesseth, often verified by experience, that after a deal of physic to no purpose, left to themselves, they have recovered. Tease that which Nic Piso, Donatus Altimaris, still inculcate, dare requiem naturi, to give nature rest. Subsect Roman 2, concerning the patient. When these precedent cautions are accurately kept, and that we have now got a skillful, an honest physician to our mind, if his patient will not be conformable, and content to be ruled by him, all his endeavors will come to no good end. Many things are necessarily to be observed and continued on the patient's behalf. First, that he be not too niggardly miserable of his purse, or think it too much he bestows upon himself, and to save charges endanger his health. The Abderites, when they sent for Hippocrates, promised him what reward he would, all the gold they had, if all the city were gold he should have it. Naaman the Syrian, when he went into Israel to Elisha to be cured of his leprosy, took with him 10 talents of silver, 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of raiment. 2 Kings v. 5. Another thing is, that out of bashfulness he do not conceal his grief. If aught trouble his mind, let him freely disclose it, stultorum incurata pudor malis ulcera celat. By that means he procures to himself much mischief, and runs into a greater inconvenience. He must be willing to be cured, and earnestly desire it. Pars sanitatis vel saner fuit, Seneca. Tease a part of his cure to wish his own health, and not to defer it too long. Qui blandiendo dulce nutravit malum, sorrow recusat fair quod subiet jugum. He that by cherishing a mischief doth provoke, too late at last refuseth to cast off his yoke. Helliborum frustra, cum jam cutis igra tumibit, possens videas, venienti occurrite morbo. When the skin swells, to seek it to appease with hellebore is vain, meet your disease. By this means many times, or through their ignorance in not taking notice of their grievance and danger of it, contempt, supine negligence, extenuation, wretchedness, and peevishness, they undo themselves. The citizens, I know not of what city now, when rumor was brought their enemies were coming, could not abide to hear it. And when the plague begins in many places and they certainly know it, they command silence and hush it up. But after they see their foes now marching to their gates and ready to surprise them, they begin to fortify and resist when 'tis too late. When the sickness breaks out and can be no longer concealed, then they lament their supine negligence. 'Tis no otherwise with these men. And often out of prejudice, a loathing and distaste of physic, they had rather die or do worse than take any of it. Barbarous immanity, Melanchthon terms it, and folly to be deplored, so to contemn the precepts of health, good remedies, and voluntarily to pull death, and many maladies upon their own heads. Though many again are in that other extreme too profuse, suspicious, and jealous of their health, too apt to take physic on every small occasion, to aggravate every slender passion imperfection impediment. If their finger do but ache, run, ride, send for a physician, as many gentlewomen do, that are sick without a cause, even when they will themselves, upon every toy or small discontent, and when he comes they make it worse than it is, by amplifying that which is not. Hierer. Capivaccius sets it down as a common fault of all melancholy persons to say their symptoms are greater than they are, to help themselves. And which Mercurialis notes, Consul. 53 to be more troublesome to their physicians than other ordinary patients, that they may have change of physic. A third thing to be required in a patient is confidence to be of good cheer, and have sure hope that his physician can help him. Damascen the Arabian requires likewise in the physician himself, that he be confident he can cure him, otherwise his physic will not be effectual, and promise withal that he will certainly help him, make him believe so at least. Galatas gives this reason, because the form of health is contained in the physician's mind. And as Galen holds confidence and hope to be more good than physic, he cures most in whom most are confident. Axiochus, sick almost to death, at the very sight of Socrates, recovered his former health. Paracelsus assigns it for an only cause, why Hippocrates was so fortunate in his cures, not for any extraordinary skill he had, but because the common people had a most strong conceit of his worth. To this of confidence we may add perseverance, obedience, and constancy, not to change his physician or dislike him upon every toy. For he that so doth saith Janus Damascen or consults with many, falls into many errors, or that useth many medicines. It was a chief caveat of Seneca to his friend Lucilius, that he should not alter his physician or prescribed physic. Nothing hinders health more, a wound can never be cured that hath several plasters. Crotto Consul. 186. Taxeth all melancholy persons of this fault. 'Tis proper to them, if things fall not out to their mind, and that they have not present ease, to seek another and another. As they do commonly that have sore eyes, 21 after another, and they still promise all to cure them, try 1,000 remedies, and by this means they increase their malady, make it most dangerous and difficult to be cured. They try many, saith Montanus, and profit by none, and for this cause, Consul. 24. He enjoins his patient before he take him in hand, perseverance and sufferance, for in such a small time no great matter can be effected, and upon that condition he will administer physic, otherwise all his endeavor and counsel would be to small purpose. And in his 31. Counsel for a notable matron, he tells her, if she will be cured, she must be of a most abiding patience, faithful obedience, and singular perseverance. If she remit or despair, she can expect or hope for no good success. Consul 230. For an Italian abbot, he makes it one of the greatest reasons why this disease is so incurable, because the parties are so restless and impatient, and will therefore have him that intends to be eased, to take physic, not for a month, a year, but to apply himself to their prescriptions all the days of his life. Last of all, it is required that the patient be not too bold to practice upon himself, without an approved physician's consent, or to try conclusions, if he read a receipt in a book. For so, many grossly mistake, and do themselves more harm than good. That which is conducing to one man, in one case, the same time is opposite to another. An ass and a mule went laden over a brook, the one with salt, the other with wool. The mule's pack was wet by chance, the salt melted, his burden the lighter, and he thereby much eased. He told the ass, who thinking to speed as well, wet his pack likewise at the next water, but it was much the heavier, he quite tired. So one thing may be good and bad to several parties, upon diverse occasions. Many things, saith Pennatus, are written in our books, which seem to the reader to be excellent remedies, but they that make use of them are often deceived, and take for physic poison. I remember in Valeriola's Observations, a story of one John Baptist a Neapolitan, that finding by chance a pamphlet in Italian, written in praise of hellebore, would needs adventure on himself, and took 1 dram for 1 scruple, and had not he been sent for, the poor fellow had poisoned himself. From whence he concludes out of Damascenus 2 et 3. Aphorus, that without exquisite knowledge, to work out of books is most dangerous. How unsavory a thing it is to believe writers, and take upon trust, as this patient perceived by his own peril. I could recite such another example of mine own knowledge, of a friend of mine, that finding a receipt in Brassivola, would needs take hellebore in substance, and try it on his own person. But had not some of his familiars come to visit him by chance, he had by his indiscretion hazarded himself. Many such I have observed. These are those ordinary cautions, which I should think fit to be noted, and he that shall keep them, as Montanus saith, shall surely be much eased, if not thoroughly cured. Subsect Roman 3, concerning physic. Physic itself in the last place is to be considered, for the Lord hath created medicines of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them. Eccles, Roman 38, 4 ver. 8 of such doth the apothecary make a confection, and see of these medicines there be diverse and infinite kinds, plants, metals, animals, and sea, and those of several natures. Some good for one, hurtful to another. Some noxious in themselves, corrected by art, very wholesome and good, simples, mixed, and see, and therefore left to be managed by discreet and skillful physicians, and thence applied to man's use. To this purpose they have invented method, and several rules of art to put these remedies in order for their particular ends. Physic, as Hippocrates defines it, is not else but addition and subtraction. And as it is required in all other diseases, so in this of melancholy it ought to be most accurate, it being, as Mercuriales acknowledge it, so common an affection in these our times, and therefore fit to be understood. Several prescripts and methods I find in several men. Some take upon them to cure all maladies with one medicine, severally applied, as that panacea or impotibile, so much controverted in these days, herbisoles and C. Paracelsus reduceth all diseases to 4 principal heads, to whom Severinus, Ravelascus, Leo Suavius, and others adhere and imitate. Those are leprosy, gout, dropsy, falling sickness. To which they reduce the rest. As to leprosy, ulcers, itches, furfurs, scabs, and C to gout, stone, colic, toothache, headache, and C to dropsy, agues, jaundice, cachexia, and C to the falling sickness, belong palsy, vertigo, cramps, convulsions, incubus, apoplexy, and see if any of these 4 principal be cured, saith Ravelascus. All the inferior are cured, and the same remedies commonly serve. But this is too general, and by some contradicted. For this peculiar disease of melancholy, of which I am now to speak, I find several cures, several methods and prescripts. They that intend the practic cure of melancholy, saith Duretus in his notes to Hilarius, set down 9 peculiar scopes or ends. Savonarola prescribes 7 especial canons. Alienus Montaltus cap. 26. Faventinus in his Empirics, Hercules de Saxonia, and C. have their several injunctions and rules, all tending to one end. The ordinary is threefold, which I mean to follow. Delta iota alpha iota tau eta tau iota kappa letter 1F74, pharmaceutica and chirurgica, diet or living, apothecary, chirurgery, which Wecker, Crotto, Guianerius, and C. and most prescribe, of which I will insist and speak in their order. Sect Roman 2, Mem. I. Subsect I. Diet rectified in substance. Diet, delta iota alpha iota tau eta tau iota kappa letter 1F74, victus, or living, according to Fuchsius and others, comprehends those 6 non-natural things, which I have before specified are especial causes and being rectified, a sole or chief part of the cure. Johannes Arculanus cap. 16. In 9, Rhases accounts the rectifying of these 6 a sufficient cure. Guianerius tract. 15 cap. 9 calls them proprium et primum curam, the principal cure, so doth Montanus, Crotto, Mercuriales, Altomarus, and C. first to be tried lemnius instit. Cap. 22 names them the hinges of our health, no hope of recovery without them. Rienirus Solnander, in his 7th consultation for a Spanish young gentlewoman, that was so melancholy she abhorred all company, and would not sit at table with her familiar friends, prescribes this physic above the rest, no good to be done without it. Aretus, lib 1 cap. 7 An old physician is of opinion that this is enough of itself, if the party be not too far gone in sickness. Crotto, in a consultation of his for a noble patient, tells him plainly that if his highness will keep but a good diet, he will warrant him his former health. Montanus consul. 27. For a nobleman of France admonisheth his lordship to be most circumspect in his diet, or else all his other physic will be to small purpose. The same injunction I find verbatim in J. Caesar Claudinus Respon. 34. Scoltzii consul. 183. Trallianus cap. 16. Lib 1. Laelius of Font Eugubinus often brags that he hath done more cures in this kind by rectification of diet than all other physic besides. So that in a word I may say to most melancholy men, as the fox said to the weasel, that could not get out of the garner, macra cavum repeats, quem macra sabisti, the 6 non-natural things caused it, and they must cure it. Which howsoever I treat of, as proper to the meridian of melancholy, yet nevertheless that which is here said with him in Tully, though writ especially for the good of his friends at Tarentum and Sicily, yet it will generally serve most other diseases, and help them likewise if it be observed. Of these 6 non-natural things, the first is diet, properly so called, which consists in meat and drink, in which we must consider substance, quantity, quality, and that opposite to the precedent. In substance, such meats are generally commended, which are moist, easy of digestion, and not apt to engender wind, not fried nor roasted, but sod saith Valescus, Altomarus, Piso, and C., hot and moist and of good nourishment. Crotto consul. 21. Lib 2 admits roast meat, if the burned and scorched superficies, the brown we call it, be pared off. Salvianus, lib 2 cap. One cries out on cold and dry meats. Young flesh and tender is approved. As of kid, rabbits, chickens, veal, mutton, capons, hens, partridge, pheasant, quails, and all mountain birds, which are so familiar in some parts of Africa, and in Italy, and as Dublinius reports, the common food of boors and clowns in Palestine. Galen takes exception at mutton, but without question he means that rammy mutton, which is in Turkey and Asia Minor, which have those great fleshy tails, of 48 pounds weight, as Vertimanus witnesseth navig. Lib 2 cap. 5. The lean of fat meat is best, and all manner of broths and pottage with borage, lettuce, and such wholesome herbs are excellent good, especially of a cock boiled, all spoon meat. Arabians commend brains, but Laurentius, c. 8, excepts against them, and so do many others. Eggs are justified as a nutritive wholesome meat, butter and oil may pass, but with some limitation. So Crotto confines it, and to some men sparingly at set times, or in sauce, and so sugar and honey are approved. All sharp and sour sauces must be avoided, and spices, or at least seldom used, and so saffron sometimes in broth may be tolerated, but these things may be more freely used, as the temperature of the party is hot or cold, or as he shall find inconvenience by them. The thinnest, whitest, smallest wine is best, not thick nor strong, and so of beer the middling is fittest. Bread of good wheat, pure, well purged from the bran, is preferred. Laurentius cap. 8. Would have it kneaded with rainwater, if it may be gotten, water. Pure, thin, light water by all means use, of good smell and taste, like to the air and sight, such as is soon hot, soon cold, and which Hippocrates so much approves, if at least it may be had. Rain water is purest, so that it fall not down in great drops and be used forthwith, for it quickly putrefies. Next to it fountain water that riseth in the east, and runneth eastward, from a quick running spring, from flinty, chalky, gravelly grounds. And the longer a river runneth, it is commonly the purest, though many springs do yield the best water at their fountains. The waters in hotter countries, as in Turkey, Persia, India within the tropics, are frequently purer than ours in the north, more subtile, thin, and lighter, as our merchants observe, buy 4 ounces in a pound, pleasanter to drink, as good as our beer. And some of them, as chospies in Persia, preferred by the Persian kings, before wine itself. Clitorio quicunc sidem defont levarit vina fugit, godec maris abstemius undis. Many rivers I deny not are muddy still, white, thick, like those in China, Nile in Egypt, Tiber at Rome, but after they be settled 2 or 3 days, defecate and clear, very commodious, useful, and good. Many make use of deep wells, as of old in the Holy Land, lakes, cisterns, when they cannot be better provided. To fetch it in carts or gondolas, as in Venice, or camels' backs, as at Cairo in Egypt, Radzivillius observed 8,000 camels daily there, employed about that business. Some keep it in trunks, as in the East Indies, made 4 square with descending steps, and tease not amiss, for I would not have anyone so nice as that Grecian Colles, sister to Nicephorus, emperor of Constantinople, and married to Dominitus Silvius, duke of Venice, that out of incredible wantonness, communi aqua iudi nolbet, would use no vulgar water. But she died tanta, saith mine author, fetidissimi puris copia, of so fulsome a disease that no water could wash her clean. Plato would not have a traveler lodge in a city that is not governed by laws, or hath not a quick stream running by it. Illud enim animum, hoc corrumpit valetudinum, one corrupts the body, the other the mind. But this is more than needs, too much curiosity is not. In time of necessity any water is allowed. Howsoever, pure water is best, and which, as Pindarus holds, is better than gold. In a special ornament it is, and very commodious to a city, according to Vegetius, when fresh springs are included within the walls, as at Corinth, in the midst of the town almost, there was arx altissima scatens fontibus, a goodly mount full of fresh water springs. If nature afford them not, they must be had by art. It is a wonder to read of those stupend aqueducts, and infinite cost hath been bestowed in Rome of old, Constantinople, Carthage, Alexandria, and such populous cities, to convey good and wholesome waters. Read Frontinus, Lipsius to admire. Plinius, lib 3 cap. 11. Strabo and his geogger. That aqueduct of Claudius was most eminent, fetched upon arches 15 miles, every arch 109 feet high. They had 14 such other aqueducts, besides lakes and cisterns, 700 as I take it. Every house had private pipes and channels to serve them for their use. Peter Gillius, in his accurate description of Constantinople, speaks of an old cistern which he went down to see, 336 feet long, 180 feet broad, built of marble, covered over with archwork, and sustained by 336 pillars, 12 feet asunder, and in 11 rows, to contain sweet water. Infinite cost in channels and cisterns, from Nilus to Alexandria, hath been formerly bestowed, to the admiration of these times. Their cisterns so curiously cemented and composed, that a beholder would take them to be all of one stone. When the foundation is laid, and cistern made, their house is half built. That Segovian aqueduct in Spain is much wondered at in these days, upon 3 rows of pillars, one above another, conveying sweet water to every house. But each city almost is full of such aqueducts. Amongst the rest he is eternally to be commended, that brought that new stream to the north side of London at his own charge, and Mr. Otho Nicholson, founder of our waterworks and elegant conduit in Oxford. So much have all times attributed to this element, to be conveniently provided of it. Although Galen hath taken exceptions at such waters, which run through leaden pipes, ob serasum qui in iis generator, for that unctuous ceruse, which causeth dysenteries and fluxes. Yet as Alcerius Crucius of Jena well answers, it is opposite to common experience. If that were true, most of our Italian cities, Montpellier in France with infinite others, would find this inconvenience, but there is no such matter. For private families, in what sort they should furnish themselves, let them consult with P. Crescentius de Agric. L1, C4, Pamphilius Hierlacus, and the rest. Amongst fishes, those are most allowed of, that live in gravelly or sandy waters, pikes, perch, trout, gudgeons, smelts, flounders, and sea. Hippolytus Salvianus takes exception at carp, but I dare boldly say with Dubravius, it is an excellent meat if it come not from muddy pools, that it retain not an unsavory taste. Arenatius Marinus is much commended by Oribadius, Aetius, and most of our late writers. Crotto, Consul. 21. Lib 2 censures all manner of fruits, as subject to putrefaction, yet tolerable at some times, after meals, at second course, they keep down vapors and have their use. Sweet fruits are best, as sweet cherries, plums, sweet apples, pearmains, and pippins, which Laurentius extols as having a peculiar property against this disease, and Plater magnifies omnibus modis appropriata conveniunt, but they must be corrected for their windiness. Ripe grapes are good, and raisins of the sun, musk melons well corrected and sparingly used. Figs are allowed, and almonds blanched. Trallianus discommends figs, Salvianus olives and capers, which others especially like of, and so of pistic nuts. Montanus and Mercurialis out of Avenzoar admit peaches, pears, and apples baked after meals, only corrected with sugar and aniseed or fennel seed, and so they may be profitably taken because they strengthen the stomach and keep down vapors. The like may be said of preserved cherries, plums, marmalade of plums, quinces, and sea, but not to drink after them. Pomegranates, lemons, oranges are tolerated if they be not too sharp. Crotto will admit of no herbs but borage, bugloss, endive, fennel, aniseed, baum. Calenius and Arnoldus tolerate lettuce, spinach, beets, and see the same Crotto will allow no roots at all to be eat. Some approve of potatoes, parsnips, but all corrected for wind. No raw salads, but as Laurentius prescribes in broths, and so Crotto commends many of them, or to use borage, hops, baum, steeped in their ordinary drink. Avenzoar magnifies the juice of a pomegranate, if it be sweet, and especially rose water, which he would have to be used in every dish, which they put in practice in those hot countries, about Damascus, where, if we may believe the relations of Vertimanus, many hogsheads of rose water are to be sold in the market at once. It is in so great request with them. Subsect Roman 2, diet rectified in quantity. Man alone, saith Cardan, eats and drinks without appetite, and useth all his pleasure without necessity, animi video, and thence come many inconveniences unto him. For there is no meat whatsoever, though otherwise wholesome and good, but if unseasonably taken, or immoderately used more than the stomach can well bear, it will engender crudity and do much harm. Therefore Crotto adviseth his patient to eat but twice a day, and that at his set meals, by no means to eat without an appetite, or upon a full stomach, and to put 7 hours difference between dinner and supper. Which rule if we did observe in our colleges, it would be much better for our healths. But custom, that tyrant, so prevails that contrary to all good order and rules of physic, we scarce admit of 5. If after 7 hours tarrying he shall have no stomach, let him defer his meal, or eat very little at his ordinary time of repast. This very counsel was given by Prosper Calenus to Cardinal Cesius, laboring of this disease, and Platerus prescribes it to a patient of his, to be most severely kept. Guianerius admits of 3 meals a day, but Montanus, consul. 23, pro. Ob. Italo ties him precisely to 2. And as he must not eat overmuch, so he may not absolutely fast, for as Celsus contends, lib 1 Jacinus 15. In 9, Rhases, repletion and inanition may both do harm in 2 contrary extremes. Moreover, that which he doth eat must be well chewed and not hastily gobbled, for that causeth crudity and wind, and by all means to eat no more than he can well digest. Some think Seth Trincavelius, lib 11. Cap. 29. Decurand. Part. Hum. The more they eat, the more they nourish themselves. Eat and live, as the proverb is, not knowing that only repairs man, which is well concocted, not that which is devoured. Melancholy men most part have good appetites, but ill digestion, and for that cause they must be sure to rise with an appetite. And that which Socrates and Dicerius the physicians in Macrobius so much require, St. Hierom enjoins Rusticus to eat and drink no more than will satisfy hunger and thirst. Lessius, the Jesuit, holds 12, 13, or 14 ounces, or in our northern countries, 16 at most. For all students, weaklings, and such as lead an idle sedentary life, of meat, bread, and sea, a fit proportion for a whole day, and as much or little more of drink. Nothing pesters the body and mind sooner than to be still fed, to eat and ingurgitate beyond all measure, as many do. By overmuch eating and continual feasts they stifle nature, and choke up themselves, which, had they lived coarsely, or like galley slaves been tied to an oar, might have happily prolonged many fair years. A great inconvenience comes by variety of dishes, which causeth the precedent distemperature, than which saith Avicenna, nothing is worse. To feed on diversity of meats, or overmuch, Sertorius-like, in lucem cinere, and as commonly they do in Muscovy and Iceland, to prolong their meals all day long or all night. Our northern countries offend especially in this, and we in this island, ampliter vivens in prandiis et kines, as Polydore notes, are most liberal feeders, but to our own hurt. Persicos odi pure apparatus, excess of meat breedeth sickness, and gluttony causeth choleric diseases. By surfeiting many perish, but he that dieteth himself prolongeth his life, Eccles. Roman 37, 29-30. We account it a great glory for a man to have his table daily furnished with variety of meats. But here the physician, he pulls thee by the ear as thou sittest, and telleth thee that nothing can be more noxious to thy health than such variety and plenty. Temperance is a bridle of gold, and he that can use it aright, ego non summis viris comparo, sed similimum Deo judico, is liker a god than a man. For as it will transform a beast to a man again, so will it make a man a god. To preserve thine honor, health, and to avoid therefore all those inflations, torments, obstructions, crudities, and diseases that come by a full diet, the best way is to feed sparingly of 1 or 2 dishes at most, to have ventrum bene moratum, as Seneca calls it, to choose one of many, and to feed on that alone, as Crato adviseth his patient. The same counsel Prosper Calenus gives to Cardinal Cesius, to use a moderate and simple diet, and though his table be jovially furnished by reason of his state and guests, yet for his own part to single out some one savory dish and feed on it. The same is inculcated by Crato, consul. 9. L2. To a noble personage affected with this grievance, he would have his highness to dine or sup alone, without all his honorable attendants and courtly company, with a private friend or so, a dish or 2, a cup of Rhenish wine, and see Montanus, consul. 24. For a noble matron enjoins her 1 dish, and by no means to drink between meals. The like, consul. 229. Or not to eat till he be an hungry, which rule Berengarius did most strictly observe, as Hilbertus senom sensus episc. Writes in his life, Cui non fuit unquam antisidem potus, nec cibus antifamum, and which all temperate men do constantly keep. It is a frequent solemnity still used with us. When friends meet to go to the alehouse or tavern, they are not sociable otherwise, and if they visit one another's houses, they must both eat and drink. I reprehend it not moderately used, but to some men nothing can be more offensive. They had better, I speak it with St. Ambrose, pour so much water in their shoes. It much avails likewise to keep good order in our diet, to eat liquid things first, broths, fish, and such meats as are sooner corrupted in the stomach. Harder meats of digestion must come last. Crotto would have the supper less than the dinner, which Cardan contradict. Lib 1 Tract, 5 contradict. 18. Disallows, and that by the authority of Galen. 7 Art. Curat. Cap. 6. And for 4 reasons he will have the supper biggest. I have read many treatises to this purpose. I know not how it may concern some few sick men, but for my part generally for all, I should subscribe to that custom of the Romans, to make a sparing dinner and a liberal supper. All their preparation and invitation was still at supper, no mention of dinner. Many reasons I could give, but when all is said pro and con, Cardan's rule is best, to keep that we are accustomed unto, though it be not, and to follow our disposition and appetite in some things is not amiss, to eat sometimes of a dish which is hurtful if we have an extraordinary liking to it. Alexander Severus loved hares and apples above all other meats, as Lampridius relates in his life. One pope pork, another peacock, and see what harm came of it. I conclude our own experience is the best physician. That diet which is most propitious to one is often pernicious to another, such as the variety of palates, humors, and temperatures. Let every man observe and be a law unto himself. Tiberius in Tacitus did laugh at all such, that 30 years of age would ask counsel of others concerning matters of diet. I say the same. These few rules of diet he that keeps shall surely find great ease and speedy remedy by it. It is a wonder to relate that prodigious temperance of some hermits, anchorites, and fathers of the church. He that shall but read their lives, written by Hierom, Athanasius, and see how abstemious heathens have been in this kind, those Curiae and Fabritiae, those old philosophers, as Pliny records, lib 11. Xenophon lib 1 de Vit. Socrat, emperors and kings, as Nicephorus relates, Eccles, Hist, lib 18. Cap. 8 of Mauritius, Ludovicus Pius, and c. And that admirable example of Ludovicus Cornarus, a patrician of Venice, cannot but admire them. This have they done voluntarily and in health. What shall these private men do that are visited with sickness, and necessarily enjoined to recover and continue their health? It is a hard thing to observe a strict diet, et qui metis vivit, miser vivit, as the saying is, quale hoc ipsum erit viver, his si privatus furis. As good be buried, as so much debarred of his appetite. Excessit medicina malum, the physic is more troublesome than the disease, so he complained in the poet, so thou thinkest. Yet he that loves himself will easily endure this little misery, to avoid a greater inconvenience. E Molly's minimum better do this than do worse, and as Tully holds, better be a temperate old man than a lascivious youth. 'Tis the only sweet thing, which he adviseth so to moderate ourselves, that we may have senectutum in juventute, et in juventute senectutum, be youthful in our old age, staid in our youth, discreet and temperate in both. Mem. Roman 2. Retention and evacuation rectified. I have declared in the causes what harm costiveness hath done in procuring this disease. If it be so noxious, the opposite must needs be good, or mean at least, as indeed it is, and to this cure necessarily required. Maxime conducit saith Montaltus cap. 27. It very much avails. Altimaris cap. 7. Commends walking in a morning into some fair green pleasant fields, but by all means first, by art or nature, he will have these ordinary excrements evacuated. Piso calls it beneficium ventris, the benefit, help, or pleasure of the belly, for it doth much ease it. Laurentius cap. 8 Crotto consul. 21. L2 prescribes it once a day at least. Where nature is defective, art must supply by those lenitive electuaries, suppositories, condite prunes, turpentine clysters, as shall be shown. Prosper Calenus lib. De Atrabile commends clysters in hypochondriacal melancholy, still to be used as occasion serves. Peter C. Nemender, in a consultation of his pro hypochondriaco, will have his patient continually loose, and to that end sets down their many forms of potions and clysters. Mercurialis consul. 88. If this benefit come not of its own accord, prescribes clysters in the first place. So doth Montanus consul. 24 consul. 31 et 229. He commends turpentine to that purpose. The same he ingeminates consul. 230, for an Italian abbot. 'Tis very good to wash his hands and face often, to shift his clothes, to have fair linen about him, to be decently and comely attired, for swords vitiant nastiness defiles and dejects any man that is so voluntarily, or compelled by want, it dulleth the spirits. Baths are either artificial or natural, both have their special uses in this malady, and as Alexander supposeth, lib 1 cap. 16. Yield as speedy a remedy as any other physic whatsoever. Aetius would have them daily used, assidua balnea tetra, 2 sect, 2 c9. Galen cracks how many several cures he hath performed in this kind by use of baths alone, and Rufus pills, moistening them which are otherwise dry. Rhases makes it a principal cure, tota cura sit in humectando, to bathe and afterwards anoint with oil. Jason Pratensis Laurentius cap. 8, and Montanus set down their peculiar forms of artificial baths. Crotto consul. 17. Lib 2 commends mallows, chamomile, violets, borage to be boiled in it and sometimes fair water alone, and in his following counsel, balneum aquae dulcis solum cipicime profuis compertum habemus. So doth Fuchsius, lib 1 cap. 33. For Simlica 2, consul, 42 in Trincavelius. Some beside herbs prescribe a ram's head and other things to be boiled. For Nelius, consul, 44. Will have them used 10 or 12 days together, to which he must enter fasting and so continue in a temperate heat, and after that frictions all over the body. Lelius Egubinus, consul, 142, and Christoph. Araris, in a consultation of his, hold once or twice a week sufficient to bathe, the water to be warm, not hot, for fear of sweating. Felix Plater observe. Lib 1 for a melancholy lawyer will have lotions of the head still joined to these baths, with a lay wherein capital herbs have been boiled. Laurentius speaks of baths of milk, which I find approved by many others. And still after bath, the body to be anointed with oil of bitter almonds, of violets, new or fresh butter, capon's grease, especially the backbone, and then lotions of the head and embrocations, and see these kinds of baths have been in former times much frequented, and diversely varied, and are still in general use in those eastern countries. The Romans had their public baths very sumptuous and stupend, as those of Antoninus and Diocletian. Plin. 36. Saith there were an infinite number of them in Rome, and mightily frequented. Some bathed 7 times a day, as Commodus the emperor is reported to have done, usually twice a day, and they were after anointed with most costly ointments. Rich women bathed themselves in milk, some in the milk of 500 chiasses at once. We have many ruins of such, baths found in this island, amongst those periatines and rubbish of old Roman towns. Lipsius de Mag. Herb Rom. L3, C8, Rosinus, Scott of Antwerp, and other antiquaries tell strange stories of their baths. Gillius L4. Cap. Alt. Tophager. Constant. Reckons up 155 public baths in Constantinople, of fair building. They are still frequented in that city by the Turks of all sorts, men and women, and all over Greece and those hot countries, to absterge belike that fulsomeness of sweat to which they are their subject. Busbequius in his epistles is very copious in describing the manner of them, how their women go covered, a maid following with a box of ointment to rub them. The richer sort have private baths in their houses, the poorer go to the common, and are generally so curious in this behalf, that they will not eat nor drink until they have bathed before and after meals some, and will not make water, but they will wash their hands or go to stool. Leo Afer. L3. Makes mention of 100 several baths at Fez in Africa, most sumptuous, and such as have great revenues belonging to them. Buxtorf. Cap. 14 Synagogue. Judd speaks of many ceremonies amongst the Jews in this kind. They are very superstitious in their baths, especially women. Natural baths are praised by some, discommended by others, but it is in a divers respect. Marcus de Audis in Hip. Affect. Consulted about baths, condemns them for the heat of the liver because they dry too fast, and yet by and by in another counsel for the same disease, he approves them because they cleanse by reason of the sulfur, and would have their water to be drunk. Aretius, C7, commends alum baths above the rest, and Mercurialis, consul, 88, those of Luca in that hypochondriacal passion. He would have his patient tarry there 15 days together and drink the water of them, and to be bucketed or have the water poured on his head. John Baptista Sylvaticus Cont, 64, commends all the baths in Italy and drinking of their water, whether they be iron, alum, sulfur, so doth Hercules de Saxonia. But in that they cause sweat and dry so much, he confines himself to hypochondriacal melancholy alone, excepting that of the head and the other. Trincavelius consul, 14, lib. 1. Refers those porrectin baths before the rest, because of the mixture of brass, iron, alum, and consul. 35. L3 for a melancholy lawyer and consul. 36. In that hypochondriacal passion, the baths of Aquaria and 36. Consul, the drinking of them, for Simlica, consulted amongst the rest in Trincavius Consul, 42. Lib. 2 prefers the waters of Epona before all artificial baths whatsoever in this disease, and would have 9 years affected with hypochondriacal passions fly to them as to a holy anchor. Of the same mind is Trincavius himself there, and yet both put a hot liver in the same party for a cause, and send him to the waters of St. Helen, which are much hotter. Montanus, Consul, 230. Magnifies the Chalderinian baths, and Consul 237. At 239. He exhorteth to the same, but with this caution, that the liver be outwardly anointed with some coolers that it be not overheated. But these baths must be warily frequented by melancholy persons, or if used to such as are very cold of themselves, for as Gablius concludes of all Dutch baths, and especially of those of Baden, they are good for all cold diseases, not for choleric, hot and dry, and all infirmities proceeding of choler, inflammations of the spleen and liver. Our English baths, as they are hot, must needs incur the same censure. But D. Turner of old and D. Jones have written at large of them. Of cold baths I find little or no mention in any physician, some speak against them. Cardan alone out of Agathinus commends bathing in fresh rivers and cold waters, and adviseth all such as mean to live long to use it, for it agrees with all ages and complexions, and is most profitable for hot temperatures. As for sweating, urine, bloodletting by hemorrhoids, or otherwise, I shall elsewhere more opportunely speak of them. Immoderate venous in excess, as it is a cause or in defect, so moderately used to some parties and only help, a present remedy. Peter Forestus calls it aptissimum remedium, a most apposite remedy, remitting anger and reason that was otherwise bound. Avicena Fen, 320, Oribasius Med, Collect, Lib 6, Cap. 37. Contend out of Ruffus and others, that many madmen, melancholy, and laboring of the falling sickness have been cured by this alone. Montaltus Cap. 27. De Melan will have it drive away sorrow and all illusions of the brain, to purge the heart and brain from ill smokes and vapors that offend them, and if it be omitted, as Valescus supposeth, it makes the mind sad, the body dull and heavy. Many other inconveniences are reckoned up by Mercatus, and by Rodricus a Castro, in their tracts De Melancholia Virginum et Monialium. Ob seminis retentionem saviant sic moniales et virgins, but as Platerus adds, si nubent sanenter, they rave single and pine away much discontent, but marriage mends all. Marcellus Donatus Lib. 2 Med. Hist. Cap. One tells a story to confirm this out of Alexander Benedictus, of a maid that was mad ob menses inhibitos, cum in officinam meritorium insidiset, a quindusum viris idem noct compressa, mentium largo profluvio, quad pluribus annis anti considerat, non sine magno pudor main menti restituta decessit. But this must be warily understood, for as Arnoldus objects, lib. 1 Brevier. 18. Cap. Quid coitus ad melancholicum succum? What affinity have these two? Except it be manifest that superabundance of seed, or fullness of blood be a cause, or that love, or an extraordinary desire of Venus, have gone before, or that is laud, Mercatus accepts they be very flatuous and have been otherwise accustomed unto it. Montaltus Cap. 27. Will not allow of moderate Venus to such as have the gout, palsy, epilepsy, melancholy, except they be very lusty and full of blood. Ludovicus Antonius Lib. Med. Misset. In his chapter of Venus, forbids it utterly to all wrestlers, ditchers, laboring men, and C. Ficinus and Marsilius Cognatus, puts Venus one of the 5 mortal enemies of a student. It consumes the spirits and weakeneth the brain. Haliabas the Arabian 5 Thear, Cap. 36, and Jason Pratensis make it the fountain of most diseases, but most pernicious to them who are cold and dry. A melancholy man must not meddle with it, but in some cases. Plutarch in his book De San. Tuend. Accounts of it as one of the 3 principal signs and preservers of health, temperance in this kind. To rise with an appetite, to be ready to work, and abstain from venery, triasaluberima, are 3 most healthful things. We see their opposites how pernicious they are to mankind, as to all other creatures they bring death, and many feral diseases. Immodicis brevis est edas et rara senectus. Aristotle gives instance in sparrows, which are parum vivaces ob salicidatum, short-lived because of their salacity, which is very frequent, as Scopius in Priapus will better inform you. The extremes being both bad, the medium is to be kept, which cannot easily be determined. Some are better able to sustain, such as are hot and moist, phlegmatic, as Hippocrates insinuateth, some strong and lusty, well-fed like Hercules, Proculus the emperor, lusty Lawrence, Prostibulum femini Messalina the empress, that by philters and such kind of lascivious meats, use all means to enable themselves. And brag of it in the end, confodi multas enim, occidi viro pacas per ventrum vidisti, as that Spanish Celestina merrily said. Others impotent, of a cold and dry constitution, cannot sustain those gymnics without great hurt done to their own bodies, of which number, though they be very prone to it, are melancholy men for the most part. Mem. Roman 3. Air rectified, with a digression of the air. As a long-winged hawk, when he is first whistled off the fist, mounts aloft, and for his pleasure fetcheth many a circuit in the air, still soaring higher and higher, till he be come to his full pitch, and in the end when the game is sprung, comes down amain and stoops upon a sudden. So will I, having now come at last into these ample fields of air, wherein I may freely expatiate and exercise myself for my recreation, a while rove, wander round about the world, mount aloft to those ethereal orbs and celestial spheres, and so descend to my former elements again. In which progress I will first see whether that relation of the Friar of Oxford be true, concerning those northern parts under the pole, if I meet Obiter with the wandering Jew Elias Artifex or Lucian's Icaromnipus, they shall be my guides, whether there be such 4 Euripes and a great rock of lodestones, which may cause the needle in the compass still to bend that way, and what should be the true cause of the variation of the compass, is it a magnetical rock, or the pole star, as Cardan will, or some other star in the bear, as Marsilius Ficinus, or a magnetical meridian, as Morelius, vel situs invenitari, as Agricola, or the nearness of the next continent, as Cabius will, or some other cause, as Scaliger, Cortesius, Canimbricenses, Peregrinus contend, why at the Azores it looks directly north, otherwise not, in the Mediterranean or Levant, as some observe, it varies 7 grad, by 12, and then 22. In the Baltic seas, near Rasberg in Finland, the needle runs round, if any ships come that way, though Martin Ridley write otherwise, that the needle near the pole will hardly be forced from his direction. 'Tis fit to be inquired whether certain rules may be made of it, as 11 grad, land, variat, alibi 36. And see, and that which is more prodigious, the variation varies in the same place, now taken accurately, 'tis so much after a few years quite altered from that it was. Till we have better intelligence, let our Dr. Gilbert and Nicholas Cabius the Jesuit, that have both written great volumes of this subject, satisfy these inquisitors. Whether the sea be open and navigable by the pole Arctic, and which is the likeliest way, that of Bartison the Hollander, under the pole itself, which for some reasons I hold best, or by Fredham Davis or Nova Zembla. Whether Hudson's discovery be true of a new-found ocean, any likelihood of Button's Bay in 50 degrees, Hubbard's hope in 60. That of Ut Ultra near Sir Thomas Roe's welcome in Northwest Fox, being that the sea ebbs and flows constantly there 15 foot in 12. Ours, as our new cards inform us that California is not a cape, but an island, and the west winds make the neap tides equal to the spring, or that there be any probability to pass by the Straits of Anian to China, by the promontory of Tabin. If there be, I shall soon perceive whether Marcus Polus the Venetian's narration be true or false, of that great city of Quince and Cambalu, whether there be any such places, or that is math. Rixius the Jesuit hath written, China and Catia be all one, the great Cam of Tartary and the king of China be the same. Zuntane and Quince, and the city of Cambalu be that new Peking, or such a wall 400 leagues long to part China from Tartary. Whether Presbyter John be in Asia or Africa. M. Polus Venetus puts him in Asia. The most received opinion is that he is emperor of the Abyssines, which of old was Ethiopia, now Nubia, under the equator in Africa. Whether Guinea be an island or part of the continent, or that hungry Spaniard's discovery of Terra Australis Incognita, or Magellanica, be as true as that of Mercurius Britannius, or his of Utopia, or his of Lucinia. And yet in likelihood it may be so, for without all question it being extended from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Circle Antarctic, and lying as it doth in the temperate zone, cannot choose but yield in time some flourishing kingdoms to succeeding ages, as America did unto the Spaniards. Schouten and Lemaire have done well in the discovery of the Straits of Magellan, in finding a more convenient passage to Mare Pacificum, Methinks some of our modern Argonauts should prosecute the rest. As I go by Madagascar, I would see that great bird ruck that can carry a man and horse or an elephant, with that Arabian phoenix described by Adracomius. See the pelicans of Egypt, those Scythian griffs in Asia, and afterwards in Africa examine the fountains of Nilus, whether Herodotus, Seneca, Plin. Lib 5 cap. 9. Strabo. Lib. 5. Give a true cause of his annual flowing, Pagafetta discourse rightly of it, or of Niger and Senegal. Examine Cardan, Scaliger's reasons, and the rest. Is it from those Etesian winds, or melting of snow in the mountains under the equator? For Jordan yearly overflows when the snow melts in Mount Libanus. Or from those great dropping perpetual showers, which are so frequent to the inhabitants within the tropics, when the sun is vertical, and cause such vast inundations in Senegal, Maragnan, Orinoco, and the rest of those great rivers in Zona Torrida, which have all commonly the same passions at set times. And by good husbandry and policy hereafter no doubt may come to be as populous, as well tilled, as fruitful as Egypt itself or Cochinchina. I would observe all those motions of the sea, and from what cause they proceed from the moon, as the vulgar hold, or earth's motion, which Galilius in the 4th dialogue of his System of the World so eagerly proves and firmly demonstrates, or winds, as some will. Why in that quiet ocean of Zur, in Mare Pacifico, it is scarce perceived, in our British seas most violent, in the Mediterranean and Red Sea so vehement, irregular, and diverse. Why the current in that Atlantic Ocean should still be in some places from, in some again towards the north, and why they come sooner than go. And so from Moabar to Madagascar in that Indian Ocean, the merchants come in 3 weeks, as Scaliger discusseth, they return scarce in 3 months, with the same or like winds. The continual current is from east to west. Whether Mount Athos, Pelion, Olympus, Ossa, Caucasus, Atlas be so high as Pliny, Solinus, Meller relate, above clouds, meteors, ubi nec ori nec ventispirant, insomuch that they that ascend die suddenly very often, the air is so subtile, 1250 paces high, according to that measure of Dysarchus, or 78 miles perpendicularly high, as Jacobus Mazonius, Sec 3 et 4. Expounding that place of Aristotle about Caucasus, and as Blancanus the Jesuit contends out of Clavius and Nonius demonstrations de crepusculis, or rather 32 stadiums, as the most received opinion is, or 4 miles, which the height of no mountain doth perpendicularly exceed, and is equal to the greatest depths of the sea, which is, as Scaliger holds, 1580 paces, exer. 38, others 100 paces. I would see those inner parts of America, whether there be any such great city of Manoa, or El Dorado in that golden empire, where the highways are as much beaten, one reports, as between Madrid and Valladolid in Spain, or any such Amazons as he relates, or gigantic Patagons in Chica, with that miraculous mountain Ibayapeb in the northern Brazil, Cujus Jugum Sterniter in Amonissimam Planitim, and sea or that of Pariacaca so high elevated in Peru. The peak of Tenerife, how high it is. 70 miles, or 50 as Patricius holds, or 9 as Snellius demonstrates in his Eratosthenes. See that strange Circnixerxes lake in Carniola, whose waters gush so fast out of the ground that they will overtake a swift horseman, and by with as incredible celerity are supped up, which Lazius and Wernerus make an argument of the Argonauts sailing underground. And that vast den or hole called Esmelin in Muscovia, qui visitor horiendo hiatu, and see which if anything casually fall in, makes such a roaring noise, that no thunder or ordnance or warlike engine can make the like. Such another is Gilbert's cave in Lapland, with many the like. I would examine the Caspian Sea, and see where and how it exonerates itself, after it hath taken in Volga, Jaxares, Oxus, and those great rivers, at the mouth of Abi, or where. What vent the Mexican lake hath, the Titicacan in Peru, or that circular pool in the vale of Terapea of which Acosta L3. C16. Hot in a cold country, the spring of which boils up in the middle 20 foot square, and hath no vent but exhalation, and that of Mare Mortuum in Palestine, of Thrasymene at Perusium in Italy, the Mediterranean itself. For from the ocean, at the Straits of Gibraltar, there is a perpetual current into the Levant, and so likewise by the Thracian Bosphorus out of the Euxine or Black Sea, besides all those great rivers of Nile, Po, Rhone, and see how is this water consumed, by the sun or otherwise. I would find out with Trajan the fountains of Danube, of Ganges, Oxus, see those Egyptian pyramids, Trajan's Bridge, Grotto de Sibylla, Lucullus's fish ponds, the Temple of Nidros, and see. And if I could, observe what becomes of swallows, storks, cranes, cuckoos, nightingales, redstarts, and many other kind of singing birds, waterfowls, hawks, and see some of them are only seen in summer, some in winter. Some are observed in the snow, and at no other times each have their seasons. In winter not a bird is in Muscovy to be found, but at the spring in an instant the woods and hedges are full of them, saith Herbestine. How comes it to pass, do they sleep in winter like Gessner's alpine mice? Or do they lie hid, as Olaus affirms, in the bottom of lakes and rivers, spiritum continents? Often so found by fishermen in Poland and Scandia, two together, mouth to mouth, wing to wing, and when the spring comes they revive again, or if they be brought into a stove, or to the fireside. Or do they follow the sun, as Peter Martyr Legat Babylonica L2, manifestly convicts out of his own knowledge? For when he was ambassador in Egypt, he saw swallows, Spanish kites, and many such other European birds, in December and January very familiarly flying, and in great abundance about Alexandria, ubi floridi tunc arbors ac viridaria. Or lie they hid in caves, rocks, and hollow trees, as most think, in deep tin mines or sea cliffs, as Mr. Caro gives out. I conclude of them all, for my part, as Munster doth of cranes and storks, whence they come, whither they go incomparatum ad hoc, as yet we know not. We see them here, some in summer, some in winter. Their coming and going is sure in the night. In the plains of Asia, saith he, the storks meet on such a set day, he that comes last is torn in pieces, and so they get them gone. Many strange places, Ismae, Europe, Chersonese, creeks, havens, promontories, straits, lakes, baths, rocks, mountains, places, and fields, where cities have been ruined or swallowed, battles fought, creatures, sea monsters, remora, and sea minerals, vegetals. Zoophytes were fit to be considered in such an expedition, and amongst the rest that of Harbestine his Tartar lamb, Hector Botheus goosebearing tree in the orchards, to which Cardan lib 7 cap. 36. De rerum varietat. Subscribes, Verda manus wonderful palm, that fly in Hispaniola, that shines like a torch in the night, that one may well see to write. Those spherical stones in Cuba which nature hath so made, and those like birds, beasts, fishes, crowns, swords, saws, pots, and sea, usually found in the metal mines in Saxony about Mansfield, and in Poland near Nockau and Palucki, as Munster and others relate. Many rare creatures and novelties each part of the world affords. Amongst the rest, I would know for a certain whether there be any such men, as Leo Suavius, in his comment on Paracelsus de Sanit. To end. And Gaguinus records in his description of Muscovy, that in Lucomoria, a province in Russia, lie fast asleep as dead all winter, from the 27th of November, like frogs and swallows, benumbed with cold, but about the 24th of April in the spring they revive again, and go about their business. I would examine that demonstration of Alexander Piccolomenius, whether the earth's superficies be bigger than the seas, or that of Archimedes be true, the superficies of all water is even. Search the depth, and see that variety of sea monsters and fishes, mermaids, seamen, horses, and sea which it affords. Or whether that be true which Jordanus Brunus scoffs at, that if God did not detain it, the sea would overflow the earth by reason of his higher sight, and which Josephus Blancanus the Jesuit in his interpretation on those mathematical places of Aristotle foolishly fears, and in a just tract proves by many circumstances, that in time the sea will waste away the land, and all the globe of the earth shall be covered with waters. Rissum tenides amasi. What the sea takes away in one place it adds in another. Methinks he might rather suspect the sea should in time be filled by land, trees grow up, carcasses, and see that all-devouring fire, omnia devorans et consumens, will sooner cover and dry up the vast ocean with sand and ashes. I would examine the true seat of that terrestrial paradise, and where Ophir was whence Solomon did fetch his gold. From Parawana, which some suppose, or that Aurea Chersonsis, as Dominicus Niger, Arias Montanus, Goropius, and others will. I would censure all Pliny's, Solinus, Strabos, Sir John Mandeville's Olaus Magnus, Marcus Polus, lies, correct those errors in navigation, reform cosmographical charts, and rectify longitudes, if it were possible, not by the compass as some dream with Mark Ridley in his treatise of magnetical bodies, cap. 43, for his cabeus magnet philos. Lib 3 cap. For fully resolves there is no hope thence, yet I would observe some better means to find them out. I would have a convenient place to go down with Orpheus, Ulysses, Hercules, Lucian's Menopus, at St. Patrick's Purgatory, at Trophonius' Den, Hecla in Iceland, Aetna in Sicily, to descend and see what is done in the bowels of the earth. Do stones and metals grow there still? How come fir trees to be digged out from tops of hills, as in our mosses and marshes all over Europe? How come they to dig up fish bones, shells, beams, ironworks, many fathoms underground, and anchors in mountains far remote from all seas? Anno 1460 at Bern in Switzerland 50 fathom deep a ship was digged out of a mountain, where they got metal ore, in which were 48 carcasses of men, with other merchandise. That such things are ordinarily found in tops of hills, Aristotle insinuates in his Meteors, Pomponius Mela in his first book, Cid in Numidia, and familiarly in the Alps, saith Blancanus the Jesuit, the like is to be seen. Came this from earthquakes or from Noah's flood, as Christians suppose, or is there a vicissitude of sea and land, as Anaximenes held of old, the mountains of Thessaly would become seas, and seas again mountains? The whole world belike should be new molded, when it seemed good to those all-commanding powers, and turned inside out, as we do haycocks in harvest, top to bottom or bottom to top. Or as we turn apples to the fire, move the world upon his center. That which is under the poles now should be translated to the equinoctial, and that which is under the torrid zone to the circle Arctic and Antarctic another while, and so be reciprocally warmed by the sun. Or if the worlds be infinite, and every fixed star a sun, with his compassing planets, as Brunus and Campanella conclude, cast 3 or 4 worlds into one, or else of one world make 3 or 4 new as it shall seem to them best. To proceed, if the earth be 21,500 miles in compass, its diameter is 7,000 from us to our antipodes, and what shall be comprehended in all that space? What is the center of the earth? Is it pure element only, as Aristotle decrees, inhabited as Paracelsus thinks with creatures, whose chaos is the earth? Or with fairies, as the woods and waters, according to him, are with nymphs, or as the air with spirits? Dionysiodorus, a mathematician in Pliny that sent a letter, ad superos after he was dead, from the center of the earth, to signify what distance the same center was from the superficies of the same, viz. 42,000 stadiums, might have done well to have satisfied all these doubts. Or is it the place of hell, as Virgil in his Aeneids, Plato, Lucian, Dante, and others poetically describe it, and as many of our divines think? In good earnest, Anthony Rusca, one of the society of that Ambrosian College in Milan, in his great volume De Inferno, lib 1 cap. 47, is stiff in this tenet, 'tis a corporeal fire toe, cap. 5 I2, as he there disputes. Whatsoever philosophers write, saith Surius, there be certain mouths of hell and places appointed for the punishment of men's souls, as at Hecla in Iceland, where the ghosts of dead men are familiarly seen and sometimes talk with the living. God would have such visible places that mortal men might be certainly informed that there be such punishments after death and learn hence to fear God. Cranzius Dan Hist, lib 2 cap. 24, subscribes to this opinion of Surius, so doth Coleris cap. 12. Lib. Do immortal animi, out of the authority belike of Saint Gregory, Durand, and the rest of the schoolmen, who derive as much from Aetna in Sicily, Lipari, Hira, and those sulphureous Vulcanian islands, making Terra del Fuego, and those frequent volcanoes in America, of which Acosta lib 3 cap. 24. That fearful Mount Heclaberg in Norway, an especial argument to prove it, where lamentable screeches and howlings are continually heard, which strike a terror to the auditors. Fiery chariots are commonly seen to bring in the souls of men in the likeness of crows, and devils ordinarily go in and out. Such another proof is that place near the pyramids in Egypt, by Cairo, as well to confirm this as the resurrection, mentioned by Kornmanus Mirac. Mort, lib 1 cap. 30, Camarius Oper. Suck, cap. 37, Bredenbachius Pereg, Tur, Sanct, and some others where once a year dead bodies arise about March and walk, after a while hide themselves again. Thousands of people come yearly to see them. But these and such like testimonies others reject, as fables, illusions of spirits, and they will have no such local known place, more than Styx or Phlegethon, Pluto's court, or that poetical Infernus, where Homer's soul was seen hanging on a tree, and sea to which they ferried over in Charon's boat, or went down at Hermione in Greece, compendiaria ad infernos via, which is the shortest cut, quia nullum amortuis nollum eo losa exposcunt, saith Gerbelius, and besides there were no fees to be paid. Well then, is it hell or purgatory, as Bellarmine, or limbus patrum, as Galucius will, and as Rusca will, for they have made maps of it, or Ignatius Parlor. Virgil, sometimes bishop of Salzburg, as Aventinus anno 745 relates, by Bonifacius Bishop of Mentz was therefore called in question, because he held antipodes, which they made a doubt whether Christ died for, and so by that means took away the seat of hell, or so contracted it, that it could bear no proportion to heaven, and contradicted that opinion of Austin, Basil. Lactantius that held the earth round as a trencher, whom Acosta and common experience more largely confute, but not as a ball, and Jerusalem where Christ died the middle of it, or Delos, as the fabulous Greeks feigned, because when Jupiter let two eagles loose to fly from the world's ends east and west, they met at Delos. But that scruple of Bonifacius is now quite taken away by our latter divines. Franciscus Ribera, in Cap. 14. Apocalypse will have hell a material and local fire in the center of the earth, 200 Italian miles in diameter, as he defines it out of those words, exhibit sanguis de terra, per stadia mil sexcenta, and c. but Lessius lib 13. De moribus divinis, cap. 24. Will have this local hell far less, 1 Dutch mile in diameter, all filled with fire and brimstone. Because, as he there demonstrates that space cubically multiplied will make a sphere able to hold 800,000 millions of damned bodies, allowing each body 6 foot square, which will abundantly suffice. Cum serium sit, inquit facta subduction, non futuros centis mil millions damnandorum. But if it be no material fire, as Sco. Thomas, Bonaventure, Sonsonas, Vossius, and others argue, it may be there or elsewhere as Keckerman dispute system. Theol. For sure somewhere it is, certum est alicubi, etsi definitus circulus non assignator. I will end the controversy in Austin's words, better doubt of things concealed, than to contend about uncertainties where Abraham's bosom is and hell fire. Vix a mansudes a contentiosis nunquam invenitor, scarce the meek, the contentious shall never find. If it be solid earth, 'tis the fountain of metals, waters, which by his innate temper turns air into water, which springs up in several chinks to moisten the earth's superficies, and that in a tenfold proportion as Aristotle holds, or else these fountains come directly from the sea by secret passages, and so made fresh again by running through the bowels of the earth, and are either thick, thin, hot, cold, as the matter or minerals are by which they pass, or as Peter Martyr Ocean. Decad. Lib 9. And some others hold, from abundance of rain that falls, or from that ambient heat and cold, which alters that inward heat, and so per consequens the generation of waters. Or else it may be full of wind, or a sulphureous innate fire, as our meteorologists inform us, which sometimes breaking out, causeth those horrible earthquakes, which are so frequent in these days in Japan, China, and oftentimes swallow up whole cities. Let Lucian's Menipus consult with or ask of Tiresias. If you will not believe philosophers, he shall clear all your doubts when he makes a second voyage. In the meantime, let us consider of that which is sub dio, and find out a true cause, if it be possible, of such accidents, meteors, alterations, as happen above ground. Whence proceed that variety of manners and a distinct character, as it were, to several nations. Some are wise, subtle, witty, others dull, sad, and heavy, some big, some little, as Tully de Fato, Plato and Timeo, Vigedius and Bodine prove at large method. Cap. 5 Some soft and some hardy, barbarous, civil, black, dun, white, is it from the air, from the soil, influence of stars, or some other secret cause? Why doth Africa breed so many venomous beasts, Ireland none? Athens owls, Crete none. Why hath Dollies and Thebes no swallows? So Pausanias informeth us, as well as the rest of Greece. Ithaca no hares, Pontus asses, Scythia swine. Whence comes this variety of complexions, colors, plants, birds, beasts, metals, peculiar almost to every place? Why so many thousand strange birds and beasts proper to America alone, as Acosta demands lib. 4 Cap. 36. Were they created in the 6 days or ever in Noah's ark? If there, why are they not dispersed and found in other countries? It is a thing, saith he, hath long held me in suspense. No Greek, Latin, Hebrew ever heard of them before, and yet is differing from our European animals, as an egg and a chestnut. And which is more, kine, horses, sheep, and sea, till the Spaniards brought them, were never heard of in those parts. How comes it to pass, that in the same site, in one latitude to such as are Pyriosi, there should be such difference of soil, complexion, color, metal, air, and sea the Spaniards are white, and so are Italians, when as the inhabitants about Caput Boni Spey are blackamoors, and yet both alike distant from the equator. Nay, they that dwell in the same parallel line with these Negroes, as about the Straits of Magellan, are white-colored, and yet some in Presbyter John's country in Ethiopia are dun. They in Zealand and Malabar parallel with them again black. Manamatapa in Africa and St. Thomas Isle are extreme hot, both under the line coal black their inhabitants, whereas in Peru they are quite opposite in color, very temperate or rather cold, and yet both alike elevated. Moscow in 53 degrees of latitude extreme cold, as those northern countries usually are, having one perpetual hard frost all winter long, and in 52 deg. lat. Sometimes hard frost and snow all summer, as Buttons Bay and sea or by fits, and yet England near the same latitude and Ireland very moist, warm, and more temperate in winter than Spain, Italy, or France. Is it the sea that causeth this difference, and the air that comes from it? Why then is Ister so cold near the Euxine, Pontus, Bithynia, and all Thrace? Frigida's regions Maginus calls them, and yet their latitude is but 42. Which should be hot. Quivira, or Nova Albion in America, bordering on the sea, was so cold in July that our Englishmen could hardly endure it. At Normberga in 45 lat. All the sea is frozen ice, and yet in a more southern latitude than ours. New England and the island of Cambrial Calchos, which that noble gentleman Mr. Vaughan, or Orpheus Junior, describes in his Golden Fleece, is in the same latitude with Little Britain in France, and yet their winter begins not till January, their spring till May, which search he accounts worthy of an astrologer. Is this from the easterly winds or melting of ice and snow dissolved within the circle Arctic? Or that the air being thick is longer before it be warm by the sunbeams, and once heated like an oven will keep itself from cold? Our climes breed lice, Hungary and Ireland male audiant in this kind. Come to the Azores, by a secret virtue of that air they are instantly consumed, and all our European vermin almost, saith Ortelius. Egypt is watered with Nilus not far from the sea, and yet there it seldom or never rains. Rhodes, an island of the same nature, yields not a cloud, and yet our islands ever dropping and inclining to rain. The Atlantic Ocean is still subject to storms, but in Del Zur or Mare Pacifico, seldom or never any. Is it from tropic stars, Apertio Portarum in the dodecotemeries or constellations, the moon's mansions, such aspects of planets, such winds or dissolving air or thick air, which causeth this and the like differences of heat and cold? Bauden relates of a Portugal ambassador, that coming from Lisbon to Danzig in Spruce, found greater heat there than at any time at home. Don Garcia de Silva, legate to Philip Roman III, King of Spain, residing at Ispahan in Persia, 1619, in his letter to the Marquis of Bedmer, makes mention of greater cold in Ispahan, whose lat. is 31 gr. than ever he felt in Spain or any part of Europe. The torrid zone was by our predecessors held to be uninhabitable, but by our modern travelers found to be most temperate, bedewed with frequent rains and moistening showers, the breeze and cooling blasts in some parts, as Acosta describes, most pleasant and fertile. Arica in Chile is by report one of the sweetest places that ever the sun shined on, Olympus Terrae, a heaven on earth. How incomparably do some extol Mexico in Nova Hispania, Peru, Brazil, and sea, in some again hard, dry, sandy, barren, a very desert, and still in the same latitude. Many times we find great diversity of air in the same country, by reason of the site to seas, hills or dales, want of water, nature of soil, and the like. As in Spain Aragon is a spura et sicca, harsh and evil inhabited, Estremadura is dry, sandy, barren most part, extreme hot by reason of his plains, Andalusia another paradise, Valencia a most pleasant air, and continually green. So is it about Granada, on the one side fertile plains, on the other continual snow to be seen all summer long on the hilltops. That their houses in the Alps are 3/4 of the year covered with snow, who knows not? That Tenerife is so cold at the top, extreme hot at the bottom, Mons Atlas in Africa, Libanus in Palestine, with many such, Tontos inter ardors Phytos nivibus, Tacitus calls them, and Radzivillus epist. 2 Fall. 27. Yields it to be far hotter there than in any part of Italy. 'Tis true, but they are highly elevated near the middle region, and therefore cold, ob pacem salarium radiorum refractionum, as Serrarius answers, in 3, cap, Joshua quist, 5 abulensis quist, 37. In the heat of summer, in the king's palace in Escurial, the air is most temperate, by reason of a cold blast which comes from the snowy mountains of Sierra de Catarama hard by, when as in Toledo it is very hot. so in all other countries. The causes of these alterations are commonly by reason of their nearness, I say, to the middle region. But this diversity of air, in places equally situated, elevated and distant from the pole, can hardly be satisfied with that diversity of plants, birds, beasts, which is so familiar with us. With Indians, everywhere the sun is equally distant, the same vertical stars, the same irradiations of planets, aspects like, the same nearness of seas, the same superficies, the same soil, or not much different. Under the equator itself, amongst the Sierras, Andes, Llanos, as Herrera, Leet, and Acosta contend, there is tam mirabilis et inopinata varietas, such variety of weather, ut merito exercit ingenia, that no philosophy can yet find out the true cause of it. When I consider how temperate it is in one place, saith Acosta, within the Tropic of Capricorn as about La Plata, and yet hard by at Potosi, in that same altitude mountainous alike, extreme cold, extreme hot in Brazil, and see hic ego, saith Acosta, philosophiam Aristoteles meteorologicam vehementer iraci, cum and c. When the sun comes nearest to them, they have great tempests, storms, thunder and lightning, great store of rain, snow, and the foulest weather. When the sun is vertical, their rivers overflow, the morning fair and hot, noonday cold and moist, all which is opposite to us. How comes it to pass? Scaliger Poetics L3, C16, discourseth thus of this subject. How comes or wherefore is this temeraria siderum dispositio, this rash placing of stars, or as Epicurus will, fortuita or accidental? Why are some big, some little, why are they so confusedly, unequally situated in the heavens, and set so much out of order? In all other things nature is equal, proportionable, and constant. There be justi dimensions, et prudens partium dispositio, as in the fabric of man, his eyes, ears, nose, face, members are correspondent, cur non idem silo oper omnium pulcherimo. Why are the heavens so irregular, nec paribus malibus, nec paribus intervallis, whence is this difference? Diversos, he concludes, efficere locorum genios, to make diversity of countries, soils, manners, customs, characters, and constitutions among us, ut quantum vicinia ad charitatem adet, sidera distrahent ad pernicem, and so by this means fluvio vel monti distincti sunt dissimiles, the same places almost shall be distinguished in manners. But this reason is weak and most insufficient. The fixed stars are removed since Ptolemy's time 26. Gr. From the first of Aries, and if the earth be immovable as their site varies, so should countries vary, and diverse alterations would follow. But this we perceive not. As in Tully's time with us in Britain, coelum visu fodum, et in quo facile generantur nubs, and see, 'tis so still, wherefore boding theat. Nat. Lib 2 and some others will have all these alterations and effects immediately to proceed from those genii, spirits, angels, which rule and domineer in several places. They cause storms, thunder, lightning, earthquakes, ruins, tempests, great winds, floods, and sea. The philosophers of Conimbra will refer this diversity to the influence of that empyrean heaven. For some say the eccentricity of the sun is come nearer to the earth than in Ptolemy's time. The virtue therefore of all the vegetals is decayed. Men grow less and see. There are that observe new motions of the heavens, new stars, palantia sidera, comets, clouds. Call them what you will, like those Medicean, Bourbonian, Austrian planets lately detected, which do not decay, but come and go, rise higher and lower, hide and show themselves amongst the fixed stars, amongst the planets, above and beneath the moon. At set times, now nearer, now farther off, together, asunder. As he that plays upon a sackbut by pulling it up and down alters his tones and tunes, do they their stations and places, though to us undiscerned. And from those motions proceed, as they conceive, diverse alterations. Clavius conjectures otherwise, but they be but conjectures. About Damascus in Cilicyria is a paradise, by reason of the plenty of waters in promptu causa est, and the deserts of Arabia barren, because of rocks, rolling seas of sands, and dry mountains quad in aquosa. Saith Adracomius, Montes habens asperos, saxosos, precipites, horrorus et mortis specim preciferens, uninhabitable therefore of men, birds, beasts, void of all green trees, plants, and fruits, a vast rocky horrid wilderness, which by no art can be manured. 'Tis evident. Bohemia is cold, for that it lies all along to the north. But why should it be so hot in Egypt, or there never rain? Why should those Etesian and northeastern winds blow continually and constantly so long together? In some places, at set times, one way still in the dog days only. Here perpetual drought, there dropping showers. Here foggy mists, there a pleasant air. Here terrible thunder and lightning at such set seasons. Here frozen seas all the year. They're open in the same latitude. To the rest no such thing, nay quite opposite is to be found. Sometimes, as in Peru, on the one side of the mountains it is hot, on the other cold, here snow, there wind, with infinite such. Framundus in his meteors will excuse or solve all this by the sun's motion, but when there is such diversity to such as Pyrrhos or very near sight, how can that position hold? Who can give a reason of this diversity of meteors? That it should rain stones, frogs, mice, and sea rats, which they call lemmer in Norway, and are manifestly observed, as Munster writes, by the inhabitants, to descend and fall with some feculent showers, and like so many locusts, consume all that is green. Leo Afer speaks as much of locusts. About Fez in Barbary there be infinite swarms in their fields upon a sudden. So at Aries in France, 1553, the like happened by the same mischief, all their grass and fruits were devoured. Magna incolarum admiration et consternation, as Valeriola obser. Med. Lib 1, obser. 1, relates, Coelum subito obumbrabant, and see he concludes, it could not be from natural causes, they cannot imagine whence they come, but from heaven. Are these and such creatures, corn, wood, stones, worms, wool, blood, and sea lifted up into the middle region by the sunbeams, as Beroselus the physician disputes, and thence let fall with showers, or there engendered? Cornelius Gemma is of that opinion, they are there conceived by celestial influences. Others suppose they are immediately from God or prodigies raised by art and illusions of spirits, which are princes of the air, to whom Baden, Lib 2, Theat, Nat, subscribes. In fine, of meteors in general, Aristotle's reasons are exploded by Bernardinus Telesius, by Paracelsus his principles confuted, and other causes assigned, sal, sulfur, mercury, in which his disciples are so expert that they can alter elements and separate at their pleasure, make perpetual motions, not as Cardan Tasner, Peregrinus, by some magnetical virtue, but by mixture of elements. Imitate thunder, like Salmoneus, snow, hail, the seas ebbing and flowing, give life to creatures, as they say, without generation, and what not? P. Nonius Salutensis and Kepler take upon them to demonstrate that no meteors, clouds, fogs, vapors, arise higher than 50 or 80 miles, and all the rest to be purer air or element of fire, which Cardan, Tycho, and John Pina manifestly confute by refractions, and many other arguments, there is no such element of fire at all. If, as Tycho proves, the moon be distant from us 50 and 60 semi-diameters of the earth, and as Peter Nonius will have it, the air be so angust, what proportion is there betwixt the other three elements and it? To what use serves it? Is it full of spirits which inhabit it, as the Paracelsians and Platonists hold, the higher the more noble, full of birds, or a mere vacuum to no purpose? It is much controverted between Tycho Brahe and Christopher Rotman, the Landgrave of Hesse's mathematician, in their astronomical epistles, whether it be the same diaphanum clearness, matter of air and heavens, or two distinct essences. Christopher Rotman, John Pina, Jordanus Brunus, with many other late mathematicians, contend it is the same and one matter throughout, saving that the higher still the purer it is and more subtile, as they find by experience in the top of some hills in America. If a man ascend, he faints instantly for want of thicker air to refrigerate the heart. Acosta, L3, C9, calls this mountain Piriacaca in Peru. It makes men cast and vomit, he saith, that climate, as some other of those Andes do in the deserts of Chile for 500 miles together, and for extremity of cold to lose their fingers and toes. Tycho will have two distinct matters of heaven and air. But to say truth, with some small qualification, they have one and the self-same opinion about the essence and matter of heavens, that it is not hard and impenetrable, as peripatetics hold, transparent of a quintessentia, but that it is penetrable and soft as the air itself is, and that the planets move in it as birds in the air, fishes in the sea. This they prove by motion of comets, and otherwise, though Clermontius in his Anti-Tycho stiffly opposes, which are not generated, as Aristotle teacheth, in the aerial region of a hot and dry exhalation, and so consumed, but as Anaxagoras and Democritus held of old, of a celestial matter. And as Tycho, Elysius, Roslin, Thaddeus, Hagesius, Pina, Rotman, Fracastorius demonstrate by their progress parallaxes, refractions, motions of the planets, which interfere and cut one another's orbs, now higher and then lower, as male sign amongst the rest, which sometimes, as Kepler confirms by his own and Tycho's accurate observations, comes nearer the earth than thee, and is again eftsoons aloft in Jupiter's orb, and other sufficient reasons far above the moon. Exploding in the meantime that element of fire, those fictitious first watery movers, those heavens I mean above the firmament, which Delrio, Lodovicus Imola, Patricius, and many of the fathers affirm, those monstrous orbs of eccentrics and excenter epicycles deserents, which howsoever Ptolemy, Ulhason, Vitalio, Perbachius, Maginus, Clavius, and many of their associates stiffly maintain to be real orbs, eccentric, concentric, circles equant and see, are absurd and ridiculous. For who is so mad to think that there should be so many circles, like subordinate wheels in a clock, all impenetrable and hard, as they feign, add and subtract at their pleasure? Maginus makes 11 heavens, subdivided into their orbs and circles, and all too little to serve those particular appearances. Fracastorius, 72 homocentrics. Tycho Brahe, Nicholas Ramirus, Helasius Roslin have peculiar hypotheses of their own inventions. And they be but inventions, as most of them acknowledge, as we admit of equators, tropics, calures, circles Arctic and Antarctic, for doctrine's sake. Though Ramus thinks them all unnecessary, they will have them supposed only for method and order. Tycho hath feigned I know not how many subdivisions of epicycles in epicycles, and see, to calculate and express the moon's motion. But when all is done, as a supposition, and no otherwise. Not, as he holds, hard, impenetrable, subtile, transparent, and see or making music, as Pythagoras maintained of old, and Robert Constantine of late, but still, quiet, liquid, open, and see. If the heavens then be penetrable, as these men deliver, and no lets, it were not amiss in this aerial progress, to make wings and fly up, which that Turkin Busbequius made his fellow citizens in Constantinople believe he would perform. And some newfangled wits, methinks, should some time or other find out, or if that may not be, yet with a Galileo's glass or Icaromnipus wings in Lucian, command the spheres and heavens, and see what is done amongst them. Whether there be generation and corruption, as some think, by reason of ethereal comets, that in Cassiopeia, 1572, that in Cygno, 1600, that in Sagittarius, 1604, and many like, which by no means jull. Caesar La Galla, that Italian philosopher, in his physical disputation with Galilee's De Phenomenes in Orb Luni, cap. 9, will admit, or that they were created ab initio and show themselves at set times, and as Helasius Roslin contends, have poles, axletrees, circles of their own, and regular motions. For non parunt, said Minunter et disparent, Blancanus holds they come and go by fits, casting their tails still from the sun. Some of them, as a burning glass, projects the sunbeams from it, though not always neither. For sometimes a comet casts his tail from Venus, as Tycho observes. And as Helasius Roslin of some others from the moon, with little stars about them ad stuporum astronomorum, cum multis aliis in caelo miraculis, all which argue with those Medicean, Austrian, and Bourbonian stars, that the heaven of the planets is indistinct, pure, and open, in which the planets move certes legibus ac medis. Examine likewise, and caelum sit coloratum. Whether the stars be of that bigness, distance as astronomers relate, so many in number, 1026 or 1725 as J. Bayerus, or as some rabbins 29,000 myriads, or as Galileo discovers by his glasses infinite, and that Via Lactea, a confused light of small stars like so many nails in a door, or all in a row like those 12,000 isles of the Maldives in the Indian Ocean. Whether the least visible star in the eighth sphere be 18 times bigger than the Earth, and as Tycho calculates, 14,000 semi-diameters distant from it. Whether they be thicker parts of the orbs, as Aristotle delivers, or so many habitable worlds as Democritus, whether they have light of their own, or from the sun, or give light round, as Patricius discourseth, in ec distenta centra mundi, whether light be of their essence, and that light be a substance or an accident, whether they be hot by themselves or by accident cause heat, whether there be such a precession of the equinoxes as Copernicus holds, or that the eighth sphere move. And Beni Philosophenter, R. Bacon, and J. D. Aphorism. De multiplication specirum, whether there be any such images ascending with each degree of the zodiac in the east, as Aliacensis feigns, in aqua super coelum, as Patricius and the schoolmen will, a crystalline watery heaven, which is certainly to be understood of that in the middle region. For otherwise, if at Noah's flood the water came from thence, it must be above 100 years falling down to us, as some calculate. Besides, enterit animata, which some so confidently believe, with Orpheus, Hermes, Averroes, from which all other souls of men, beasts, devils, plants, fishes, and sea are derived, and into which again, after some revolutions, as Plato in his Timaeus, Plotinus in his Enneads more largely discuss, they return, see Chalcidius and Bennius, Plato's commentators, as all philosophical matter in materiam primum. Keplerus, Patricius, and some other neoterics have in part revived this opinion. And that every star in heaven hath a soul, angel or intelligence to animate or move it, and see or to omit all smaller controversies as matters of less moment, and examine that main paradox of the earth's motion now so much in question. Aristarchus Samius, Pythagoras maintained it of old, Democritus and many of their scholars, Didacus Astunica, Anthony Fascarinus, a Carmelite, and some other commentators, will have job to insinuate as much, cap. 9. Ver. 4 qui commovit terram de loco suo, and c. And that this one place of Scripture makes more for the earth's motion than all the other prove against it, whom Pinda confutes most contradict. Howsoever, it is revived since by Copernicus, not as a truth, but a supposition, as he himself confesseth in the preface to Pope Nicholas, but now maintained in good earnest by Calcagninus, Telesius, Kepler, Rotman, Gilbert, Digges, Galileo, Campanella, and especially by Landsbergius, Naturi, Rationi, et Veritati Consentinium, by Origanus and some others of his followers. For if the earth be the center of the world, stand still, and the heavens move, as the most received opinion is, which they call inordinatum caeli dispositionum, though stiffly maintained by Tycho, Ptolemaeus, and their adherents, quis ille furor. And see what fury is that, saith Dr. Gilbert, satis animos, as Cabius notes, that shall drive the heavens about with such incomprehensible celerity in 24 hours, when as every point of the firmament, and in the equator, must needs move, so Clavius calculates, 176,660 in 1/246th part of an hour, and an arrow out of a bow must go 7 times about the earth, whilst a man can say an Ave Maria. If it keep the same space, or compass the earth 1884 times in an hour, which is suprahumanum cogitationum, beyond human conceit. Osir et jaculo, et ventos equante sagitta. A man could not ride so much ground, going 40 miles a day, in 2904 years, as the firmament goes in 23 hours, or so much in 203 years, as the firmament in 1 minute. Quod incredibile viter. And the pole star, which to our thinking scarce moveth out of his place, goeth a bigger circuit than the sun, whose diameter is much larger than the diameter of the heaven of the sun, and 20,000 semi-diameters of the earth from us, with the rest of the fixed stars, as Tycho proves. To avoid therefore these impossibilities, they ascribe a triple motion to the earth, the sun immovable in the center of the whole world, the earth center of the moon, alone, above male sign and beneath male sign, or as Origanus and others will, one single motion to the earth, still placed in the center of the world, which is more probable, a single motion to the firmament, which moves in 30 or 26,000 years. And so the planets, Saturn in 30 years absolves his sole and proper motion, Jupiter in 12, Mars in 3, and see and so solve all appearances better than any way whatsoever. Calculate all motions, be they in longum or latum, direct, stationary, retrograde, ascent or descent, without epicycles, intricate eccentrics, and see rectius commodius per unicum modum terri. Saith Landsbergius, much more certain than by those Alpensine, or any such tables, which are grounded from those other suppositions. And 'tis true they say according to optic principles, the visible appearances of the planets do so indeed answer to their magnitudes and orbs, and come nearest to mathematical observations and precedent calculations. There is no repugnancy to physical axioms, because no penetration of orbs. But then between the sphere of Saturn and the firmament, there is such an incredible and vast space or distance, 7 million semi-diameters of the earth, as Tycho calculates, void of stars. And besides, they do so enhance the bigness of the stars, enlarge their circuit, to solve those ordinary objections of parallaxes and retrogradations of the fixed stars, that alteration of the poles, elevation in several places or latitude of cities here on earth. For, say they, if a man's eye were in the firmament, he should not at all discern that great annual motion of the earth, but it would still appear punctum indivisibile and seem to be fixed in one place. Of the same bigness, that it is quite opposite to reason, to natural philosophy, and all out as absurd as disproportional. So some will as prodigious, as that of the sun's swift motion of heavens. But hoc posito, to grant this their tenet of the earth's motion. If the earth move, it is a planet, and shines to them in the moon, and to the other planetary inhabitants, as the moon and they do to us upon the earth. But shine she doth, as Galileo, Kepler, and others prove, and then per consequence the rest of the planets are inhabited, as well as the moon, which he grants in his dissertation with Galileo's Nuncius Sidereus, that there be jovial and Saturn inhabitants, and see, and those several planets have their several moons about them, as the earth hath hers, as Galileo hath already evinced by his glasses. 4 about Jupiter, 2 about Saturn, though Cicius the Florentine, Fortunius Leistus, and Jull. Caesar Legala cavil at it, yet Kepler, the emperor's mathematician, confirms out of his experience that he saw as much by the same help, and more about Mars, Venus, and the rest they hope to find out, peradventure even amongst the fixed stars, which Brunus and Brutius have already averred. Then I say, the earth and they be planets alike, moved about the sun, the common center of the world alike, and it may be those 2 green children which Nabrigensis speaks of in his time, that fell from heaven, came from thence, and that famous stone that fell from heaven in Aristotle's time, Olymp. 84 Anno tertio, ad capuus fluenta, recorded by Laertius and others, or Ansel or Buckler in Numa's time, recorded by Festus. We may likewise insert with Campanella and Brunus, that which Pythagoras, Aristarchus, Samius, Heraclitus, Epicurus, Melissus, Democritus, Leucippus maintained in their ages, there be infinite worlds, and infinite earths or systems, in infinito either, which Eusebius collects out of their tenets, because infinite stars and planets like unto this of ours, which some stick not still to maintain and publicly defend, sparabundus expecto innumerabilium mundorum in aeternitate per ambulationum. And see Nick Hill, Londinensis Philos, Epicur. For if the firmament be of such an incomparable bigness, as these Copernical giants will have it, infinitum aut infinito proximum, so vast and full of innumerable stars, as being infinite in extent, one above another, some higher, some lower, some nearer, some farther off, and so far asunder, and those so huge and great, insomuch that if the whole sphere of Saturn and all that is included in it, totum aggregatum, as Framundus of Louvain in his tract, do immobilitate Terry argues, Evhater inter stellas, vidri a nobis non potrat, tam immanes est distantia inter tellurum et fixus, sed instar puncti, and see if our world be small in respect, why may we not suppose a plurality of worlds, those infinite stars visible in the firmament to be so many suns, with particular fixed centers, to have likewise their subordinate planets, as the sun hath his dancing still round him. Which Cardinal Cusanus, Walkarinus, Brunus, and some others have held, and some still maintain, animi Aristotelismo in nutriti, et minutis speculationibus assudi secus forsan, and see though they seem close to us, they are infinitely distant, and so per consequens there are infinite habitable worlds. What hinders? Why should not an infinite cause, as God is, produce infinite effects? As Nick Hill, Democrit, Philos disputes, Kepler, I confess, will by no means admit of Brunus's infinite worlds, or that the fixed stars should be so many suns, with their compassing planets. Yet the said Kepler between jest and earnest in his perspectives, lunar geography, and somnio suo dissertat, cum nunc, cider, seems in part to agree with this, and partly to contradict. For the planets, he yields them to be inhabited, he doubts of the stars. And so doth Tycho in his astronomical epistles, out of a consideration of their vastity and greatness, break out into some such like speeches, that he will never believe those great and huge bodies were made to no other use than this that we perceive, to illuminate the earth, a point insensible in respect of the whole. But who shall dwell in these vast bodies, earths, worlds, if they be inhabited, rational creatures, as Kepler demands, or have they souls to be saved? Or do they inhabit a better part of the world than we do? Are we or they lords of the world? And how are all things made for man? Difficile est natum hunc expedere, eo quod nondum omnia qui huc pertinent explorata habemus. 'Tis hard to determine. This only he proves, that we are in praecipiu mundi sinu, in the best place, best world, nearest the heart of the sun. Thomas Campanella, a Calabrian monk in his second book De Sensu Rerum, cap. 4, subscribes to this of Kepler, that they are inhabited he certainly supposeth, but with what kind of creatures he cannot say, he labors to prove it by all means, and that there are infinite worlds, having made an apology for Galileo, and dedicates this tenet of his to Cardinal Cajetanus. Others freely speak, mutter, and would persuade the world, as Marinus Marcenus complains, that our modern divines are too severe and rigid against mathematicians, ignorant and peevish in not admitting their true demonstrations and certain observations, that they tyrannize over art, science, and all philosophy in suppressing their labors, saith Pomponadius, forbidding them to write, to speak a truth, all to maintain their superstition, and for their profit's sake. As for those places of Scripture which impugn it, they will have spoken ad captum vulgi, and if rightly understood and favorably interpreted, not at all against it. And as Otho Gassman Astral, cap. 1 part. 1. Notes, many great divines, besides Porphyrius, Proclus, Simplicius, and those heathen philosophers, doctrina et edate venerandi, Moses Genesin mundanam popularis nescio cujus ruditatis, qui longa obsita vera philosophorum erudition, insimulant. For Moses makes mention but of 2 planets, and no 4 elements, and see read more on him, in Grotius and Junius. But to proceed, these and such like insolent and bold attempts prodigious paradoxes, inferences must needs follow, if it once be granted, which Rotman, Kepler, Gilbert, Digius, Origanus, Galileo, and others, maintain of the earth's motion that 'tis a planet and shines as the moon doth, which contains in it both land and sea as the moon doth. For so they find by their glasses that maculae and facie luni, the brighter parts are earth, the dusky sea, which Thales, Plutarch, and Pythagoras formerly taught. And manifestly discern hills and dales, and such like concavities, if we may subscribe to and believe Galileo's observations. But to avoid these paradoxes of the earth's motion, which the Church of Rome hath lately condemned as heretical, as appears by Blancanus and Fromondus's writings, our latter mathematicians have rolled all the stones that may be stirred, and to solve all appearances and objections, have invented new hypotheses, and fabricated new systems of the world, out of their own Daedalian heads. Fracastorius will have the earth stand still, as before, and to avoid that supposition of eccentrics and epicycles, he hath coined 72 homocentrics, to solve all appearances. Nicholas Ramirus will have the earth the center of the world, but movable, and the 8th sphere immovable, the 5 upper planets to move about the sun and moon about the earth. Of which orbs Tycho Brahe puts the earth the center immovable, the stars immovable, the rest with Ramirus, the planets without orbs to wander in the air, keep time and distance, true motion, according to that virtue which God hath given them. Helicius Rosslin centreth both, with Copernicus, whose hypothesis de terrae motu, Philippus Landsbergius hath lately vindicated, and demonstrated with solid arguments in a just volume, Jansonius Caesins hath illustrated in a sphere. The said Johannes Landsbergius, 1633, hath since defended his assertion against all the cavils and calumnies of Fromondus his Anti-Aristarchus, Baptista Morinus, and Petrus Bartholinus. Fromondus, 1634, hath written against him again, J. Rossius of Aberdeen, and C. sound drums and trumpets, whilst Rosslin, I say, censures all, and Ptolemaeus himself as insufficient. One offends against natural philosophy, another against optic principles, a third against mathematical, as not answering to astronomical observations. One puts a great space between Saturn's orb and the 8th sphere, another too narrow. In his own hypothesis, he makes the earth as before the universal center, the sun to the 5 upper planets. To the 8th sphere he ascribes diurnal motion eccentrics and epicycles to the 7 planets, which hath been formerly exploded. And so, dum vitent stulti vitia in contraria current, as a tinker stops 1 hole and makes 2, he corrects them, and doth worse himself, reforms some, and mars all. In the meantime, the world is tossed in a blanket amongst them. They hoist the earth up and down like a ball, make it stand and go at their pleasures. One saith the sun stands, another he moves. A third comes in, taking them all at rebound, and lest there should any paradox be wanting, he finds certain spots and clouds in the sun, by the help of glasses, which multiply, saith Keplerus, a thing seen 1,000 times bigger in plano, and makes it come 32 times nearer to the eye of the beholder. But see the demonstration of this glass in tard, by means of which the sun must turn round upon his own center, or they about the sun. Fabricius puts only 3, and those in the sun, Apelles 15, and those without the sun, floating like the Cyanean Isles in the Euxine Sea. Tard the Frenchman hath observed 33, and those neither spots nor clouds as Galileo apist. Ad Valserum supposeth but planets concentric with the sun, and not far from him with regular motions. Christopher Schemmer, a German Suisser Jesuit, Ursica Rosa, divides them in maculas et faculas, and will have them to be fixed in solis superficie, and to absolve their periodical and regular motion in 27 or 28 days, holding withal the rotation of the sun upon his center. And all are so confident that they have made schemes and tables of their motions. The Hollander, in his Dissertatiuncula cum Apel, censures all, and thus they disagree amongst themselves, old and new, irreconcilable in their opinions. Thus Aristarchus, thus Hipparchus, thus Ptolemaeus, thus Albateginus, thus Ulfraginus, thus Tycho, thus Ramarus, thus Roslinus, thus Fracastorius, thus Copernicus and his adherents, thus Clavius and Maginus, and see, with their followers, vary and determine of these celestial orbs and bodies. And so whilst these men contend about the sun and moon, like the philosophers in Lucian, it is to be feared, the sun and moon will hide themselves, and be as much offended as she was with those, and send another messenger to Jupiter, by some new-fangled Icaromnipus, to make an end of all those curious controversies, and scatter them abroad. But why should the sun and moon be angry, or take exceptions at mathematicians and philosophers? When as the like measure is offered unto God himself, by a company of theologisters, they are not contented to see the sun and moon, measure their sight and biggest distance in a glass, calculate their motions, or visit the moon in a poetical fiction, or a dream, as he saith, audex fascinus et memorable nunc incipium, nec hoc seculo usurpatum prius, quid in luni rigno hac noct gestum sit exponam, et quo nemo unquam nisi somniando pervenit, but he and Menipus. Or as Peter Cunius, bona fide agam, nihil earum qui scripturis sum, verum esse sidot and si, qui nec facta, nec futura sunt, dicam, stilli tantum et ingenii causa, not in jest, but in good earnest these gigantical cyclops will transcend spheres, heaven, stars, into that empyrean heaven, soar higher yet, and see what God himself doth. The Jewish Talmudists take upon them to determine how God spends his whole time, sometimes playing with Leviathan, sometimes overseeing the world, and see, like Lucian's Jupiter, that spent much of the year in painting butterflies' wings, and seeing who offered sacrifice, telling the hours when it should rain, how much snow should fall in such a place, which way the wind should stand in Greece, which way in Africa. In the Turks' Alcoran, Mahomet is taken up to heaven, upon a Pegasus sent on purpose for him, as he lay in bed with his wife, and after some conference with God is set on ground again. The pagans paint him and mangle him after 1,000 fashions. Our heretics, schismatics, and some schoolmen come not far behind. Some paint him in the habit of an old man and make maps of heaven, number the angels, tell their several names offices. Some deny God and his providence, some take his office out of his hands, will bind and loose in heaven, release, pardon, forgive, and be quartermaster with him. Some call his Godhead in question, his power and attributes, his mercy, justice, providence. They will know with Cecilius why good and bad are punished together. War, fires, plagues infest all alike, why wicked men flourish. Good are poor, in prison, sick, and ill at ease. Why doth he suffer so much mischief and evil to be done, if he be able to help? Why doth he not assist good, or resist bad, reform our wills, if he be not the author of sin, and let such enormities be committed, unworthy of his knowledge, wisdom, government, mercy, and providence? Why lets he all things be done by fortune and chance? Others as prodigiously inquire after his omnipotency, and possit plures similes crer dios, and ex scarcibio diem, and see, et quo demum rudis sacrificuli. Some, by visions and revelations, take upon them to be familiar with God, and to be of privy counsel with him. They will tell how many, and who shall be saved, when the world shall come to an end, what year, what month, and whatsoever else God hath reserved unto himself and to his angels. Some again, curious fantastics, will know more than this, and inquire with Epicurus what God did before the world was made. Was he idle? Where did he bide? What did he make the world of? Why did he then make it, and not before? If he made it new, or to have an end, how is he unchangeable, infinite, and see some will dispute, cavil, and object, as Julian did of old, whom Cyril confutes, as Simon Magus is fain to do, in that dialogue betwixt him and Peter. and Ammonius the philosopher in that dialogical disputation with Zacharias the Christian. If God be infinitely and only good, why should he alter or destroy the world? If he confound that which is good, how shall himself continue good? If he pull it down because evil, how shall he be free from the evil that made it evil? And see, with many such absurd and brainsick questions, intricacies, froth of human wit, and excrements of curiosity, and see, which, as our Saviour told his inquisitive disciples, are not fit for them to know. But who? I am now gone quite out of sight. I am almost giddy with roving about. I could have ranged farther yet, but I am an infant, and not able to dive into these profundities or sound these depths, not able to understand, much less to discuss. I leave the contemplation of these things to stronger wits that have better ability and happier leisure to wade into such philosophical mysteries. For put case I were as able as willing, yet what can one man do? I will conclude with Scaliger nequequem nos homines sumus, sed parts homines, ex omnibus aliquid fieri potest, id non magnum, ex singulis fear nihil. Besides, as Nazianzen hath it, Deus later nos multa voluit, and with Seneca, cap. 35. De cometis, quid murimer tam rara mundi spectacula non teneri certis legibus, non dum intelligi. Multi sunt gentes qui tantum defaci sciant coelum, veniet, tempus fortes, quo ista qui, nunc latent in lucem dies extrahat longeris evi diligentia. Una idas non sufficit, posteri and see, when God sees his time, he will reveal these mysteries to mortal men, and show that to some few at last, which he hath concealed so long. For I am of his mind, that Columbus did not find out America by chance, but God directed him at that time to discover it. It was contingent to him, but necessary to God. He reveals and conceals to whom and when he will. And which one said of history and records of former times, God in his providence, to check our presumptuous inquisition, wraps up all things in uncertainty, bars us from long antiquity, and bounds our search within the compass of some few ages. Many good things are lost, which our predecessors made use of, as Pancirola will better inform you. Many new things are daily invented, to the public good. So kingdoms, men, and knowledge ebb and flow, are hid and revealed, and when you have all done, as the preacher concluded, nihil est sub sol novum, nothing new under the sun. But my melancholy spaniel's quest, my game is sprung, and I must suddenly come down and follow. Jason Pratensis, in his book De Morbis Capitis, and chapter of Melancholy, hath these words out of Galen, let them come to me to know what meat and drink they shall use. And besides that, I will teach them what temper of ambient air they shall make choice of, what wind, what countries they shall choose, and what avoid. Out of which lines of his, thus much we may gather, that to this cure of melancholy, amongst other things, the rectification of air is necessarily required. This is performed, either in reforming natural or artificial air. Natural is that which is in our election to choose or avoid, and 'tis either general to countries, provinces, particular to cities, towns, villages, or private houses. What harm those extremities of heat or cold do in this malady, I have formerly shown. The medium must needs be good, where the air is temperate, serene, quiet, free from bogs, fens, mists, all manner of putrefaction, contagious and filthy noisome smells. The Egyptians by all geographers are commended to be hilaires, a conceited and merry nation, which I can ascribe to no other cause than the serenity of their air. They that live in the Orcades are registered by Hector Boethius and Cardan to be of fair complexion, long-lived, most healthful, free from all manner of infirmities of body and mind, by reason of a sharp purifying air, which comes from the sea. The Boeotians in Greece were dull and heavy, crassi booti, by reason of a foggy air in which they lived, boatum in crasso jurers aernatum, Attica most acute, pleasant, and refined. The clime changes not so much customs, manners, wits as Aristotle Polit. Lib 6. Cap. 4 Vegetius Plato Bodine method, hist. Cap. 5. Hath proved at large as constitutions of their bodies and temperature itself. In all particular provinces we see it confirmed by experience, as the air is, so are the inhabitants, dull, heavy, witty, subtle, neat, cleanly, clownish, sick, and sound. In Perigord in France the air is subtle, healthful, seldom any plague or contagious disease, but hilly and barren. The men sound, nimble, and lusty, but in some parts of Guienne, full of moors and marshes, the people dull, heavy, and subject to many infirmities. Who sees not a great difference between Surrey, Sussex, and Romney Marsh, the wolds in Lincolnshire and the fens, He therefore that loves his health, if his ability will give him leave, must often shift places, and make choice of such as are wholesome, pleasant, and convenient. There is nothing better than change of air in this malady, and generally for health to wander up and down, as those Tartari Zamalhenses, that live in hordes, and take opportunity of times, places, seasons. The kings of Persia had their summer and winter houses, in winter at Sardis, in summer at Susa, now at Persepolis, then at Pasargada. Cyrus lived 7 cold months at Babylon, 3 at Susa, 2 at Ecbatana, Seth Xenophon, and had by that means a perpetual spring. The great Turk sojourned sometimes at Constantinople, sometimes at Adrianople, and see the kings of Spain have their Escurial in heat of summer, Madrid for a wholesome seat, Valladolid a pleasant sight, and see, variety of secesses as all princes and great men have, and their several progresses to this purpose. Lucullus the Roman had his house at Rome, at Baiae, and see when cn. Pompeius Marcus Cicero, Seth Plutarch, and many noble men in the summer came to see him. At supper Pompeius jested with him, that it was an elegant and pleasant village, full of windows, galleries, and all offices fit for a summer house, but in his judgment very unfit for winter. Lucullus made answer that the lord of the house had wit like a crane, that changeth her country with the season. He had other houses furnished, and built for that purpose, all out as commodious as this. So Tully had his Tusculan, Plinius his Lauritan village, and every gentleman of any fashion in our times hath the like. The Bishop of Exeter had 14 several houses all furnished, in times past. In Italy, though they bide in cities in winter, which is more gentlemanlike, all the summer they come abroad to their country houses, to recreate themselves. Our gentry in England live most part in the country, except it be some few castles, building still in bottoms, Seth Jovius, or near woods, Corona Arborum Virentium. You shall know a village by a tuft of trees at or about it, to avoid those strong winds wherewith the island is infested, and cold winter blasts. Some discommend moated houses as unwholesome. So Camden saith of Uelme, that it was therefore unfrequented, ob stagni vicini halitus, and all such places as be near lakes or rivers. But I am of opinion that these inconveniences will be mitigated, or easily corrected by good fires, as one reports of Venice, that gravelentia and fog of the moors is sufficiently qualified by those innumerable smokes. Nay more, Thomas Philol, Ravennas, a great physician, contends that the Venetians are generally longer lived than any city in Europe, and live many of them 120 years. But it is not water simply that so much offends, as the slime and noisome smells that accompany such overflowed places, which is but at some few seasons after a flood, and is sufficiently recompensed with sweet smells and aspects in summer, ver pingit vario gemantia prata color, and many other commodities of pleasure and profit. Or else may be corrected by the site, if it be somewhat remote from the water, as Lindley, Orton super Montum, Drayton, or a little more elevated, though nearer, as Cockut, Amington, Polesworth, Weddington, to insist in such places best to me known, upon the river of Anchor in Warwickshire, Swarston, and Drakesley upon Trent. Or howsoever they be unseasonable in winter, or at some times they have their good use in summer. If so be that their means be so slender as they may not admit of any such variety, but must determine once for all, and make one house serve each season, I know no men that have given better rules in this behalf than our husbandry writers. Cato and Columella prescribe a good house to stand by a navigable river, good highways, near some city, and in a good soil, but that is more for commodity than health. The best soil commonly yields the worst air, a dry sandy plat is fittest to build upon, and such as is rather hilly than plain, full of downs, a Cotswold country, as being most commodious for hawking, hunting, wood, waters, and all manner of pleasures. Perigord in France is barren, yet by reason of the excellency of the air, and such pleasures that it affords, much inhabited by the nobility, as Nuremberg in Germany, Toledo in Spain. Our countryman Tusser will tell us so much, that the fieldone is for profit, the woodland for pleasure and health, the one commonly a deep clay, therefore noisome in winter, and subject to bad highways, the other a dry sand. Provision may be had elsewhere, and our towns are generally bigger in the woodland than the fieldone, more frequent and populous, and gentlemen more delight to dwell in such places. Sutton Coldfield in Warwickshire, where I was once a grammar scholar, may be a sufficient witness, which stands, as Camden notes, loco ingrato et sterili, but in an excellent air, and full of all manner of pleasures. Wadley in Berkshire is situate in a vale, though not so fertile a soil as some vales afford, yet a most commodious site, wholesome in a delicious air, a rich and pleasant seat. So Segrave in Leicestershire, which town I am now bound to remember, is situated in a champaign, at the edge of the wolds, and more barren than the villages about it, yet no place likely yields a better air. And he that built that fair house, Wollerton in Nottinghamshire, is much to be commended, though the tract be sandy and barren about it, for making choice of such a place. Constantine Lib. 2 Cap. De Agricult. Praiseth mountains, hilly, steep places above the rest by the seaside, and such as look toward the north upon some great river. As Farmac in Derbyshire on the Trent, environed with hills, open only to the north, like Mount Edgecombe in Cornwall, which Mr. Caro so much admires for an excellent seat. Such is the general site of Bohemia. Serenat Boreas, the north wind clarifies, but near lakes or marshes in holes obscure places, or to the south and west, he utterly disproves, those winds are unwholesome, putrefying, and make men subject to diseases. The best building for health, according to him, is in high places, and in an excellent prospect like that of Cuddesdon in Oxfordshire, which place I must honoris ergo mention, is lately and fairly built in a good air, good prospect, good soil, both for profit and pleasure, not so easily to be matched. P. Crescentius in his Lib 1 de Agric. Cap 5 is very copious in this subject, how a house should be wholesomely sited in a good coast, good air, wind, and sea, varo de re rust. Lib 1. Cap 12 forbids lakes and rivers, marshy and manured grounds, they cause a bad air, gross diseases, hard to be cured. If it be so that he cannot help it, better, as he adviseth, sell thy house and land than lose thine health. He that respects not this in choosing of his seat or building his house is meant captus, mad, Cato saith, and his dwelling next to hell itself, according to Columella. He commends, in conclusion, the middle of a hill upon a descent. Baptista Porta Villi, Lib 1 Cap. 22. Censures Varro, Cato Columella, and those ancient rustics, approving many things, disallowing some, and will by all means have the front of a house stand to the south, which how it may be good in Italy and hotter climes, I know not, in our northern countries I am sure it is best. Stephanus, a Frenchman, Predio rustic. Lib 1 Cap. 4 subscribes to this, approving especially the descent of a hill south or southeast, with trees to the north, so that it be well watered. A condition in all sites which must not be omitted, as Herbestine inculcates, Lib 1, Julius Caesar Claudinus, a physician, consult. 24. For a nobleman in Poland, melancholy given, adviseth him to dwell in a house inclining to the east, and by all means to provide the air be clear and sweet, which Montanus consul. 229. Counselleth the Earl of Montfort, his patient, to inhabit a pleasant house, and in a good air. If it be so, the natural site may not be altered of our city, town, village, yet by artificial means it may be helped. In hot countries, therefore, they make the streets of their cities very narrow, all over Spain, Africa, Italy, Greece, and many cities of France, in Languedoc especially, and Provence, those southern parts. Montpellier, the habitation and university of physicians, is so built with high houses, narrow streets, to divert the sun's scalding rays, which Tacitus commends. Lib. 15. Annat, as most agreeing to their health, because the height of buildings and narrowness of streets keep away the sunbeams. Some cities use galleries or arched cloisters towards the street, as Damascus, Bologna, Padua, Bern in Switzerland, Westchester with us, as well to avoid tempests as the sun's scorching heat. They build on high hills in hot countries for more air, or to the seaside, as Baiae, Naples, and sea in our northern countries we are opposite. We commend straight, broad, open, fair streets, as most befitting and agreeing to our clime. We build in bottoms for warmth, and that site of Mytilene in the island of Lesbos, in the Aegean Sea, which Vitruvius so much discommends, magnificently built with fair houses, said imprudenter positam unadvisedly sited, because it lay along to the south, and when the south wind blew, the people were all sick, would make an excellent site in our northern climes. Of that artificial site of houses I have sufficiently discoursed. If the plan of the dwelling may not be altered, yet there is much in choice of such a chamber or room, in opportune opening and shutting of windows, excluding foreign air and winds, and walking abroad at convenient times. Crotto, a German, commends east and south site, disallowing cold air and northern winds in this case, rainy weather and misty days, free from putrefaction, fens, bogs, and muck hills. If the air be such, open no windows, come not abroad. Montanus will have his patient not to stir at all, if the wind be big or tempestuous, as most part in March it is with us, or in cloudy, lowering, dark days, as in November, which we commonly call the black month, or stormy, let the wind stand how it will, consul. 27. And 30. He must not open a casement in bad weather or in a boisterous season, consul. 299. He especially forbids us to open windows to a south wind. The best sites for chamber windows, in my judgment, are north, east, south, and which is the worst, west. Levinus Lemnius, lib 3. Cap. 3 to occult. Nat. Mir. Attributes so much to air and rectifying of wind and windows that he holds it alone sufficient to make a man sick or well, to alter body and mind. A clear air cheers up the spirits, exhilarates the mind. A thick, black, misty, tempestuous contracts, overthrows. Great heed is therefore to be taken at what times we walk, how we place our windows, lights, and houses, how we let in or exclude this ambient air. The Egyptians, to avoid immoderate heat, make their windows on the top of the house like chimneys, with 2 tunnels to draw a thorough air. In Spain, they commonly make great opposite windows without glass, still shutting those which are next to the sun. So likewise in Turkey and Italy, Venice excepted, which brags of her stately glazed palaces, they use paper windows to like purpose, and lie, sub dio, in the top of their flat-roofed houses, so sleeping under the canopy of heaven. In some parts of Italy they have windmills, to draw a cooling air out of hollow caves, and disperse the same through all the chambers of their palaces, to refresh them, as at Costosa, the house of Cicero Trento, a gentleman of Vicenza, and elsewhere. Many excellent means are invented to correct nature by art. If none of these courses help, the best way is to make artificial air, which howsoever is profitable and good, still to be made hot and moist, and to be seasoned with sweet perfumes, pleasant and lightsome as it may be. To have roses, violets, and sweet-smelling flowers ever in their windows, posies in their hand. Laurentius commends water lilies, a vessel of warm water to evaporate in the room, which will make a more delightful perfume, if there be added orange flowers, pills of citrons, rosemary, cloves, bays, rosewater, rose vinegar, benzoin, laudanum, styrax, and such like gums, which make a pleasant and acceptable perfume. Bessardus Bysantinus prefers the smoke of juniper to melancholy persons, which is in great request with us at Oxford, to sweeten our chambers. Guianerius prescribes the air to be moistened with water, and sweet herbs boiled in it, vine and sallow leaves, and C, to besprinkle the ground and posts with rosewater, rose vinegar, which Avicenna much approves. Of colors it is good to behold green, red, yellow, and white, and by all means to have light enough, with windows in the day, wax candles in the night, neat chambers, good fires in winter, merry companions. For though melancholy persons love to be dark and alone, yet darkness is a great increaser of the humor. Although our ordinary air be good by nature or art, yet it is not amiss, as I have said, still to alter it. No better physic for a melancholy man than change of air and variety of places, to travel abroad and see fashions. Leo I speaks of many of his countrymen so cured, without all other physic. Amongst the Negroes there is such an excellent air, that if any of them be sick elsewhere, and brought thither, he is instantly recovered, of which he was often an eyewitness. Lipsius, Zuinger, and some others add as much of ordinary travel. No man, saith Lipsius in an epistle to Phil. Langius, a noble friend of his, now ready to make a voyage, can be such a stock or stone, whom that pleasant speculation of countries, cities, towns, rivers, will not affect. Seneca the philosopher was infinitely taken with the sight of Scipio Africanus' house, near Linternum, to view those old buildings, cisterns, baths, tombs, and see and how was Tully pleased with the sight of Athens, to behold those ancient and fair buildings, with a remembrance of their worthy inhabitants. Paulus Aemilius, that renowned Roman captain, after he had conquered Perseus, the last king of Macedonia, and now made an end of his tedious wars, though he had been long absent from Rome, and much there desired about the beginning of autumn, as Livy describes it, made a pleasant peregrination all over Greece, accompanied with his son Scipio, and Athenius the brother of King Eumenes, leaving the charge of his army with Sulpicius Gallus. By Thessaly he went to Delphos, thence to Megaris, Aulis, Athens, Argus, Lacedaemon, Megalopolis, and see he took great content, exceeding delight in that his voyage, as who doth not that shall attempt the like, though his travel be ad jactationem magis quam ad usum reapub. As one well observes, to crack gaze, see fine sights and fashions, spend time, rather than for his own or public good. As it is to many gallants that travel out their best days, together with their means, manners, honesty, religion, yet it availeth howsoever. For peregrination charms our senses with such unspeakable and sweet variety, that some count him unhappy that never travelled, and pity his case, that from his cradle to his old age beholds the same still the same. Insomuch that Racines cont. Lib 1 tract. 2 doth not only commend, but enjoin travel and such variety of objects to a melancholy man, and to lie in diverse inns, to be drawn into several companies. Montaltus, cap. 36. And many neoterics are of the same mind. Celsus adviseth him therefore that will continue his health, to have varium vitae genus, diversity of callings, occupations, to be busied about, sometimes to live in the city, sometimes in the country, now to study or work to be intent, then again to hawk or hunt, swim, run, ride, or exercise himself. A good prospect alone will ease melancholy, as Camesius contends, Lib 2 c7. De Sale. The citizens of Barcino, saith he, otherwise penned in melancholy, and stirring little abroad, are much delighted with that pleasant prospect their city hath into the sea, which like that of old Athens besides Aegina Salamina, and many pleasant islands, had all the variety of delicious objects. So are those Neapolitans and inhabitants of Genoa, to see the ships, boats, and passengers go by, out of their windows, their whole cities being situated on the side of a hill, like Pera by Constantinople, so that each house almost hath a free prospect to the sea, as some part of London to the Thames. Or to have a free prospect all over the city at once, as at Granada in Spain, and Fez in Africa, the river running betwixt two declining hills. The steepness causeth each house almost as well to oversee as to be overseen of the rest. Every country is full of such delightsome prospects, as well within land, as by sea, as Hermon and Rama in Palestina, Colalto in Italy, the top of Magadas or Acrocorinthus, that old decayed castle in Corinth, from which Peloponnesus, Greece, the Ionian and Aegean seas were semel et simul at one view to be taken. In Egypt the square top of the Great Pyramid, 300 yards in height, and so the Sultan's palace in Grand Cairo, the country being plain, hath a marvelous fair prospect as well over Nilus, as that great city, 5 Italian miles long and 2 broad by the river side. From Mount Sion in Jerusalem, the Holy Land is of all sides to be seen. Such high places are infinite. With us those of the best note are Glastonbury Tower, Box Hill in Surrey, Bever Castle, Rodway Grange, Walsby in Lincolnshire, where I lately received a real kindness, by the munificence of the right honourable my noble lady and patroness, the Lady Frances Countess Dowager of Exeter, and 2 amongst the rest, which I may not omit for vicinity's sake, Oldbury in the confines of Warwickshire, where I have often looked about me with great delight, at the foot of which hill I was born, and Hanbury in Staffordshire, contiguous to which is Falda, a pleasant village, and an ancient patrimony belonging to our family, now in the possession of mine elder brother, William Burton, Esquire. Barclay the Scot commends that of Greenwich Tower for one of the best prospects in Europe, to see London on the one side, the Thames, ships, and pleasant meadows on the other. There be those that say as much and more of St. Mark's steeple in Venice. Yet these are at too great a distance. Some are especially affected with such objects as be near, to see passengers go by in some great roadway, or boats in a river in subjectum forum dispicere, to oversee a fair, a marketplace, or out of a pleasant window into some thoroughfare street, to behold a continual concourse, a promiscuous rout, coming and going, or a multitude of spectators at a theatre, a masque, or some such like show. But I rove, the sum is this, that variety of actions, objects, air, places are excellent good in this infirmity, and all others good for man, good for beast. Constantine the Emperor, Lib 18, cap. 13. Ex Leontio holds it an only cure for rotten sheep and any manner of sick cattle. Laelius Affont Egubinus, that great doctor, at the latter end of many of his consultations, as commonly he doth set down what success his physic had, in melancholy most especially approves of this above all other remedies whatsoever, as appears consult. 69. Consult. 229. And see many other things helped, but change of air was that which wrought the cure, and did most good. Roman 4. Exercise rectified of body and mind. To that great inconvenience, which comes on the one side by immoderate and unseasonable exercise, too much solitariness and idleness on the other, must be opposed as an antidote, a moderate and seasonable use of it, and that both of body and mind, as a most material circumstance, much conducing to this cure, and to the general preservation of our health. The heavens themselves run continually round, the sun riseth and sets, the moon increaseth and decreaseth, stars and planets keep their constant motions, the air is still tossed by the winds, the waters ebb and flow to their conservation, no doubt, to teach us that we should ever be in action. For which cause Hieron prescribes Rusticus the monk, that he be always occupied about some business or other, that the devil do not find him idle. Seneca would have a man do something, though it be to no purpose. Xenophon wisheth one rather to play at tables, dice, or make a jester of himself, though he might be far better employed than do nothing. The Egyptians of old and many flourishing commonwealths since have enjoined labor and exercise to all sorts of men, to be of some vocation and calling, and give an account of their time, to prevent those grievous mischiefs that come by idleness. For as fodder, whip, and burthen belong to the ass, so meat, correction, and work unto the servant, Eclis. Roman 33. 23. The Turks enjoin all men whatsoever, of what degree, to be of some trade or other, the grand Signor himself is not excused. In our memory, saith Sabalicus, Mahomet the Turk, he that conquered Greece, at that very time when he heard ambassadors of other princes, did either carve or cut wooden spoons, or frame something upon a table. This present sultan makes notches for bows. The Jews are most severe in this examination of time. All well-governed places, towns, families, and every discreet person will be a law unto himself. But amongst us, the badge of gentry is idleness. To be of no calling, not to labor, for that's derogatory to their birth, to be a mere spectator, a drone, frugs consumere natus, to have no necessary employment to busy himself about in church and commonwealth, some few governors exempted, but to rise to eat and see, to spend his days in hawking, hunting, and sea, and such like disports and recreations, which our casuists tax, are the sole exercise almost, and ordinary actions of our nobility, and in which they are too immoderate. And thence it comes to pass, that in city and country so many grievances of body and mind, and this feral disease of melancholy so frequently rageth, and now domineers almost all over Europe amongst our great ones. They know not how to spend their time, disports excepted, which are all their business, what to do, or otherwise how to bestow themselves. Like our modern Frenchmen, that had rather lose a pound of blood in a single combat than a drop of sweat in any honest labor. Every man almost hath something or other to employ himself about, some vocation, some trade, but they do all by ministers and servants, ad otia duntixat si natos existiment, imo ad sui ipsius plerumque et alirum pernicem. As one freely taxeth such kind of men, they are all for pastimes, 'tis all their study, all their invention tends to this alone, to drive away time, as if they were born some of them to no other ends. Therefore to correct and avoid these errors and inconveniences, our divines, physicians, and politicians so much labor and so seriously exhort. And for this disease in particular, there can be no better cure than continual business, as Rhases holds, to have some employment or other, which may set their mind a work and distract their cogitations. Riches may not easily be had without labor and industry, nor learning without study, neither can our health be preserved without bodily exercise. If it be of the body, Guianerius allows that exercise which is gentle, and still after those ordinary frications which must be used every morning, Montaltus, cap. 26. And Jason Pratensis use almost the same words, highly commending exercise if it be moderate. A wonderful help so used, Crotto calls it, and a great means to preserve our health, as adding strength to the whole body, increasing natural heat, by means of which the nutriment is well concocted in the stomach, liver, and veins, few or no crudities left, is happily distributed over all the body. Besides, it expels excrements by sweat and other insensible vapors, insomuch that Galen prefers exercise before all physic, rectification of diet, or any regimen in what kind soever. 'Tis nature's physician. Fulgentius out of Gordonius to conserve. Vit. Hom. Lib 1 cap. 7 terms exercise, a spur of a dull, sleepy nature, the comforter of the members, cure of infirmity, death of diseases, destruction of all mischiefs and vices. The fittest time for exercise is a little before dinner, a little before supper, or at any time when the body is empty. Montanus Consul, 31, prescribes it every morning to his patient, and that, as Calenus adds, after he hath done his ordinary needs, rubbed his body, washed his hands and face, combed his head, and gargarized. What kind of exercise he should use, Galen tells us, lib 2 et 3, desanit, to end. And in what measure? Till the body be ready to sweat and roused up, ad ruborum, some say, non ad sudorum, lest it should dry the body too much. Others enjoin those wholesome businesses, as to dig so long in his garden, to hold the plough, and the like. Some prescribe frequent and violent labor and exercises, as sowing every day so long together, epid. 6. Hippocrates confounds them, but that is in some cases to some peculiar men, the most forbid, and by no means will have it go farther than a beginning sweat, as being perilous if it exceed. Of these labors, exercises, and recreations, which are likewise included, some properly belong to the body, some to the mind, some more easy, some hard, some with delight, some without, some within doors, some natural, some are artificial. Amongst bodily exercises, Galen commends ludum parvi pili, to play at ball, be it with the hand or racket, in tennis courts or otherwise. It exerciseth each part of the body, and doth much good, so that they sweat not too much. It was in great request of old amongst the Greeks, Romans, barbarians, mentioned by Homer, Herodotus, and Plinius. Some write that Aganella, a fair maid of Corcyra, was the inventor of it, for she presented the first ball that ever was made to Nausicaa, the daughter of King Alcinous, and taught her how to use it. The ordinary sports which are used abroad are hawking, hunting, Hilaires venandi labors, one calls them, because they recreate body and mind; another, the best exercise that is, by which alone many have been freed from all feral diseases. Hegesippus, lib 1, cap. 37. Relates of Herod that he was eased of a grievous melancholy by that means. Plato 7, de leg, highly magnifies it, dividing it into 3 parts by land, water, air. Xenophon in Seropid graces it with a great name, Diorum Munus, the gift of the gods, a princely sport, which they have ever used, saith Langius Epist. 59. Lib 2 as well for health as pleasure, and do at this day, it being the sole almost and ordinary sport of our noblemen in Europe and elsewhere all over the world. Bohemus de More, gent. Lib 3 cap. 12. Styles it therefore, studium nobilium communiter venenter, quod sibi solis licer contendent, tease all their study, their exercise, ordinary business all their talk, and indeed some dote too much after it, they can do nothing else, discourse of naught else. Paulus Jovius Desker. Brit doth in some sort tax our English nobility for it, for living in the country so much, and too frequent use of it, as if they had no other means but hawking and hunting to approve themselves gentlemen with. Hawking comes near to hunting, the one in the air, as the other on the earth, a sport as much affected as the other by some preferred. It was never heard of amongst the Romans, invented some 1200 years since, and first mentioned by Firmicus, lib 5 cap. 8. The Greek emperors began it, and now nothing so frequent. He is nobody that in the season hath not a hawk on his fist. A great art, and many books written of it. It is a wonder to hear what is related of the Turks' officers in this behalf, how many thousand men are employed about it, how many hawks of all sorts, how much revenues consumed on that only disport, how much time is spent at Adrianople alone every year to that purpose. The Persian kings hawk after butterflies with sparrows made to that use, and stares. Lesser hawks for lesser games they have, and bigger for the rest, that they may produce their sport to all seasons. The Muscovian emperors reclaim eagles to fly at hinds, foxes, and sea, and such a one was sent for a present to Queen Elizabeth. Some reclaim ravens, castrels, pies, and sea, and man them for their pleasures. Fowling is more troublesome, but all out as delightsome to some sorts of men, be it with guns, lime, nets, glades, gins, strings, baits, pitfalls, pipes, calls, stalking horses, setting dogs, decoy ducks, and sea, or otherwise. Some much delight to take larks with day nets, small birds with chaff nets, plovers, partridge, herons, snipe, and see Henry III, King of Castile, as Mariana the Jesuit reports of him, lib 3, cap. 7 was much affected with catching of quails, and many gentlemen take a singular pleasure at morning and evening to go abroad with their quail pipes, and will take any pains to satisfy their delight in that kind. The Italians have gardens fitted to such use, with nets, bushes, glades, sparing no cost or industry, and are very much affected with the sport. Tycho Brahe, that great astronomer, in the chorography of his Isle of Huna and Castle of Uraniburge puts down his nets, and manner of catching small birds as an ornament and a recreation, wherein he himself was sometimes employed. Fishing is a kind of hunting by water, be it with nets, wheels, baits, angling, or otherwise, and yields all out as much pleasure to some men as dogs or hawks, when they draw their fish upon the bank, saith Nick. Henselius Salsiographi cap. 3. Speaking of that extraordinary delight his countrymen took in fishing and in making of pools, James de Bravius, that Moravian, in his book De Pisc, telleth how travelling by the highway side in Silesia, he found a nobleman, booted up to the groins, wading himself, pulling the nets, and labouring as much as any fisherman of them all. And when some belike objected to him the baseness of his office, he excused himself, that if other men might hunt hares, why should not he hunt carps? Many gentlemen in like sort with us will wade up to the armholes upon such occasions, and voluntarily undertake that to satisfy their pleasures, which a poor man for a good stipend would scarce be hired to undergo. Plutarch, in his book De Solar Animal, speaks against all fishing as a filthy, base, illiberal employment, having neither wit nor perspicacity in it, nor worth the labor. But he that shall consider the variety of baits for all seasons, and pretty devices which our anglers have invented, peculiar lines, false flies, several sleights, and sea, will say that it deserves like commendation, requires as much study and perspicacity as the rest, and is to be preferred before many of them. Because hawking and hunting are very laborious, much riding, and many dangers accompany them. But this is still and quiet. And if so be the angler catch no fish, yet he hath a wholesome walk to the brookside, pleasant shade by the sweet silver streams. He hath good air and sweet smells of fine fresh meadow flowers. He hears the melodious harmony of birds. He sees the swans, herons, ducks, waterhorns, coots, and sea, and many other fowl, with their brood, which he thinketh better than the noise of hounds or blast of horns, and all the sport that they can make. Many other sports and recreations there be, much in use, as ringing, bowling, shooting, which a scam recommends in a just volume, and hath in former times been enjoined by statute, as a defensive exercise and an honor to our land, as well may witness our victories in France. Keelpins, troncs, quoits, pitching bars, hurling, wrestling, leaping, running, fencing, mustering, swimming, wasters, foils, football, balloon, quinton, and sea, and many such, which are the common recreations of the country folks. Riding of great horses, running at rings, tilts and tournaments, horse races, wild goose chases, which are the disports of greater men, and good in themselves, though many gentlemen by that means gallop quite out of their fortunes. But the most pleasant of all outward pastimes is that of Arretius, deambulatio per ammona loca, to make a petty progress, a merry journey now and then with some good companions, to visit friends, see cities, castles, towns, vicer seep amnes nitidos, per aminac tempi, et placidas summis sectari in montibus horas. To see the pleasant fields, the crystal fountains, and take the gentle air amongst the mountains. To walk amongst orchards, gardens, bowers, mounts, and arbors, artificial wildernesses, green thickets, arches, groves, lawns, rivulets, fountains, and such like pleasant places, like that Antiochian Daphne, brooks, pools, fish ponds, between wood and water in a fair meadow, by a river side, ubi varii avium cantations, florum colors, pratorum frutices, and see to disport in some pleasant plain, park, run up a steep hill sometimes, or sit in a shady seat. Must needs be a delectable recreation. Hortus principes et domus ad delectationem facia, cum silva, monti et piscina, vulgo la montagna, the prince's garden at Ferrara Scotus highly magnifies, with the groves, mountains, ponds, for a delectable prospect, he was much affected with it. A Persian paradise or pleasant park could not be more delectable in his sight. Saint Bernard, in the description of his monastery, is almost ravished with the pleasures of it. A sick man, saith he, sits upon a green bank, and when the dog-star parcheth the plains and dries up rivers, he lies in a shady bower, frond sub arborea ferventia temperat astra, and feeds his eyes with variety of objects, herbs, trees, to comfort his misery. He receives many delightsome smells, and fills his ears with that sweet and various harmony of birds. Good God, saith he, what a company of pleasures hast thou made for man! He that should be admitted on a sudden to the sight of such a palace as that of Escurial in Spain, or to that which the Moors built at Granada, Fontainebleau in France, the Turk's gardens in his seraglio, wherein all manner of birds and beasts are kept for pleasure. Wolves, bears, lynxes, tigers, lions, elephants, and sea, or upon the banks of that Thracian Bosphorus. The Pope's Belvedere in Rome, as pleasing as those hoardy pencils in Babylon, or that Indian king's delightsome garden in Alien. Or those famous gardens of the Lord Cantelot in France could not choose, though he were never so ill paid, but be much recreated for the time, or many of our noblemen's gardens at home. To take a boat in a pleasant evening, and with music to row upon the waters, which Plutarch so much applauds, Aeneas admires upon the river Peneus. In those Thessalian fields beset with green bays, where birds so sweetly sing that passengers, enchanted as it were with their heavenly music, omnium laborum et curarum obliviscanter, forget forthwith all labors, care, and grief. Or in a gondola through the Grand Canal in Venice, to see those goodly palaces, must needs refresh and give content to a melancholy dull spirit. Or to see the inner rooms of a fair-built and sumptuous edifice, as that of the Persian kings, so much renowned by Diodorus and Curtius, in which all was almost beaten gold, chairs, stools, thrones, tabernacles, and pillars of gold, plane trees and vines of gold, grapes of precious stones, all the other ornaments of pure gold. Fulgit gemma floris, et jaspide fulva supelex, strata micantario. With sweet odors and perfumes, generous wines, opoporous fare and sea. Besides the gallantest young men, the fairest virgins, puelli sicily ministrants, the rarest beauties the world could afford, and those set out with costly and curious attires, ad stuporum usque spectantium, with exquisite music, as in Trimalchion's house, in every chamber sweet voices ever sounding day and night, incomparabilis luxus. All delights and pleasures in each kind, which to please the senses could possibly be devised or had, convives Coronati, Delitiae Ebrii, and C. Telemachus in Homer, is brought in as one ravished almost at the sight of that magnificent palace, and rich furniture of Menelaus, when he beheld eris fulgurum et resonantia tecta corusco oro, ac electro nitido, sectoc elephanto argentoc simul. Tales Javis ardua seeds, alex silicolum stellens splendicit Olympo. Such glittering of gold and brightest brass to shine, clear amber, silver pure, and ivory so fine, Jupiter's lofty palace, where the gods do dwell, was even such a one, and did it not excel. It will laxare animos, refresh the soul of man to see fair-built cities, streets, theaters, temples, obelisks, and see the temple of Jerusalem was so fairly built of white marble, with so many pyramids covered with gold. Tectumc templi fulvo coruscans oro, nimio suo fulgor obcicabet oculos itinerantium, was so glorious and so glistened afar off, that the spectators might not well abide the sight of it. But the inner parts were all so curiously set out with cedar, gold, jewels, and sea, as he said of Cleopatra's palace in Egypt, crassumc trabes absconderat orum, that the beholders were amazed. What so pleasant as to see some pageant or sight go by, as at coronations, weddings, and such like solemnities, to see an ambassador or a prince met, received, entertained with masks, shows, fireworks, and to see two kings fight in single combat, as Porus and Alexander, Canute and Edmund Ironside, Skanderbeg and Ferhat Bassa the Turk. When not honor alone but life itself is at stake, as the poet of Hector, nec enim pro turgortori, pro bove nec certem erat, qui premia cursus est solent, sed pro magni verac animac, Hectorus. To behold a battle fought, like that of Cressy or Agincourt or Poitiers, qua nescio saith Froissart, and vetustas ulam profera possit clarium. To see one of Caesar's triumphs in old Rome revived, or the like. To be present at an interview, as that famous of Henry VIII and Francis I, so much renowned all over Europe. Ubi tanto apparatu, saith Hubertus Valius. Tamque triumphali pompa ambo reges, com aerum conjugibus coier. Ut nulla unquam edas tam celebria festa vidrit aut auderiti. No age ever saw the like. So infinitely pleasant are such shows, to the sight of which oftentimes they will come hundreds of miles, give any money for a place, and remember many years after with singular delight. Bodine, when he was ambassador in England, said he saw the noblemen go in their robes to the Parliament House, summa cum jucunditate vidimus, he was much affected with the sight of it. Pomponius Columna, saith Jovius in his life, saw 13 Frenchmen and so many Italians once fight for a whole army. Quod jucundissimum spectaculum in vita dicit sua, the pleasantest sight that ever he saw in his life. Who would not have been affected with such a spectacle? Or that single combat of Brute the Frenchman, and Anthony Schets a Dutchman, before the walls of Sylvajusis in Brabant, anno 1600. They were 22 horse on the one side, as many on the other, which like Livy's Horatic, Torquati, and Corvini fought for their own glory and country's honor, in the sight and view of their whole city and army. When Julius Caesar warred about the banks of Rhone, there came a barbarian prince to see him and the Roman army, and when he had beheld Caesar a good while, I see the gods now, saith he, which before I heard of, nec felicirum ulam vidi me out optavi, out sensi deem. It was the happiest day that ever he had in his life. Such a sight alone were able of itself to drive away melancholy, if not for ever, yet it must needs expel it for a time. Radzivillus was much taken with the Pasha's palace in Cairo, and amongst many other objects which that place afforded, with that solemnity of cutting the banks of the Nile by Imbram Pasha, when it overflowed, besides 200 or 300 gilded galleys on the water. He saw 2 millions of men gathered together on the land, with turbans as white as snow, and 'twas a goodly sight. The very reading of feasts, triumphs, interviews, nuptials, tilts, tournaments, combats, and monomachas is most acceptable and pleasant. Franciscus Modius hath made a large collection of such solemnities in 2 great tomes, which whoso will may peruse. The inspection alone of those curious iconographies of temples and palaces, as that of the Lateran Church in Albertus Durer, that of the Temple of Jerusalem in Josephus, Adracomius, and Villopandus, that of the Escurial Inguadas of Diana at Ephesus in Pliny, Nero's Golden Palace in Rome, Justinian's in Constantinople, that Peruvian Jugos in Cusco, ut non ab hominibus, sed a demonias constructum videtur. St. Mark's in Venice, by Ignatius with many such. Prescorum artificum opera, saith that interpreter of Pausanias. The rare workmanship of those ancient Greeks, in theaters, obelisks, temples, statues, gold, silver, ivory, marble images, non minor firm quam leguntur, quam cernuntur, animum delectation complent, affect one as much by reading almost as by sight. The country hath his recreations, the city his several gymnics and exercises, May games, feasts, wakes, and merry meetings to solace themselves, the very being in the country, that life itself is a sufficient recreation to some men, to enjoy such pleasures as those old patriarchs did. Diocletian, the emperor, was so much affected with it that he gave over his scepter and turned gardener. Constantine wrote 20 books of husbandry. Lysander, when ambassadors came to see him, bragged of nothing more than of his orchard, high sunt ordines May. What shall I say of Cincinnatus, Cato, Tully, and many such? How they have been pleased with it, to prune, plant, inoculate, and graft, to show so many several kinds of pears, apples, plums, peaches, and see. Nunc capter firas laqueo, nunc fallor visco. Ac etiam magnos cannabis circundare saltus insidias avibus malieri, incendiar vepers. Sometimes with traps deceive, with line and string to catch wild birds and beasts, encompassing the grove with dogs, and out of bushes firing. Et nidos avium scrutari, and c. Jucundus, in his preface to Cato, Varro, Columella, and c., put out by him, confesseth of himself that he was mightily delighted with these husbandry studies, and took extraordinary pleasure in them. If the theory or speculation can so much affect, what shall the place and exercise itself, the practical part do? The same confession I find in Herbestine, Porta, Camarius, and many others, which have written of that subject. If my testimony were aught worth, I could say as much of myself. I am vir Saturnus. No man ever took more delight in springs, woods, groves, gardens, walks, fish ponds, rivers, and sea, but Tantalus a labriciens fugientia captet flumina. And so do I, vel licet potiri non licet. Every palace, every city almost hath its peculiar walks, cloisters, terraces, groves, theatres, pageants, games, and several recreations, every country, some professed gymnics to exhilarate their minds and exercise their bodies. The Greeks had their Olympian, Pythian, Isthmian, Nemean games in honor of Neptune, Jupiter, Apollo, Athens hers. Some for honor, garlands, crowns, for beauty, dancing, running, leaping, like our silver games. The Romans had their feasts, as the Athenians, and Lacedaemonians held their public banquets. In Prytaneo, Panathenès, the Spires, Phiditas, plays, Nomicas, places for sea fights, theaters, amphitheaters able to contain 70,000 men, wherein they had several delightsome shows to exhilarate the people. Gladiators, combats of men with themselves, with wild beasts and wild beasts one with another, like our bull baitings or bear baitings. in which many countrymen and citizens amongst us so much delight and so frequently use, dancers on ropes. Jugglers, wrestlers, comedies, tragedies, publicly exhibited at the emperor's and city's charge, and that with incredible cost and magnificence. In the Low Countries, as Medern relates, before these wars they had many solemn feasts, plays, challenges, artillery gardens, colleges of rhymers, rhetoricians, poets, and to this day such places are curiously maintained in Amsterdam, as appears by that description of Isaacus Pontanus, Rerum Amstelrod. Lib 2 cap. 25. So likewise not long since at Freiburg in Germany, as is evident by that relation of Neander, they had Ludos Septenales, solemn plays every 7 years, which Bosrus, one of their own poets, hath elegantly described. Et nunc magnifico spectacula structa, peritu quid memorum, veteri non concessura Quirino, Ludorum Pompa, and c. In Italy they have solemn declamations of certain select young gentlemen in Florence, like those reciters in Old Rome, and public theaters in most of their cities, for stage players and others to exercise and recreate themselves. All seasons, almost all places, have their several pastimes, some in summer, some in winter, some abroad, some within, some of the body, some of the mind, and diverse men have diverse recreations and exercises. Domitian, the emperor, was much delighted with catching flies, Augustus to play with nuts amongst children, Alexander Severus was often pleased to play with whelps and young pigs. Adrian was so wholly enamored with dogs and horses that he bestowed monuments and tombs of them and buried them in graves. In foul weather, or when they can use no other convenient sports, by reason of the time, as we do cockfighting, to avoid idleness, I think, though some be more seriously taken with it, spend much time, cost and charges, and are too solicitous about it. Severus used partridges and quails, as many Frenchmen do still, and to keep birds in cages, with which he was much pleased when at any time he had leisure from public cares and businesses. He had saith Lampridius, tame pheasants, ducks, partridges, peacocks, and some 20,000 ring-doves and pigeons. Busbequius, the emperor's orator when he lay in Constantinople and could not stir much abroad, kept for his recreation, busying himself to see them fed, almost all manner of strange birds and beasts. This was something, though not to exercise his body, yet to refresh his mind. Conradus Gessner, at Zurich in Switzerland, kept so likewise for his pleasure, a great company of wild beasts, and as he saith, took great delight to see them eat their meat. Turkey gentlewomen, that are perpetual prisoners, still mewed up according to the custom of the place, have little else beside their household business, or to play with their children to drive away time, but to dally with their cats, which they have in Delidies, as many of our ladies and gentlewomen use monkeys and little dogs. The ordinary recreations which we have in winter, and in most solitary times busy our minds with, are cards, tables and dice, shovelboard, chess play. The philosopher's game, small trunks, shuttlecock billiards, music, masks, singing, dancing, Yule games, frolics, jests, riddles, catches, purposes, questions and commands, merry tales of errant knights, queens, lovers, lords, ladies, giants, dwarfs, thieves, cheaters, witches, fairies, goblins, friars, and c. Such as the old woman told Psyche and Apuleius, Bacchus novels, and the rest, quarum audition puri delectanter, Sene's narration, which some delight to hear, some to tell. All are well pleased with. Amaranthus, the philosopher, met Hermocles, Diophantus, and Philolaus, his companions, one day busily discoursing about Epicurus and Democritus' tenets, very solicitous which was most probable and came nearest to truth. To put them out of that surly controversy, and to refresh their spirits, he told them a pleasant tale of Stratocles the physician's wedding, and of all the particulars, the company, the cheer, the music, and see, for he was new come from it. With which relation they were so much delighted, that Philolaus wished a blessing to his heart, and many a good wedding, many such merry meetings might he be at, to please himself with the sight, and others with the narration of it. News are generally welcome to all our ears, avid audimus, or as enim hominum novitate litanter, as Pliny observes, we long after rumor to hear and listen to it, densum humoris bibit ora vulgus. We are most part too inquisitive and apt to hearken after news, which Caesar, in his commentaries, observes of the old Gauls, they would be inquiring of every carrier and passenger what they had heard or seen, what news abroad. Quid toto fiat in orb quid seers, quid Thraces agent, secreta noverci, et puri, quis amet, and c. As at an ordinary with us, bakehouse or barber's shop. When that great Gonsalvo was upon some displeasure confined by King Ferdinand to the city of Loxa in Andalusia, the only comfort, saith Jovius, he had to ease his melancholy thoughts was to hear news, and to listen after those ordinary occurrences which were brought him cum primis, by letters or otherwise out of the remotest parts of Europe. Some men's whole delight is to take tobacco, and drink all day long in a tavern or alehouse, to discourse, sing, jest, roar, talk of a cock and bull over a pot, and see, or when 3 or 4 good companions meet, tell old stories by the fireside or in the sun as old folks usually do, qui aprisi meminer senes, remembering afresh and with pleasure ancient matters, and such like accidents which happened in their younger years. Others' best pastime is to game, nothing to them so pleasant. Hic veneri indulgit, hunc decaquit alia, many too nicely take exceptions at cards, tables, and dice, and such mixed lusorious lots, whom Gadacre well confutes, which though they be honest recreations in themselves, yet may justly be otherwise accepted at, as they are often abused, and forbidden as things most pernicious. Insanam remet damnasum, Lemnius calls it. For most part in these kind of disports 'tis not art or skill, but subtlety, canaille-catching, knavery, chance, and fortune carries all away. Tis ambulatoria pecunia, puncto mobilis hori permutat dominos, et sedit in altera jura. They labor most part not to pass their time in honest disport, but for filthy lucre and covetousness of money. In fodissimum lucrum et avaritium hominum convertitur, as Danius observes. Fons fraudum et maleficium, 'tis the fountain of cozenage and villainy. A thing so common all over Europe at this day, and so generally abused that many men are utterly undone by it, their means spent, patrimonies consumed, they and their posterity beggared. Besides swearing, wrangling, drinking, loss of time, and such inconveniences, which are ordinary concomitants. For when once they have got a haunt of such companies, and habit of gaming, they can hardly be drawn from it, but as an itch it will tickle them, and as it is with whoremasters once entered, they cannot easily leave it off. Vexet mens insania cupido, they are mad upon their sport. And in conclusion, which Charles VII, that good French king, published in an edict against gamesters, unda pia et hilaris vidi, suffugem sibi suisque liberis totique familiae, and see that which was once their livelihood, should have maintained wife, children, family, is now spent and gone. Merer et adgestas, and see, sorrow and beggary succeeds. So good things may be abused, and that which was first invented to refresh men's weary spirits, when they come from other labors and studies to exhilarate the mind, to entertain time and company, tedious otherwise in those long solitary winter nights, and keep them from worse matters, an honest exercise is contrarily perverted. Chess-play is a good and witty exercise of the mind for some kind of men, and fit for such melancholy, Rhases holds, as are idle and have extravagant impertinent thoughts, or troubled with cares, nothing better to distract their mind and alter their meditations. Invented, some say, by the general of an army in a famine, to keep soldiers from mutiny. But if it proceed from overmuch study, in such a case it may do more harm than good. It is a game too troublesome for some men's brains, too full of anxiety, all out as bad as study. Besides, it is a testy choleric game, and very offensive to him that loseth the mate. William the Conqueror, in his younger years, playing at chess with the Prince of France, Dauphin, was not annexed to that crown in those days, losing a mate, knocked the chessboard about his pate, which was a cause afterward of much enmity between them. For some such reason it is belike, that Patricius, in his 3-book, tit 12. De Reg. Instit, forbids his prince to play at chess, hawking and hunting, riding and see he will allow, and this to other men but by no means to him. In Muscovy, where they live in stoves and hot houses all winter long, come seldom or little abroad, it is again very necessary, and therefore in those parts, saith Herbestine, much used. At Fez in Africa, where the like inconvenience of keeping within doors is through heat, it is very laudable, and, as Leo Afer relates, as much frequented. A sport fit for idle gentlewomen, soldiers in garrison, and courtiers that have naught but love matters to busy themselves about, but not altogether so convenient for such as are students. The like I may say of Karl Bruxer's philosophy game, D. Fulk's Metromatia and his Oranomatia, with the rest of those intricate astrological and geometrical fictions, for such especially as are mathematically given, and the rest of those curious games. Dancing, singing, masking, mumming, stage plays, howsoever they be heavily censured by some severe cautos, yet if opportunely and soberly used, may justly be approved. Melius est fodier, quam salter saith Austin, but what is that if they delight in it? Nemo saltat sobrius, but in what kind of dance? I know these sports have many oppugners, whole volumes writ against them, when as all they say, if duly considered, is but ignoratio elenchi. And some again, because they are now cold and wayward past themselves, cavil at all such youthful sports in others, as he did in the comedy. They think them illico nascae seines, and see some out of preposterous zeal object many times trivial arguments, and because of some abuse will quite take away the good use, as if they should forbid wine because it makes men drunk. But in my judgment they are too stern. There is a time for all things, a time to mourn, a time to dance, Eccles. Roman 3. For a time to embrace, a time not to embrace, verse 5. And nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his own works, verse 22. For my part, I will subscribe to the king's declaration, and was ever of that mind, those May games, wakes, and Whitsun ales, and see if they be not at unseasonable hours may justly be permitted. Let them freely feast, sing, and dance, have their puppet plays, hobby horses, tabors, crowds, bagpipes, and see, play at ball and barley breaks, and what sports and recreations they like best. In Franconia, a province of Germany, saith Aubenus Bohemus, the old folks after evening prayer went to the alehouse, the younger sort to dance. And to say truth with Salisburiensis, satius furet sic osceri, quam turpius occupari, better to do so than worse, as without question otherwise, such is the corruption of man's nature. Many of them will do. For that cause, plays, masks, jesters, gladiators, tumblers, jugglers, and see, and all that crew is admitted and winked at. Tota jocularium scena precedit, et ideo spectacula admissa sunt, et infinita tyrcinia vanitatum, ut his occupenter, qui perniciosius osceri solent. That they might be busied about such toys, that would otherwise more perniciously be idle. So that as Tacitus said of the astrologers in Rome, we may say of them, genus hominum est quod in civitate nostra et videbiter semper et retinbiter. They are a debauched company most part, still spoken against. As well they deserve some of them, for I so relish and distinguish them as fiddlers and musicians, and yet ever retained. Evil is not to be done, I confess, that good may come of it. But this is evil per accidens, and in a qualified sense, to avoid a greater inconvenience, may justly be tolerated. Sir Thomas More, in his Utopian Commonwealth, as he will have none idle, so will he have no man labor overhard, to be twalled out like a horse. 'Tis more than slavish infelicity, the life of most of our hired servants and tradesmen elsewhere, excepting his Utopians, but half the day allotted for work, and half for honest recreation, or whatsoever employment they shall think fit for themselves. If 1/2 day in a week were allowed to our household servants for their merry meetings, by their hard masters, or in a year some feasts like those Roman Saturnals, I think they would labor harder all the rest of their time, and both parties be better pleased. But this needs not, you will say, for some of them do not but loiter all the week long. This which I aim at is for such as are fracti animis, troubled in mind, to ease them, overtwalled on the one part, to refresh, over idle on the other, to keep themselves busied. And to this purpose, as any labor or employment will serve to the one, any honest recreation will conduce to the other, so that it be moderate and sparing, as the use of meat and drink. Not to spend all their life in gaming, playing, and pastimes, as too many gentlemen do, but to revive our bodies and recreate our souls with honest sports. Of which as there be diverse sorts, and peculiar to several callings, ages, sexes, conditions, so there be proper for several seasons, and those of distinct natures, to fit that variety of humors which is amongst them, that if one will not, another may. Some in summer, some in winter, some gentle, some more violent, some for the mind alone, some for the body and mind. As to some it is both business and a pleasant recreation to oversee workmen of all sorts, husbandry, cattle, horses, and see to build, plot, project, to make models, cast up accounts, and see some without, some within doors, new, old, and see as the season serveth and as men are inclined. It is reported of Philippus Bonus, that good Duke of Burgundy, by Ludovicus Vives in Epist, and Pont. Huter in his history, that the said Duke, at the marriage of Eleonora, sister to the King of Portugal, at Bruges in Flanders, which was solemnized in the deep of winter, when, as by reason of unseasonable weather, he could neither hawk nor hunt, and was now tired with cards, dice, and sea, and such other domestic sports. Or to see ladies dance, with some of his courtiers, he would in the evening walk disguised all about the town. It so fortuned, as he was walking late one night, he found a country fellow dead drunk, snorting on a bulk. He caused his followers to bring him to his palace, and there stripping him of his old clothes, and attiring him after the court fashion, when he waked, he and they were all ready to attend upon his excellency, persuading him he was some great duke. The poor fellow, admiring how he came there, was served in state all the day long. After supper he saw them dance, heard music, and the rest of those court-like pleasures. But late at night, when he was well tippled and again fast asleep, they put on his old robes, and so conveyed him to the place where they first found him. Now the fellow had not made them so good sport the day before as he did when he returned to himself. All the jest was, to see how he looked upon it. In conclusion, after some little admiration, the poor man told his friends he had seen a vision, constantly believed it, would not otherwise be persuaded, and so the jest ended. Antiochus Epiphanes would often disguise himself, steal from his court, and go into merchants', goldsmiths', and other tradesmen's shops, sit and talk with them, and sometimes ride or walk alone, and fall aboard with any tinker, clown, serving man, carrier, or whomsoever he met first. Sometimes he did ex inspirato give a poor fellow money, to see how he would look, or on set purpose lose his purse as he went, to watch who found it, and withal how he would be affected, and with such objects he was much delighted. Many such tricks are ordinarily put in practice by great men, to exhilarate themselves and others, all which are harmless jests, and have their good uses. But amongst those exercises, or recreations of the mind within doors, there is none so general, so aptly to be applied to all sorts of men, so fit and proper to expel idleness and melancholy, as that of study, studia, senectutum obuctant, adolescentium allunt, secundas res ornant, adversus perfugem et salatium prebint, domi delectant, and c. Find the rest in Tully pro Archia Poeta. What so full of content, as to read, walk, and see maps, pictures, statues, jewels, marbles, which some so much magnify, as those that Phidias made of old so exquisite and pleasing to be beheld, that as Chrysostom thinketh, if any man be sickly, troubled in mind, or that cannot sleep for grief, and shall but stand over against one of Phidias' images, he will forget all care, or whatsoever else may molest him, in an instant. There be those as much taken with Michelangelo's, Raphael de Urbino's, Francesco Francia's pieces, and many of those Italian and Dutch painters, which were excellent in their ages, and esteem of it as a most pleasing sight, to view those neat architectures, devices, escutcheons, coats of arms, read such books, to peruse old coins of several sorts in a fair gallery, artificial works, perspective glasses, old relics, Roman antiquities, variety of colors. A good picture is falsa veritas, et muta posses, and though, as Vives saith, artificially a delectant, said mox fastidimus, artificial toys please but for a time, yet who is he that will not be moved with them for the present? When Achilles was tormented and sad for the loss of his dear friend Patroclus, his mother Thetis brought him a most elaborate and curious buckler made by Vulcan, in which were engraven sun, moon, stars, planets, sea, land, men fighting, running, riding, women scolding, hills, dales, towns, castles, brooks, rivers, trees, and sea, with many pretty landscapes and perspective pieces, with sight of which he was infinitely delighted and much eased of his grief. Continuo eo spectaculo captus, delinito, meror obuctabiter, in manibus tenens de splendida dona. Who will not be affected so in like case, or see those well-furnished cloisters and galleries of the Roman cardinals, so richly stored with all modern pictures, old statues and antiquities? Cum si, spectando recrete simul et legendo, to see their pictures alone and read the description, as Boissardus well adds, whom will it not affect, which Bozius, Pomponius, Letus, Marlianus, Scotus, Cavlerius, Ligorius, and C, and he himself hath well performed of late. Or in some princes' cabinets, like that of the great dukes in Florence, of Felix Platerus in Basil, or noblemen's houses, to see such variety of attires, faces, so many, so rare, and such exquisite pieces of men, birds, beasts, and sea, to see those excellent landscapes, Dutch works, and curious cuts of Sadlier of Prague, Albertus Dürer, Goltzius Vrinz, and C. Such pleasant pieces of perspective, Indian pictures made of feathers, China works, frames, thaumaturgical motions, exotic toys, and C. Who is he that is now wholly overcome with idleness, or otherwise involved in a labyrinth of worldly cares, troubles, and discontents, that will not be much lightened in his mind by reading of some enticing story, true or feigned, whereas in a glass he shall observe what our forefathers have done, the beginnings, ruins, falls, periods of commonwealths, private men's actions displayed to the life, and see Plutarch therefore calls them, secundas menses et bellaria. The second course in junkets, because they were usually read at noble men's feasts. Who is not earnestly affected with a passionate speech, well-penned, an elegant poem, or some pleasant bewitching discourse, like that of Heliodorus ubi abulctatio quidem placide fuit, cum hilaritate conjuncta? Julian the Apostate was so taken with an oration of Libanius, the sophister, that, as he confesseth, he could not be quiet till he had read it all out. Legi orationem tuum magna ex part, hesterna die antiprandium, prancis viro sine ulla intermission totem absolvi, o argumenta, o compositionum. I may say the same of this or that pleasing tract, which will draw his attention along with it. To most kind of men it is an extraordinary delight to study. For what a world of books offers itself, in all subjects, arts, and sciences, to the sweet content and capacity of the reader. In arithmetic, geometry, perspective, optics, astronomy, architecture, sculpture, painting, of which so many and such elaborate treatises are of late written. In mechanics and their mysteries, military matters, navigation, riding of horses, fencing, swimming, gardening, planting, great tomes of husbandry, cookery, falconry, hunting, fishing, fowling, and sea, with exquisite pictures of all sports, games, and what not. In music, metaphysics, natural and moral philosophy, philology in policy, heraldry, genealogy, chronology, and c. They afford great tomes or those studies of antiquity, and c. Et quid subtilius arithmeticis inventionibus, quid jucundius musicis rationibus, quid divinius astronomicis, quid rectius geometricis demonstrationibus. What so sure, what so pleasant? He that shall but see that geometrical tower of Garzenda at Bologna in Italy, the steeple and clock at Strasbourg, will admire the effects of art, or that engine of Archimedes to remove the earth itself, if he had but a place to fasten his instrument, Archimedes' cochlea, and rare devices to corrivate waters, musical instruments, and trisyllable echoes again, and again repeated, with myriads of such. What vast tomes are extant in law, physic, and divinity, for profit, pleasure, practice, speculation in verse or prose, and c. Their names alone are the subject of whole volumes. We have thousands of authors of all sorts, many great libraries full well furnished, like so many dishes of meat, served out for several palates, and he is a very block that is affected with none of them. Some take an infinite delight to study the very languages wherein these books are written, Hebrew, Greek, Syriac, Chaldee, Arabic, and see methinks it would please any man to look upon a geographical map. Sovi animum delectation alicere, ab incredibilum rerum varietatem et jucundidatum, et ad plenarium sui cognitionem excitere. Chorographical topographical delineations, to behold, as it were, all the remote provinces, towns, cities of the world. And never to go forth of the limits of his study, to measure by the seal and compass their extent, distance, examine their site. Charles the Great, as Platina writes, had 3 fair silver tables, in one of which superficies was a large map of Constantinople, in the second Rome neatly engraved, in the third an exquisite description of the whole world, and much delight he took in them. What greater pleasure can there now be than to view those elaborate maps of Ortelius, Mercator, Hondius, and c. To peruse those books of cities put out by Braunus and Hogenbergius, to read those exquisite descriptions of Maginus, Munster, Herrera, Leet, Mariula, Botris, Leander, Albertus, Camden, Leo Afer, Adracomius, Nick, Gerbelius, and c. Those famous expeditions of Christoph, Columbus, Americus Vespucius, Marcus Polus the Venetian, Laud, Verdemanus, Aloysius Cadamustus, and c. Those accurate diaries of Portuguese Hollanders of Bartison, Oliver Anort, and C. Hakluyt's voyages, Pett, Martyr's Decades, Benzo, Lirius, Linscoten's Relations, those Hotoporicans of Jod, Amegan, Brocard the Monk, Bredin Bacchius, Joe, Dublinius, Sands, and c. to Jerusalem, Egypt, and other remote places of the world. Those pleasant itineraries of Paulus Henserus, Jodocus Sincerus, Dux Polonus, and c. to read Bellonius' Observations, P. Gillius his Surveys, those parts of America set out and curiously cut in pictures by Fraters Abry. To see a well-cut herbal, herbs, trees, flowers, plants, all vegetables expressed in their proper colors to the life, as that of Matthiolus upon Dioscorides, Dicampius, Lobel, Bohinus, and that last voluminous and mighty herbal of Bislar of Nuremberg, wherein almost every plant is to his own bigness. To see birds, beasts, and fishes of the sea, spiders, gnats, serpents, flies, and sea. All creatures set out by the same art and truly expressed in lively colors, with an exact description of their natures, virtues, qualities, and sea, as hath been accurately performed by Aelian, Gesner, Ulysses Aldrovandus, Bellonius, Rindoltius, Hippolytus Salvianus, and C. Arcana Celi, Naturi Secreta, Ordinum Universi Sire Majoris Felicitatis et Dulcidines est. Quam cogitation quis essequi possit, aut mortalis sperer. What more pleasing studies can there be than the mathematics, theoretical or practical parts, as to survey land, make maps, models, dials, and see, with which I was ever much delighted myself. Tales est mathematum pulchritudo, saith Plutarch, ut his indignum sit diviciarum falleras istas et bullas, et puellaria spectacula comparari. Such is the excellency of these studies, that all those ornaments and childish bubbles of wealth are not worthy to be compared to them. Credi mihi, saith one, extingui dulce erit mathematicarum artium studio. I could even live and die with such meditation, and take more delight, true content of mind in them, than thou hast in all thy wealth and sport, how rich soever thou art. And as Cardan well seconds me, honorificum magis est et gloriosum hic intelliger, quam provinces prius, formosum aut ditum juvenum es. The like pleasure there is in all other studies to such as are truly addicted to them, e suavitas, one holds. Ut cum quis e degustiverit, quaes hypoculis circes captis, non possit unquam ab illis develli. The like sweetness, which as Circe's cup bewitcheth a student, he cannot leave off, as well may witness those many laborious hours, days, and nights, spent in the voluminous treatises written by them, the same content. Julius Scaliger was so much affected with poetry, that he brake out into a pathetical protestation. He had rather be the author of 12 verses in Lucan, or such an ode in Horace, than Emperor of Germany. Nicholas Gerbelius, that good old man, was so much ravished with a few Greek authors restored to light, with hope and desire of enjoying the rest, that he exclaims forthwith, Arabibus atque indis omnibus aramis didiers, we shall be richer than all the Arabic or Indian princes. Of such esteem they were with him, incomparable worth and value. Seneca prefers Zeno and Chrysippus, two doting Stoics. He was so much enamored of their works, before any prince or general of an army. And Orontius, the mathematician, so far admires Archimedes that he calls him divinum et homine majorum, a petty god more than a man. And well he might, for aught I see, if you respect fame or worth. Pindarus of Thebes is as much renowned for his poems as Epaminondas, Pelopidas, Hercules, or Bacchus, his fellow citizens, for their warlike actions. Et si famam respices, non possiers Aristoteles quam Alexandri memonerunt, as Cardan notes. Aristotle is more known than Alexander, for we have a bare relation of Alexander's deeds, but Aristotle, totus vivit in monumentes, is whole in his works. Yet I stand not upon this. The delight is it, which I aim at, so great pleasure, such sweet content there is in study. King James, 1605, when he came to see our University of Oxford, and amongst other edifices now went to view that famous library, renewed by Sir Thomas Bodley, in imitation of Alexander, at his departure brake out into that noble speech, if I were not a king, I would be a university man. And if it were so that I must be a prisoner, if I might have my wish, I would desire to have no other prison than that library, and to be chained together with so many good authors et mortuis magistris. So sweet is the delight of study, the more learning they have, as he that hath a dropsy, the more he drinks the thirstier he is, the more they covet to learn, and the last day is prioris discipulus. Harsh at first learning is Radis's amarchy, but fractus dulces, according to that of Isocrates, pleasant at last. The longer they live, the more they are enamored with the muses. Heinsius, the keeper of the library at Leyden in Holland, was mewed up in it all the year long. And that which to thy thinking should have bred a loathing, caused in him a greater liking. I no sooner, saith he, come into the library, but I bolt the door to me, excluding lust, ambition, avarice, and all such vices, whose nurse is idleness, the mother of ignorance and melancholy herself, and in the very lap of eternity amongst so many divine souls, I take my seat with so lofty a spirit and sweet content that I pity all our great ones and rich men that know not this happiness. I am not ignorant in the meantime, notwithstanding this which I have said, how barbarously and basely, for the most part, our ruder gentry esteem of libraries and books, how they neglect and contemn so great a treasure, so inestimable a benefit, as Aesop's cock did the jewel he found in the dunghill, and all through error, ignorance, and want of education. And 'tis a wonder, withal, to observe how much they will vainly cast away in unnecessary expenses. Quat modis parent saith Erasmus, magnatibus pecuniae. Quantum obsument alia, scorda, computations, proftions non necessarii, pompi, bella quisita, ambitio, callax, morio, ludio, and c. What in hawks, hounds, lawsuits, vain building, gormandizing, drinking, sports, plays, pastimes, and see if a well-minded man to the muses would sue to some of them for an exhibition. To the farther maintenance or enlargement of such a work, be it college, lecture, library, or whatsoever else may tend to the advancement of learning, they are so unwilling, so averse, that they had rather see these which are already, with such cost and care erected, utterly ruined, demolished, or otherwise employed. For they repine many and grudge at such gifts and revenues so bestowed. And therefore it were in vain, as Erasmus well notes, vel ob his, vel a negotiatoribus qui si mammoni deditorunt, improbum fortas tale officium exiger, to solicit or ask anything of such men that are likely damned to riches, to this purpose. For my part, one pity these men, stultos jubeo esse libenter, let them go as they are in the catalogue of ignoramus. How much, on the other side, are all we bound that are scholars, to those munificent Ptolemies, bountiful Mecenases, heroical patrons, divine spirits. Qui nobis hic odio fecerunt, namque erit ille mihi semper Deus. These blessings, friend, a deity bestowed, for never can I deem him less than God, that have provided for us so many well-furnished libraries, as well in our public academies in most cities, as in our private colleges. How shall I remember Sir Thomas Bodley, amongst the rest, Otho Nicholson, and the Right Reverend John Williams, Lord Bishop of Lincoln, with many other pious acts, who besides that at St. John's College in Cambridge, that in Westminster is now likewise in fury with a library at Lincoln, a noble precedent for all corporate towns and cities to imitate, o quam te memoram, ver illustrissime quibus elogiis. But to my task again. Whosoever he is therefore, that is overrun with solitariness, or carried away with pleasing melancholy and vain conceits, and for want of employment knows not how to spend his time, or crucified with worldly care, I can prescribe him no better remedy than this of study, to compose himself to the learning of some art or science. Provided always that this malady proceed not from overmuch study, for in such case he adds fuel to the fire, and nothing can be more pernicious. Let him take heed he do not overstretch his wits and make a skeleton of himself, or such enamorados as read nothing but playbooks, idle poems, jests, Amadis de Gaul, the Knight of the Sun, the Seven Champions, Pomerin de Oliva, Huon of Bordeaux, and see such many times prove in the end as mad as Don Quixote. Study is only prescribed to those that are otherwise idle, troubled in mind, or carried headlong with vain thoughts and imaginations to distract their cogitations, although variety of study, or some serious subject, would do the former no harm and divert their continual meditations another way. Nothing in this case better than study. Semper aliquid memoriter ediscent, saith Piso, let them learn something without book, transcribe, translate, and see read the scriptures, which Hyperius, lib 1 dequated. Script, lec, fol. 77. Holds available of itself, the mind is erected thereby from all worldly cares, and hath much quiet and tranquillity. For as Austin well hath it, tis scientia scientiarum, omni mel dulcior, omni pain suavior, omni vino hilarior. Tis the best nepenthe, surest cordial, sweetest alterative, presentest diverter. For neither, as Chrysostom well adds, those boughs and leaves of trees which are plashed for cattle to stand under, in the heat of the day in summer, so much refresh them with their acceptable shade, as the reading of the Scripture doth recreate and comfort a distressed soul, in sorrow and affliction. Paul bids pray continually, quod cibus corpori, lectio animi facit, saith Seneca, as meat is to the body, such is reading to the soul. To be at leisure without books is another hell, and to be buried alive. Cardan calls a library the physic of the soul, divine authors fortify the mind, make men bold and constant, and, as Hyperius adds, godly conference will not permit the mind to be tortured with absurd cogitations. Rhases enjoins continual conference to such melancholy men, perpetual discourse of some history, tale, poem, news, and see, alternos sermons edier ac by Burr, ec jucundum quam cibus, sive potus, which feeds the mind as meat and drink doth the body, and pleaseth as much. And therefore the said Rhases, not without good cause, would have somebody still talk seriously, or dispute with them, and sometimes to cavil and wrangle, so that it break not out to a violent perturbation. For such altercation is like stirring of a dead fire to make it burn afresh. It whets a dull spirit, and will not suffer the mind to be drowned in those profound cogitations, which melancholy men are commonly troubled with. Ferdinand and Alphonsus, kings of Aragon and Sicily, were both cured by reading the history, one of Curtius, the other of Livy, when no prescribed physic would take place. Camarius relates as much of Lorenzo de Medici. Heathen philosophers are so full of divine precepts in this kind, that, as some think, they alone are able to settle a distressed mind. Sunt verba et voces, quibus hunc lenir dolorum, and see, Epictetus, Plutarch, and Seneca. Qualis ille, qui tella, saith Lipsius, adversus omnes animi casus administrat, et ipsum mortem, quamodo vitia eripit, infert virtuts. When I read Seneca, methinks I am beyond all human fortunes on the top of a hill above mortality. Plutarch saith as much of Homer, for which cause belike Niceradus, in Xenophon, was made by his parents to con Homer's Iliads and Odysseys without book, ut in verum bonum evaderit, as well to make him a good and honest man, as to avoid idleness. If this comfort be got from philosophy, what shall be had from divinity? What shall Austin, Cyprian, Gregory, Bernard's divine meditations afford us? Qui quid sit pulchrum, quid terp, quid util, quid non Plinius et Melius Chrysippus et Crantor dicunt? Nay, what shall the Scripture itself, which is like an apothecary's shop, wherein are all remedies for all infirmities of mind, purgatives, cordials, alteratives, corroboratives, lenitives, and see every disease of the soul, saith Austin, hath a peculiar medicine in the Scripture. This only is required, that the sick man take the potion which God hath already tempered. Gregory calls it a glass wherein we may see all our infirmities, ignitum colloquium, Psalm C6, 140, Origen a charm. And therefore Hierom prescribes Rusticus the monk, continually to read the Scripture, and to meditate on that which he hath read. For as mastication is to meat, so is meditation on that which we read. I would for these causes wish him that, is melancholy to use both human and divine authors, voluntarily to impose some task upon himself, to divert his melancholy thoughts, to study the art of memory, Cosmus Roselius, Pet. Ravenna's, Sincelius Detectus, or practice brachygraphy, and see, that will ask a great deal of attention. Or let him demonstrate a proposition in Euclid in his 5 last books, extract a square root, or study algebra. Than which, as Clavius holds, in all human disciplines nothing can be more excellent and pleasant, so abstruse and recondite, so bewitching, so miraculous, so ravishing, so easy withal and full of delight, omnem humanum captum superare vidter. By this means you may define ex ung leonum, as the diverb is, by his thumb alone the bigness of Hercules, or the true dimensions of the great Colossus, Solomon's temple, and Domitian's amphitheater out of a little part. By this art you may contemplate the variation of the 23 letters, which may be so infinitely varied, that the words complicated and deduced thence will not be contained within the compass of the firmament. 10 words may be varied 40,320 several ways. By this art you may examine how many men may stand one by another in the whole superficies of the earth. Some say 148,456,800,000,000, assignando singulis passum quadratum, assigning a square foot to each. How many men, supposing all the world as habitable as France, as fruitful and so long-lived, may be born in 60,000 years? And so may you demonstrate with Archimedes how many sands the mass of the whole world might contain if all sandy. If you did, but first know how much a small cube as big as a mustard seed might hold, with infinite such. But in all nature what is there so stupendous as to examine and calculate the motion of the planets? Their magnitudes, apogees, perigees, eccentricities, how far distant from the earth, the bigness, thickness, compass of the firmament, each star, with their diameters and circumference, apparent area, superficies, by those curious helps of glasses, astrolabes, sextants, quadrants of which Tycho brought in his mechanics, optics, divine optics, arithmetic, geometry, and such like arts and instruments. What's so intricate and pleasing withal, as to peruse and practice Heron Alexandrinus's works, De Spiritalibus, De Machinis Bellicis, De Machina Si Movent, Jordani Nemerarii de Ponderibus Proposit. 13. That pleasant tract of Machometes Bragdidinus de Superficium Divisionibus, Apollonius's Conics, or Commandinus's labors in that kind, De Centro Gravitatis, with many such geometrical theorems and problems. Those rare instruments and mechanical inventions of Jack Besonus and Cardan to this purpose, with many such experiments intimated long since by Roger Bacon, in his tract De Secretis Artis et Naturae, as to make a chariot to move sine animali, diving boats to walk on the water by art, and to fly in the air to make several cranes and pulleys. Quibus homo trahet ad si mill homines, lift up and remove great weights, mills to move themselves, Arcita's dove, Albertus's brazen head, and such thaumaturgical works. But especially to do strange miracles by glasses, of which Proclus and Bacon writ of old, burning glasses, multiplying glasses, perspectives. Ut unius homo apparit exercitus, to see afar off, to represent solid bodies by cylinders and concaves, to walk in the air, ut vericiter vident. Seth Bacon aurum et argentum et quicquid aliud volant, et quam venient ad locum visionis, nihil invenient, which glasses are much perfected of late by Baptista Porta and Galileo. And much more is promised by Maginus and Medorgius, to be performed in this kind. Odacausticans some speak of, to intend hearing, as the other do sight. Marcellus Vrenken, a Hollander, in his epistle to Burgravius, makes mention of a friend of his that is about an instrument, quo videbit qui in altero horizont sint. But our alchemists, methinks, and Rosicrucians afford most rarities, and are fuller of experiments. They can make gold, separate and alter metals, extract oils, salts, lees, and do more strange works than Geber, Lullius, Bacon, or any of those ancients. Crollius hath made after his master Paracelsus, aurum fulminans or aurum volatile, which shall imitate thunder and lightning, and crack louder than any gunpowder. Cornelius dribble a perpetual motion, inextinguishable lights, linum non ardens, with many such feats. See his book De Natura Elementorum, besides hail, wind, snow, thunder, lightning, and sea, those strange fireworks, devilish petards, and such like warlike machinations derived hence, of which read Tartaglia and others. Ernestus Burgravius, a disciple of Paracelsus, hath published a discourse in which he specifies a lamp to be made of man's blood, lucerna vidi et mortis index, so he terms it, which chemically prepared 40 days and afterwards kept in a glass, shall show all the accidents of this life. Si lampus hic claris, tunc homo hilaris et sanus corpore et animo. Si nebulosus et depressus, maleficiter, et sic pro statu hominis variator, unda sumptus sanguis. And which is most wonderful, it dies with the party, cum homine perit, et evanescit, the lamp and the man whence the blood was taken are extinguished together. The same author hath another tract of Mumia, all out as vain and prodigious as the first, by which he will cure most diseases, and transfer them from a man to a beast, by drawing blood from one, and applying it to the other, vel in plantem derivere, and an alexipharmacum, of which Roger Bacon of old in his tract. Der retardanda senectute, to make a man young again, live 300 or 400 years. Besides panaceas, martial amulets, unguentum armarium, balsams, strange extracts, elixirs, and such like magico-magnetical cures. Now what so pleasing can there be as the speculation of these things, to read and examine such experiments, or if a man be more mathematically given, to calculate, or peruse Napier's logarithms, or those tables of artificial sines and tangents, not long since set out by mine old collegiate, good friend, and late fellow student of Christ Church in Oxford, Mr. Edmund Gunter, which will perform that by addition and subtraction only, which heretofore Regiomontanus's tables did by multiplication and division, or those elaborate conclusions of his sector, quadrant, and cross staff. Or let him that is melancholy calculate spherical triangles, square a circle, cast a nativity, which howsoever some tax, I say with Garcius, dabimus hoc petulantibus ingeniis, we will in some cases allow. Or let him make an ephemerides, read suis at the calculator's works, Scaliger de emendation temporum, and Petavius his adversary, till he understand them, peruse subtle Scotus and Suarez's metaphysics or school divinity, Occam, Thomas, and Tisperus Durand, and see if those other do not affect him, and his means be great to employ his purse and fill his head, he may go find the philosopher's stone. He may apply his mind, I say, to heraldry, antiquity, invent impresses, emblems. Make epithalamiums, epitaphs, elegies, epigrams, palindroma epigrammata, anagrams, chronograms, acrostics upon his friends' names. Or write a comment on Martianus Capella, Tertullian de Paleo, the Nubian geography, or upon Aelia Laelia Crispes, as many idle fellows have essayed. And rather than do nothing, vary a verse 1,000 ways with Putian, so torturing his wits, or as Rainerus of Lüneburg, 2,150 times in his Proteus Poeticus, or Scaliger, Chrysolithus, Clepisius, and others have in like sort done. If such voluntary tasks, pleasure and delight or crabbedness of these studies will not yet divert their idle thoughts and alienate their imaginations, they must be compelled, saith Christophorus of Vega, Coggi debent, L5. C. 14. Upon some mulct, if they perform it not, quod ex officio incumbat. Loss of credit or disgrace, such as our public university exercises. For, as he that plays for nothing will not heed his game, no more will voluntary employment so thoroughly affect a student, except he be very intent of himself and take an extraordinary delight in the study, about which he is conversant. It should be of that nature his business, which volens nolens he must necessarily undergo, and without great loss, mulct, shame, or hindrance, he may not omit. Now for women, instead of laborious studies, they have curious needleworks, cutworks, spinning, bone lace, and many pretty devices of their own making, to adorn their houses, cushions, carpets, chairs, stools, for she eats not the bread of idleness, Prov. Roman 31. 27. Quisivit lanum et linum, confections, conserves, distillations, and c, which they show to strangers. Ipsa comes procesque operis venientibus ultro hospitibus monstrer solit, non segniter horas contestata suas, sed nec sibi depertis. Which to her guests she shows, with all her pelf, thus far my maids, but this I did myself. This they have to busy themselves about, household offices, and see, neat gardens, full of exotic, versicolor, diversely varied, sweet-smelling flowers and plants in all kinds, which they are most ambitious to get, curious to preserve and keep, proud to possess, and much many times brag of. Their merry meetings and frequent visitations, mutual invitations in good towns, I voluntarily omit, which are so much in use, gossiping among the meaner sort, and see, old folks have their beads. An excellent invention to keep them from idleness, that are by nature melancholy, and past all affairs, to say so many paternosters, avemarias, creeds, if it were not profane and superstitious. In a word, body and mind must be exercised, not one, but both, and that in a mediocrity, otherwise it will cause a great inconvenience. If the body be overtired, it tires the mind. The mind oppresseth the body, as with students it oftentimes falls out, who, as Plutarch observes, have no care of the body, but compel that which is mortal to do as much as that which is immortal, that which is earthly, as that which is ethereal. But as the ox tired, told the camel, both serving one master that refused to carry some part of his burden, before it were long he should be compelled to carry all his pack, and skin to boot, which by and by, the ox being dead, fell out, the body may say to the soul, that will give him no respite or remission. A little after, an ague, vertigo, consumption, seizeth on them both, all his study is omitted, and they must be compelled to be sick together. He that tenders his own good estate, and health, must let them draw with equal yoke, both alike, that so they may happily enjoy their wished health. Mem. V. Waking and terrible dreams rectified. As waking that hurts by all means must be avoided, so sleep, which so much helps by like ways, must be procured by nature or art, inward or outward medicines, and be protracted longer than ordinary, if it may be, as being an especial help. It moistens and fattens the body, concocts and helps digestion, as we see in dormice, and those alpine mice that sleep all winter, which Gesner speaks of, when they are so found sleeping under the snow in the dead of winter, as fat as butter. It expels cares, pacifies the mind, refresheth the weary limbs after long work. Somni quis rerum, placidus im somni diorum, pax animi, quem cura fugit, qui corpora duris fessa ministeriis mulsis reparesque labori. Sleep, rest of things, O pleasing deity, peace of the soul, which cares dost crucify, weary bodies refresh and mollify. The chiefest thing in all physic, Paracelsus calls it, omnia arcana gemorum superans et metallorum. The fittest time is 2 or 3 hours after supper, whenas the meat is now settled at the bottom of the stomach, and 'tis good to lie on the right side first. Because at that sight the liver doth rest under the stomach, not molesting any way, but heating him as a fire doth a kettle, that is put to it. After the first sleep, 'tis not amiss to lie on the left side, that the meat may the better descend, and sometimes again on the belly, but never on the back. 7 or 8 hours is a competent time for a melancholy man to rest, as Crotto thinks. But as some do, to lie in bed and not sleep, a day or half a day together, to give assent to pleasing conceits and vain imaginations, is many ways pernicious. To procure this sweet moistening sleep, it's best to take away the occasions, if it be possible, that hinder it, and then to use such inward or outward remedies which may cause it. Constat hodie, saith Boissardus in his tract De Magia cap. 4. Multos ita fascinari ut nox integras exigent insomnes, summa, inquietude animorum et corporum, many cannot sleep for witches and fascinations, which are too familiar in some places. They call it dare aliqui malum noctum. But the ordinary causes are heat and dryness, which must first be removed. A hot and dry brain never sleeps well. Grief, fears, cares, expectations, anxieties, great businesses, in orum utranc odios ut dormias, and all violent perturbations of the mind, must in some sort be qualified, before we can hope for any good repose. He that sleeps in the daytime, or is in suspense, fear, any way troubled in mind, or goes to bed upon a full stomach, may never hope for quiet rest in the night. Nec enim meritoria somnos admittunt, as the poet saith. Inns and such like troublesome places are not for sleep. One calls ostler, another tapster, one cries and shouts, another sings, whoops, halloos. Absentem cantat amicam, multa proludis vapa nata ac viator. Who not accustomed to such noises can sleep amongst them? He that will intend to take his rest must go to bed animo securo, quieto et libero, with a secure and composed mind in a quiet place. Omnia nox erunt placida composta quiet, and if that will not serve, or may not be obtained, to seek then such means as are requisite. To lie in clean linen and sweet, before he goes to bed, or in bed to hear sweet music, which Ficinus commends, lib 1 cap. 24, or as Jobertus med, pract. Lib 3 cap. 10. To read some pleasant author till he be asleep, to have a basin of water still dropping by his bedside, or to lie near that pleasant murmur, lean sonantes equi. Some floodgates, arches, falls of water like London Bridge, or some continuate noise which may benumb the senses, lenus modus, silentium et tenebra, tum et ipsa voluntas somnos faciunt, as a gentle noise to some procures sleep so, which Bernardinus Tilesius, lib. De somno, well observes, silence in a dark room and the will itself is most available to others. Piso commends frications, Andrew bored a good draught of strong drink before one goes to bed. I say, a nutmeg and ale, or a good draught of muscadine with a toast and nutmeg, or a posset of the same, which many use in a morning, but methinks, for such as have dry brains, are much more proper at night. Some prescribe a sup of vinegar as they go to bed. A spoonful saith Aetius tetrabib. Lib 2, Sir 2 cap, 10 lib, 6 cap 10. Egenetta lib 3 cap, 14. Piso a little after meat because it rarefies melancholy and procures an appetite to sleep. Donat, ab altumor, cap. 7 and Mercurialis approve of it if the malady proceed from the spleen. Sallust, Salvian, lib 2 cap. 1 de Remd, Hercules de Saxonia and Pan Alienus, Montaltus de Morb capitis cap 28. De Melon are altogether against it. Laud, Mercetus de Inter Morb. Cow. Lib 1 cap. 17. In some cases doth allow it. Rhases seems to deliberate of it, though Simeon commend it in Sauce peradventure, he makes a question of it. As for baths, fomentations, oils, potions, simples, or compounds, inwardly taken to this purpose, I shall speak of them elsewhere. If in the midst of the night, when they lie awake, which is usual to toss and tumble, and not sleep, Ranzovius would have them, if it be in warm weather, to rise and walk 3 or 4 turns, till they be cold about the chamber, and then go to bed again. Against fearful and troublesome dreams, incubus and such inconveniences, wherewith melancholy men are molested, the best remedy is to eat a light supper, and of such meats as are easy of digestion, no hare, venison, beef, and sea, not to lie on his back, not to meditate or think in the daytime of any terrible objects, or especially talk of them before he goes to bed. For, as he said in Lucian after such conference, Hecates somnare mihi videor, I can think of nothing but hobgoblins, and as Tully notes, For the most part our speeches in the daytime cause our fantasy to work upon the like in our sleep, which Aeneas writes of Homer. Et canes insomnes leporis vestigilatrat. As a dog dreams of a hare, so do men on such subjects they thought on last. Somnia qui mens ludunt volitantibus umbris, nec delubra diem, nec ob either numina mittunt, sed sibi quisque facit and see. For that cause when Ptolemy, king of Egypt, had posed the 70 interpreters in order, and asked the 19th man what would make one sleep quietly in the night, he told him, the best way was to have divine and celestial meditations, and to use honest actions in the daytime. Laud. Vives wonders how schoolmen could sleep quietly, and were not terrified in the night, or walk in the dark, they had such monstrous questions, and thought of such terrible matters all day long. They had need, amongst the rest, to sacrifice to god Morpheus, whom Philostratus paints in a white and black coat, with a horn and ivory box full of dreams of the same colors to signify good and bad. If you will know how to interpret them, read Artemidorus, Sambucus, and Cardan, but how to help them, I must refer you to a more convenient place. Mem. Roman 6. Subsect I. Perturbations of the mind rectified. From himself, by resisting to the utmost, confessing his grief to a friend and see. Whosoever he is that shall hope to cure this malady in himself or any other, must first rectify these passions and perturbations of the mind. The chiefest cure consists in them. A quiet mind is that voluptas, or summum bonum of Epicurus, non dolor, curus vacar, animo tranquillo es, not to grieve but to want cares, and have a quiet soul, is the only pleasure of the world, as Seneca truly recites his opinion, not that of eating and drinking, which injurious Aristotle maliciously puts upon him, and for which he is still mistaken, male audit et vapulat, slandered without a cause, and lashed by all posterity. Fear and sorrow, therefore, are especially to be avoided, and the mind to be mitigated with mirth, constancy, good hope, vain terror, bad objects are to be removed, and all such persons in whose companies they be not well pleased. Gualter Bruel. Fernelius Consul, 43, Mercurialis Consul. 6 Piso Jacanus cap. 15, in 9. Rhases, Capivaccius, Hildesheim, and C. all inculcate this as an especial means of their cure, that their minds be quietly pacified, vain conceits diverted, if it be possible, with terrors, cares, fixed studies, cogitations, and whatsoever it is that shall any way molest or trouble the soul, because that otherwise there is no good to be done. The body's mischiefs, as Plato proves, proceed from the soul, and if the mind be not first satisfied, the body can never be cured. Alcibiades raves, saith Maximus Tyrius, and is sick. His furious desires carry him from Lycius to the pleading place, thence to the sea, so into Sicily, thence to Lacedaemon, thence to Persia, thence to Samos, then again to Athens. Critias tyrannizeth over all the city. Sardanapalus is lovesick. These men are ill-affected all, and can never be cured, till their minds be otherwise qualified. Crotto, therefore, in that often-cited counsel of his for a nobleman his patient, when he had sufficiently informed him in diet, air, exercise, Venus, sleep, concludes with these as matters of greatest moment. Quod reliquum est, animi accidentia corriganter, from which alone proceeds melancholy. They are the fountain, the subject, the hinges whereon it turns, and must necessarily be reformed. For anger stirs choler, heats the blood and vital spirits. Sorrow, on the other side, refrigerates the body, and extinguisheth natural heat, overthrows appetite, hinders concoction, dries up the temperature, and perverts the understanding. Fear dissolves the spirits, infects the heart, attenuates the soul. And for these causes all passions and perturbations must, to the uttermost of our power and most seriously, be removed. Alienus Montaltus attributes so much to them, that he holds the rectification of them alone to be sufficient to the cure of melancholy in most patients. Many are fully cured when they have seen or heard, and see, enjoy their desires, or be secured and satisfied in their minds. Galen, the common master of them all, from whose fountain they fetch water, brags, lib. 1. De Santuend. That he, for his part, hath cured divers of this infirmity, solum animis ad rectum institutis, by right settling alone of their minds. Yea, but you will here infer, that this is excellent good indeed if it could be done. But how shall it be effected, by whom, what art, what means? Hic labor, hoc opus est. 'Tis a natural infirmity, a most powerful adversary. All men are subject to passions, and melancholy above all others, as being distempered by their innate humors, abundance of choler adust, weakness of parts, outward occurrences, and how shall they be avoided? The wisest men, greatest philosophers of most excellent wit, reason, judgment, divine spirits, cannot moderate themselves in this behalf. Such as are sound in body and mind, Stoics, heroes, Homer's gods, all are passionate and furiously carried sometimes. And how shall we that are already crazed, fracti animus, sick in body, sick in mind, resist? We cannot perform it. You may advise and give good precepts, as who cannot, but how shall they be put in practice? I may not deny but our passions are violent and tyrannize of us, yet there be means to curb them. Though they be headstrong, they may be tamed, they may be qualified, if he himself or his friends will but use their honest endeavors, or make use of such ordinary helps as are commonly prescribed. He himself, I say, from the patient himself the first and chiefest remedy must be had. For if he be averse, peevish, waspish, give way wholly to his passions, will not seek to be helped or be ruled by his friends, how is it possible he should be cured? But if he be willing at least, gentle, tractable, and desire his own good, no doubt but he may magnam morbi deponere partem, be eased at least, if not cured. He himself must do his utmost endeavor to resist and withstand the beginnings. Principies obsta, give not water passage, no not a little eclis. Roman 25:27. If they open a little, they will make a greater breach at length. Whatsoever it is that runneth in his mind, vain conceit, be it pleasing or displeasing, which so much affects or troubleth him, by all possible means he must withstand it, expel those vain, false, frivolous imaginations, absurd conceits, feigned fears and sorrows. From which, saith Piso, this disease primarily proceeds, and takes his first occasion or beginning, by doing something or other that shall be opposite unto them, thinking of something else, persuading by reason, or howsoever to make a sudden alteration of them. Though he have hitherto run in a full career, and precipitated himself, following his passions, giving reins to his appetite, let him now stop upon a sudden, curb himself in. And as Lemnius adviseth, strive against with all his power, to the utmost of his endeavor, and not cherish those fond imaginations, which so covertly creep into his mind, most pleasing and amiable at first, but bitter as gall at last, and so headstrong that by no reason, art, counsel, or persuasion they may be shaken off. Though he be far gone, and habituated unto such fantastical imaginations, yet as Tully and Plutarch advise, let him oppose, fortify, or prepare himself against them, by premeditation, reason, or as we do by a crooked staff, bend himself another way. Tu tamen interi effugito qui tristem mentem solicitant. Procul esse jub curasque medum palentum, ultraces eras, sint omnia lita. In the meantime expel them from thy mind, pale fears, sad cares, and griefs which do it grind, revengeful anger, pain, and discontent. Let all thy soul be set on merriment. Curas toll graves, irascae creed profanum. If it be idleness hath caused this infirmity, or that he perceive himself given to solitariness, to walk alone, and please his mind with fond imaginations, let him by all means avoid it. 'Tis a bosom enemy, 'tis delightsome melancholy, a friend in show, but a secret devil, a sweet poison, it will in the end be his undoing. Let him go presently, task or set himself a work, get some good company. If he proceed, as a gnat flies about a candle, so long till at length he burn his bod, so in the end he will undo himself. If it be any harsh object, ill company, let him presently go from it. If by his own default, through ill diet, bad air, want of exercise, and see, let him now begin to reform himself. It would be a perfect remedy against all corruption, if, as Roger Bacon hath it, we could but moderate ourselves in those 6 non-natural things. If it be any disgrace, abuse, temporal loss, calumny, death of friends, imprisonment, banishment, be not troubled with it, do not fear, be not angry, grieve not at it, but with all courage sustain it. Gordonius, lib 1, c. 15, de concur, vit. Tu contra audentur ito. If it be sickness, ill success, or any adversity that hath caused it, oppose an invincible courage, fortify thyself by God's word, or otherwise, mala bonus persuadenda, set prosperity against adversity, as we refresh our eyes by seeing some pleasant meadow, fountain, picture, or the like. Recreate thy mind by some contrary object, with some more pleasing meditation divert thy thoughts. Yea, but you infer again, facile concilium damus aliis, we can easily give counsel to others. Every man, as the saying is, can tame a shrew, but he that hath her. See Hic Esses, a lighter centers. If you were in our misery, you would find it otherwise. 'Tis not so easily performed. We know this to be true. We should moderate ourselves, but we are furiously carried. We cannot make use of such precepts. We are overcome, sick, male-sanny, distempered, and habituated to these courses. We can make no resistance. You may as well bid him that is diseased not to feel pain, as a melancholy man not to fear, not to be sad. 'Tis within his blood, his brains, his whole temperature, it cannot be removed. But he may choose whether he will give way too far unto it. He may in some sort correct himself. A philosopher was bitten with a mad dog, and as the nature of that disease is to abhor all waters and liquid things, and to think still they see the picture of a dog before them, he went for all this reluctante to the bath, and seeing there, as he thought, in the water the picture of a dog, with reason overcame this conceit. Quid cani cum balneo? What should a dog do in a bath? A mere conceit. Thou thinkest thou hearest and seest devils, black men, and see 'tis not so. Tease thy corrupt fantasy. Settle thine imagination, thou art well. Thou thinkest thou hast a great nose, thou art sick. Every man observes thee, laughs thee to scorn. Persuade thyself 'tis no such matter. This is fear only and vain suspicion. Thou art discontent, thou art sad and heavy. But why? Upon what ground? Consider of it. Thou art jealous, timorous, suspicious, for what cause? Examine it thoroughly, thou shalt find none at all, or such as is to be contemned. Such as thou wilt surely deride and contemn in thyself when it is past. Rule thyself then with reason, satisfy thyself, accustom thyself, wean thyself from such fond conceits, vain fears, strong imaginations, restless thoughts. Thou mayst do it. Est in nobis assucere, as Plutarch saith, we may frame ourselves as we will. As he that useth an upright shoe may correct the obliquity or crookedness by wearing it on the other side, we may overcome passions if we will. Quicquid sibi imperivit animus obtinuit, as Seneca saith, nulli tam feri affectus, ut non disciplina perdomenter. Whatsoever the will desires she may command. No such cruel affections, but by discipline they may be tamed. Voluntarily thou wilt not do this or that, which thou oughtest to do, or refrain and see, but when thou art lashed like a dull jade, thou wilt reform it. Fear of a whip will make thee do, or not do. Do that voluntarily then which thou canst do, and must do by compulsion. Thou mayst refrain if thou wilt, and master thine affections. As in a city, saith Melancthon, they do by stubborn rebellious rogues, that will not submit themselves to political judgment, compel them by force, so must we do by our affections. If the heart will not lay aside those vicious motions, and the fantasy those fond imaginations, we have another form of government to enforce and refrain our outward members, that they be not led by our passions. If appetite will not obey, let the moving faculty overrule her, let her resist and compel her to do otherwise. In an ague the appetite would drink, sore eyes that itch would be rubbed, but reason saith no, and therefore the moving faculty will not do it. Our fantasy would intrude 1,000 fears, suspicions, chimeras upon us, but we have reason to resist, yet we let it be overborne by our appetite. Imagination enforceth spirits, which, by an admirable league of nature, compel the nerves to obey, and they are several limbs. We give too much way to our passions. And as to him that is sick of an ague, all things are distasteful and unpleasant. Non ex sibi video saith Plutarch, not in the meat, but in our taste. So many things are offensive to us, not of themselves, but out of our corrupt judgment, jealousy, suspicion, and the like. We pull these mischiefs upon our own heads. If then our judgment be so depraved, our reason overruled will precipitate it, that we cannot seek our own good, or moderate ourselves, as in this disease commonly it is. The best way for ease is to impart our misery to some friend, not to smother it up in our own breast. A lighter vidium crescit tegendo, and see, and that which was most offensive to us, a cause of fear and grief, quod nunc te coquit, another hell. For strangulat inclusus dolor ac existuat in tus, grief concealed strangles the soul. But when as we shall but impart it to some discreet, trusty, loving friend, it is instantly removed by his counsel happily, wisdom, persuasion, advice, his good means, which we could not otherwise apply unto ourselves. A friend's counsel is a charm, like mandrake wine curas sapit, and as a bull that is tied to a fig tree becomes gentle on a sudden, which some, saith Plutarch, interpret of good words, so is a savage, obdurate heart mollified by fair speeches. All adversity finds ease in complaining, as Isidore holds. And 'tis a solace to relate it. Letter 1F00, gamma alpha theta letter 1F74 delta epsilon, pi alpha rho alpha letter 1F77, phi alpha sigma iota sigma letter 1F10, sigma tau letter 1F76, nu letter 1F10, tau alpha letter 1F77, rho omicron upsilon. Friends' confabulations are comfortable at all times, as fire in winter, shade in summer, quale saper fessus in gramine, meat and drink to him that is hungry or athirst. Democritus's collyrium is not so sovereign to the eyes as this is to the heart. Good words are cheerful and powerful of themselves, but much more from friends, as so many props, mutually sustaining each other like ivy and a wall, which Camerarius hath well illustrated in an emblem. Lenit animum simplex vel sipe narratio, the simple narration many times easeth our distressed mind, and in the midst of greatest extremities. So diverse have been relieved by exonerating themselves to a faithful friend. He sees that which we cannot see for passion and discontent, he pacifies our minds, he will ease our pain, assuage our anger. Quanta inde voluptas, quanta securitas, Chrysostom adds, what pleasure, what security by that means. Nothing so available, or that so much refresheth the soul of man. Tully, as I remember, in an epistle to his dear friend Atticus, much condoles the defect of such a friend. I live here, saith he, in a great city, where I have a multitude of acquaintance, but not a man of all that company with whom I dare familiarly breathe or freely jest. Wherefore I expect thee, I desire thee, I send for thee. For there be many things which trouble and molest me, which had I but the in-presence, I could quickly disburden myself of in a walking discourse. The like, peradventure, may he and he say with that old man in the comedy, Nemo est meorum amicorum hodie, apud quem expromer occulta me audim. And much inconvenience may both he and he suffer in the meantime by it. He, or whosoever then labors of this malady, by all means let him get some trusty friend. Semper habens Pylade nunc aliquum qui curat orstum, a Pylades, to whom freely and securely he may open himself. For as in all other occurrences, so it is in this, si quis in caelum ascendaset, and see as he said in Tully, if a man had gone to heaven, seen the beauty of the skies, stars errant, fixed, and sea, in suavis erit admiratio, it will do him no pleasure, except he have somebody to impart what he hath seen. It is the best thing in the world, as Seneca therefore adviseth in such a case, to get a trusty friend, to whom we may freely and sincerely pour out our secrets. Nothing so delighteth and easeth the mind, as when we have a prepared bosom, to which our secrets may descend, of whose conscience we are assured as our own, whose speech may ease our succorless estate, counsel relieve, mirth expel our mourning, and whose very sight may be acceptable unto us. It was the counsel which that politic Comenius gave to all princes, and others distressed in mind, by occasion of Charles Duke of Burgundy, that was much perplexed, first to pray to God and lay himself open to him, and then to some special friend, whom we hold most dear, to tell all our grievances to him, nothing so forcible to strengthen, recreate, and heal the wounded soul of a miserable man.